Soul Sentinel. Book 3 in the Stonehouse Inn Trilogy by Julia Hess. Copyright 2025 by Julia Hess. Deep Creek Publishers, 2025. Narrated with virtual voice by 11 Labs. Chapter 1. I told you to keep her quiet, her mother's new boyfriend sneered. She's a little freak. Who tells people things like that? My brother is dead. He's been dead since we were kids. My mother doesn't need to hear anything about him. And I don't need to hear anything about him. Layla's stomach roiled. Maybe it was the food they just ate at Paul's mother's house, the greasy fried chicken and okra. But she knew her unease was coming from a different place as she watched her mother shift uncomfortably in the front seat of the second-hand Mustang. The back seat was tiny. In order to get back here, she had climbed into the small opening made when the driver's seat tipped forward on the two-door vehicle. Her foot usually caught on the seatbelt, which hung in the gap between the seats. And Paul always lurked uncomfortably while she got in, sure she was going to leave a scuff mark somewhere in his precious car. She had screwed up, like she had done many times before. Layla hadn't really thought about what she was saying. She was only 10 years old, so she didn't usually think about those things. They had been eating Sunday dinner and were all talking around the table. A boy came into the room and had told her he was Paul's brother. He asked Layla to tell his mother, Mrs. Lacroix, that he was fine. He said he shouldn't worry about him because he was always nearby, and that he heard her when she spoke to him. In most Southern homes, like in Paul's mother's house, children are largely expected to be seen and not heard, particularly at the dinner table. This rule was especially true for a child of an unmarried girl who was trying to make an impression on her boyfriend's mother. Just the idea of Layla speaking up at the dinner table to address the hostess was not to be tolerated. But she didn't know all that. Her mother, a flighty, happy-go-lucky woman, had brought her up. Her focus was not on the manners of her little girl, but on her next date. Her mother loved men, and there had been a parade of them ever since Layla could remember. But Layla didn't mind. She had enough visitors and friends that came to visit, her grandmother especially, that kept her company. She didn't really notice that no one else could see her visitors, as no one was paying attention to her anyway. But they took notice today. Layla had spoken up at the dinner table, addressing their hostess directly. Mrs. Lacroix? Mrs. Lacroix? She strained to get her small voice over the din of the adults in the room. Buster wanted me to tell you that he's all right, she shouted. Silence answered her shouts. Paul had been shoveling another helping of buttery mashed potatoes onto his plate. His hand hung in the air, a glob of potato about to fall to the pristine tablecloth. Children are to be seen and not heard, Paul growled, glancing sidelong at his girlfriend, whose face went white at the sound of her child's voice. What did you say? Asked Mrs. Lacroix, a white-haired and tight-lipped woman. The boy, Buster, asked me to tell you he is all right. He says he can hear you when you talk to him, Layla said, reporting the facts she was asked to relay. The silence and the shocked stares of the adults in the room made Layla squirm in her seat, causing the fabric of her skirt to bunch and the itchy fabric of the fancy dining chairs to scrape against her thighs. She hadn't wanted to wear the skirt, but Mama had insisted. Mrs. Lacroix grasped her chest, her hands tangling in her Sunday pearls. Her mouth opened and closed, and her face went from white to beet red. Paul looked anxiously at his mother, the perilous glob of potato dropping from the serving spoon and making a mess on the neat table. Mama looked at her, quietly telling her with her eyes to shut up. How, can you see him? Is he here? Mrs. Lacroix asked. She was quickly gaining her composure, and her shock was turning to curiosity. In contrast, Paul was becoming livid. Oh, he's not gonna like this, the boy whispered in her ear. He was the one who killed me. It was an accident, though. When he calms down, you can tell him I forgive him. But don't do it in front of Mama. Buster says he's all right, Layla repeated. He can hear you when you talk to him. He's right here. What did you say? Paul asked. Layla hesitated and then recalled her manners. Yes, ma'am, I can see him. He's all right and he can hear you when you talk to him. Silent, shocked faces looked at her. making her feel even smaller than she was, and she was pretty tiny. "He's here? Now?" Mrs. Lacroix asked, rising to her feet. Her eyes searched the room as if she could see her long-dead son if she looked hard enough. "Yes, ma'am," Layla answered, proud of herself for remembering her manners that time. Paul rose to his feet, grabbing Layla's mother's arm. "We're leaving," he said. "But wait," Mrs. Lacroix stuttered. "He can hear me." Stunned, the old woman gaped at Layla. "Yes, ma'am. He says he's fine." Layla found herself being dragged up from her seat at the dinner table by a rough hand. "Go get in the car," Paul commanded, shoving her unceremoniously toward the door. Layla's stomach sank in her gut as she looked at the angry face her mother finally managed to muster. She was going to be mad at her again. This was bound to be the end of her mother's relationship with Paul. Layla didn't care so much about losing Paul. He smelled of cigarettes and beer, and he didn't like her. Most of them didn't. They usually resented that her mother had a child in the first place. It took her attention away from them. Not that she paid much attention to Layla. And now here the three of them were, heading back home. The two adults in the front were mad as hell at her. Seemed that was all she did, get people mad at her. Kids at school called her a freak too. No one wanted to be her friend, except the ones who only she could see. Layla looked back as they pulled away from Mrs. Lacroix's home. The old woman stood on her doorstep looking after them, her hand still on her heart and tangled in that string of pearls. The engine's roar mixed in with the argument in the front of the car. Layla knew she would need to deliver Buster's other message now, as Paul probably wasn't going to be around much anymore. She leaned forward so they could hear her over the roar of the Mustang. "Paul, Buster wanted me to tell you something too," she shouted, grabbing the attention of the pair in the front seat. "Baby, I think that's enough for one day," her mama said. "He asked me too, Mama," Layla answered. Mama could be dense sometimes. If you didn't do as they asked, they kept bothering you. It was the only way. It's what Grandma told her to do. Layla shook her head, mustering up her courage. "Buster said to tell you he forgives you, Paul." Paul abruptly glared at her in the rearview mirror, malice dripping from his expression. "Yeah, I don't believe you. You're just doing all this to get attention." "That's enough," her mother demanded. They were being so mean to her. She didn't ask for this task. Angry at both of them, she pressed on. "He says he forgives you for killing him." Both adults' mouths dropped open, and Paul stared at her in the rearview mirror, speechless. The roar of the engine growled loudly as Paul accelerated blindly. "Look out!" Layla screamed, crouching down in the back seat. A tractor-trailer careened around a corner, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Paul had run a red light in his shock and had pulled into a busy intersection with a main thoroughfare. The truck had no time to stop and crushed the Mustang easily under its 18 wheels. Years later, Layla felt the cold air pass through her arm as she moved away from her grandmother's grasp. "Don't go this route, Layla. You're too young to be on your own." Layla knew that no one else could see or hear her grandmother, but if she replied to her, they would all hear her loud and clear, negating her choice to sneak out in the dead of night. She had to leave this place. It was one of many she had seen over the past 7 years. The foster homes were always filled with displaced kids and were supervised by a mix of foster parents, from the overly strict to the emotionally absent. Layla had seen all kinds of homes, and now she was just sick of the whole system. She was tired of being moved from place to place and tired of not belonging anywhere. She was 17, soon to be 18. She could pass easily for 20 if she wore some makeup. That would be all she would need to be out on her own. She had nothing and no one she could call her family. But even with no one in this world, there were plenty of others that had found her along the way. They were all lost souls, looking for a connection and asking her for help. Layla had gotten stronger at blocking them out since the accident. That night, she had vowed that she would never talk to any of them again. Yet her grandmother had hung around and had been persistent about communicating with her. After her mother and Paul had been killed in the accident, there had been no going back. It had been all her fault. If she had just ignored the boy and kept her mouth shut, the crash wouldn't have happened. Her mother would still be alive. Layla stopped on the creaky step, absently rubbing the scar on her arm. She waited to see if she had awakened anyone in the household. There were 6 other Fosters in the house, along with the parents. It was a lot of people in the 3-bedroom raised ranch. She was taking a risk leaving this way, but she just had to go. It was time. She knew in her heart that her future was not in this place or this town. She was going to make a life for herself, a normal life. It wouldn't be the life of perpetual boyfriends and welfare that her mother had created for them, but a life as a college-educated woman. She'd get a career, a job, and one day, a family. The creak of the bathroom door startled her, so she crouched down further into the shadows as the tiny figure of a boy emerged from the bathroom. Josh stumbled on his own feet as he sleepily made his way back to the boys' room. Layla's heart lurched at seeing him during her exit. The little ones in these foster homes tore at her heart, and she had a particular soft spot for him and his sister. They had been abandoned by their drug-addled parents and had been in foster care since they were infants. There must have been some reason that they had not yet been adopted. Likely a sporadic appearance of their mother claiming to be getting her life back on track. The poor kids were likely to grow up in the system. Layla had been older coming into foster care, so she did not have the experience that these kids had. They were left without a family their entire lives. But still, she'd reached her limit. It was her time to leave, and her life waited out there for her. She hesitated, waiting for the door to the bedroom to close and the house to quiet again, before she slipped out the front door. Her muffled footsteps were the only sound she heard, and she loved every movement that led her to freedom. Layla would be away from her past and could start a new beginning. Up ahead, she had a 5-mile walk to the local bus station, where she would board a series of buses, eventually ending up in North Carolina. There, she would find a job. Her plan was to pick up a waitress gig in a local diner. She had enough money saved to rent a room and get a start. No one would be too bothered to look for her. Though they might put out a search party for a while, the foster system was overwhelmed in Texas. They would not find her where she was going. And even if they did by that time, she would be 18 with her life her own. "You can't run away from who you are," Layla's grandmother whispered in her ear. Layla knew she would never leave her alone. Her ghostly presence had been by her side since she could recall. She had never known her grandmother in life, and had only met her in the form of a voice in her mind or a misty figure in her bedroom at night. "I am leaving," she told the voice. "I know that there is a better life for me, and it's not here. I'm tired of being a freak." Layla felt the familiar sensation of an icy arm around her shoulders as she strode down the dark road. "You must accept yourself for who you are, Layla. You must appreciate what you can see and do. It is necessary for you to find true happiness. Hiding will only cause you pain." "Not hiding has sure messed things up." "It wasn't your fault, Layla. It was never your fault." Layla shoved her hands in her pockets, jostling the pack on her back. She mentally forced herself to shut down her sight. It was a move she had been practicing and was getting better at doing the more she did it. Whenever she did it properly, it was as if a window had been closed on her senses. She could block both their voices and their forms. She knew if she practiced this more, it would be easier. She believed she had it in her to become stronger. It was time for her to be among the living and to leave the dead behind. Soon as her feet made their way along the silent road, all she heard was the sound of the world around her. She no longer heard the whispers of her long-dead grandmother. Chapter 2. Layla stood still in the snow-covered field. The sound of her breath seemed to be the only noise she could hear, since the deep snowpack of the recent storm muffled everything around her. She felt as though she were in an alien world. Everything appeared so different in the deep white blanket. She loved to be the first person to step into the white smoothness of the disturbed snow. It was like she was an explorer in a foreign and untouched land. As she stood, a gust of wind carried through the pine trees that edged the massive field, causing the snow on their branches to dust the covered ground. Its cold mist carried across the expanse and kissed her face. Layla shivered at the sensation, knowing she should keep moving to stay warm. The sweat she had worked up during her snowshoeing trek trickled down her back. She would need to maintain her warmth, or she could risk getting chilled in the freezing air. Body temperature regulation was something she had learned while living in the area, which was so different from the South, where she grew up for most of her life. Here, she had gained a respect and wariness of the mountain weather. Jeff had seen to that, as he was always watching out for her. She imagined she could hear the bells of the horse-drawn sleigh ride he was giving the patrons at the Stone House Inn. Layla knew he would keep an eye out for her while he gave the tourists a thrill. She appreciated that about him. It seemed he had been watching out for her since the day she had come into town. Of course, that event had been a tale. It was something she would tell their grandkids someday, she imagined, smiling to herself. Layla had been found injured on the long trail, and Jeff had come along on horseback and assisted in getting her to medical help. Although she barely recalled the details of the event, she had a vivid memory of being warm and safe in Jeff's arms as he barreled down the mountain, egging his horse on. They had been nearly inseparable since then. Jeff had found her a place to stay and work as well, while she recovered from her injury. With him as her anchor, she had found her place in this rural Vermont town. Layla could now call this majestic place home. It was unlike any place she had lived before. She lived and worked at the Stonehouse Inn with the owners Christina Wade and Gina Iovino. They had hired her, with Jeff's encouragement, as a housekeeper and server for the restaurant and tavern. Since then, both women were becoming very good friends and had created a job for her, capitalizing on her marketing skills. Layla was grateful for the new position because she had put herself through years of college, and now they had clearly paid off. Layla snowshoed her way across the field, heading back toward the old stagecoach road trail, which was now buried in snow. She reflected that she never thought she would enjoy this cold weather activity. Introduced to it a few weeks ago when the first big storms dumped a foot of fresh powder, she had reveled in the solitude and silence of the snow-quieted forest. Snowshoeing helped to settle her mind and gave her the space and solitude to think. She could think of Jeff and their relationship. Their slowly growing bond both satisfied her and made her consider the future, and their future together. Jeff had been moving toward his lifelong dream of having his own horse farm when she dropped into his life. She knew their future held promise, and that they would move forward as a couple when life was more settled. His tiny rented cabin and the multiple stables where he kept his horses did not represent the life he wanted. She knew he would find his dream farm soon. Then they could move into a more formal arrangement with their relationship. Layla was all right with whatever form that shared relationship took, whether or not it included marriage, as long as they were together. Layla knew their future together would happen, and that she was confident, but it was the knowing that was disconcerting. For years, she'd kept a firm latch on her sight. She'd kept it locked away and kept them at bay. But since arriving to Vermont and the inn, the wall she had kept up seemed to be slowly crumbling. Holes appeared, allowing occasional spirits to sneak through. One of those moments was when she saw and spoke to Annie Stone on the day they found her remains buried in the stone wall. Her sight felt different this time, and not at all like she remembered. Perhaps it was that she had matured and could control it. But Layla still wanted to hold her ability at bay. She did not want to allow them to break through or find her again. In fact, she was terrified of that. Bad things happened whenever she had allowed her sight to be part of her life. She had lost friends, and her mother was gone. Layla shivered as the icy wind found its way through her winter clothes. Her limbs moved against the rising gusts as she found her rhythm in the snow. The movement gave her thoughts peace. Then there was Agnes, the state police captain, who was tall and authoritarian. She had been encouraging Layla to pursue her talents and work with them. Agnes had a purpose. She wanted Layla to be able to help in missing persons cases and thought that maybe she could shed light on cold cases. She was listening to the captain, but was unsure of what she wanted to do. It was clear that if Agnes wanted to use her sight, then Layla would need to learn how. She needed a better grip on applying her skills and how to control them. The few who knew about her abilities here saw them as something that was a part of her. They did not see her as a freak. Rather, they thought her skills were a gift and a talent. Her new friends accepted them as part of who she was, and Jeff supported her in whichever direction she wanted to go. He had encouraged her to do what would make her the happiest. He cared for her, that was clear. In the distance, Layla heard the sound of the sleigh approaching. The bells on the horse jingled with each step as he momentarily became visible beneath the heavy pines in this section of the woods. Jeff made a picturesque vision. He was in a red sleigh against the white snow and commanded large white draft horses with red reins. A couple snuggled together under blankets in the back of the sleigh, keeping warm from the rising wind. Jeff waved heartily in her direction, guiding the animals toward her. She would love a ride back. The temperature was dropping, and those blankets along with the foot heaters were appealing. Soon, Layla was huddled under the heavy blankets, with Jeff at her side as they glided along the snowy trail, back to the warm fires of the inn. Layla should have been peaceful and contented, but a dark thought entered her mind. Agnes was waiting for her back at the inn. There was someone she wanted Layla to meet, and Layla knew Agnes would be there to talk her into her plans with the police. Dark and swirling images came quickly in and out of her mind, but were ultimately pushed back by her enduring, protective barrier. Layla moved closer to Jeff, feeling the warmth from his body and getting comfort from his presence. He smiled kindly at her. His blue eyes were bright in the winter glow. Change was on the horizon. It was inevitable. Chapter 3. They arrived back at the inn quickly as the temperature dropped with the afternoon sun. The guests Jeff had taken touring in the sleigh made a quick retreat to the tavern's fire and hot toddies. Layla saw to their needs in the bar, and Jeff drove the sleigh back to the barns. They had passed the state trooper cruiser in the parking lot, which had caused irritation to rise in her belly. Agnes was persistent. She would give her credit for that. Layla found her in the warm kitchen, chatting amiably with Gina and Christina. Gina was busy prepping for the night's dinner service, while the other two women made conversation. Christina sat with her hand on her belly, her baby bump blossoming under her sweater. Layla greeted the group, pouring herself a hot chocolate from the stove and slipping a cookie from the plate on the counter. Christina pushed the plate toward Layla. "Here, have some more. Get them away from me. I am going to end up as big as a house. I've got months to go, and yet everything is just exploding." They all laughed. "You're beautiful. Don't worry about gaining weight. All you need is a healthy baby," Gina said. "Boy, this kitchen is full of happiness. We've got this newlywed pregnant lady, and this soon-to-be wed gal, and this one who has found her soulmate." Agnes chuckled. "I love to bask in this happiness, but you all make me feel old." At that moment, Jeff entered the kitchen through the back door, bringing a gust of chilly wind with him. "The temperature is dropping fast. It's going to be a clear night with no cloud cover to hold in the heat, so it's going to be cold." Layla shivered with the blast of air. Jeff moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her petite frame. "Are you cold?" he whispered into her ear, sending another shiver down her spine. Only this time, it wasn't from the cold of winter. Layla felt her face redden as the other women discreetly observed Jeff's intimate gesture. They ignored the pair, but watched them nonetheless. "You should go up and change out of those sweaty clothes before you catch a chill," he said. "I'm serving tonight, so I need to change anyway," Layla answered. Breaking away from Jeff's arms, but keeping his hand in hers, she led him toward the back staircase, intent on heading upstairs to change and have some private conversation. "Actually, Layla, do you have a minute so we can chat?" Agnes asked, catching them before they left the kitchen. Layla looked at Christina as though asking for permission. "It should be quiet out front now if you want to sit by the fire in the front room for a bit," her pregnant boss answered. Layla nodded and exited the kitchen with Jeff and Agnes in tow. The public rooms in the downstairs of the old inn were lovely at this time of day. Christina had seen that they kept fires burning in the hearths, while they had guests staying with them. It helped to keep the inn warm and also added to the ambiance of the quintessential New England inn in the depth of winter. Layla was grateful for the warmth. She was getting cold. Her sweaty snowshoeing clothes were chilling on her skin. Agnes raised an eyebrow at Layla, questioning Jeff's presence in their exchange. "I'd like him to hear what we've been talking about," Layla answered. Agnes nodded and jumped right into the conversation once they were seated in front of the fireplace, wasting no time. "I found someone for you to work with," Agnes started. "She is well known in the region and has been active for years. She does readings for people in the area." "It almost begs the question of why not approach her instead of me," Layla answered. "Good point. But like I've said, I know you. Sean knows you," Agnes emphasized. "We are sure that you would approach these cases with a strong moral character. You wouldn't look for any kind of sensationalism and would just get the answers." Sean Johnson, the county sheriff and Gina's fiancé, was with Layla the day she saw Annie Stone's spirit. He was a first-hand witness to her abilities. "But he's not in favor of this idea," Layla answered. Agnes sighed. "He's not sure how it would be viewed by the community. He feels that the town puts its faith in the police to do their jobs, and that some might not like the idea of psychics doing police work, but he's in favor of being able to pull out all the stops if someone goes missing. Maybe it could help." Jeff put his arm around Layla's shoulders comfortingly. Layla loved his perception of her emotions. It was what she needed. Agnes was putting pressure on her to be that extra help for the police. It was a big step. It would mean laying down her defenses and opening up her sight. "It may have been useful when Annie first went missing," Jeff added. "I bet Sean thinks about that all the time." Agnes nodded in agreement, earnestly leaning toward the couple on the couch. "I just think that we could have a chance someday to have a different outcome. Maybe we could find someone lost on the mountain. That happens here all the time." Layla knew Agnes had been the principal investigator when Annie Stone had gone missing all those years ago. Yet not a single clue had ever turned up. Having someone around who could have offered some clue may have helped, but it likely would not have changed the outcome. Yet that idea of one extra clue was driving Agnes to convince Layla to use her sight for police cases. The older redhead handed Layla a card with a name and address. "Her name is Arlene Gall. She'll help you learn to use your, skills." "You've spoken to her?" Layla asked. Agnes shifted a bit in her seat, a line appearing between her eyes. "Well, yeah, I checked her out." Jeff raised his eyebrows and snickered. "Sounds like you've done a complete background check." Agnes rose to her feet, pulling on her jacket and hat. She smiled widely. "You can say I used all my skills to help a friend out." Agnes moved to the heavy front door of the inn. "I hope you consider it." With that, Agnes left the pair in front of the fire, going out into the wintry afternoon. Layla rested her head on Jeff's shoulder and turned the card with Arlene's information over and over in her fingers. He pressed his lips against her head. "What are you thinking?" he asked. She shook her head and sighed heavily. Agnes's perseverance was grueling. She's been so persistent. She really wants to have all the options at her disposal if they have more missing persons cases. Jeff pulled her closer, shifting their position so he could look into her face. "I know this is very hard for you, and I really don't understand it all. But whatever you choose is all right with me. As long as you're safe and happy with what you do, I am happy too." Layla kissed him on his lips. "That is what I love so much about you, that unfaltering support." He kissed her back, his lips lingering longer on hers, deepening as a familiar burn rose between them. Layla pulled back reluctantly. It wasn't the time or place. Maybe later. "Every time I've tapped into my sight, bad things have happened." "But you were just a kid, right? I'm sure none of it was your fault at all." Layla shivered. "Come on, honey, let's get you changed and showered. You're catching a chill," Jeff said, guiding her to the stairway and up to her living quarters on the 3rd floor. They reached her room, and Jeff joined her. She went into the bathroom, stripping off her damp clothes, and stepped into a steaming shower. Layla let the hot water course down her back. She let it warm her and heat up her cells. She had been close to chilled, and the hot water felt glorious. Reluctantly, she stepped out of the shower, wrapping herself in a cushy towel the inn prided itself on having for its guests, or in this case, for its resident help. Jeff stretched out on her bed, dozing peacefully. She was glad he was so comfortable in her room. They had reached that stage in their relationship where their intimacy had become routine. While he dozed, she changed into her serving clothes of black pants and a white button-down shirt. She caught Jeff watching her beneath half-closed eyelids as she combed her blonde hair and put on some light makeup. "You are so beautiful," he said in a hoarse voice. Layla smiled teasingly at him. "If only I didn't have to work." A brisk knock at her door startled them both. It was Agnes. "Sorry to bother you again, but we have a situation. John Leonard, a man with dementia, is missing from his home. His wife says she dozed off this afternoon, and he was gone when she woke." Layla took in a deep breath, bracing herself for what was coming next. "We need to find him. The temperature is dropping, and it will be dark soon. He won't survive the night if we don't find him," Agnes said. Layla's stomach dropped. She really had no choice but to agree. Saying no would be brutal. The guilt she would endure would be terrible if the man died. I don't know if I can help at all. My skills, they're not reliable." "Anything would be helpful. Any nugget we can glean," Agnes replied. Is begging Layla to see it was a desperate situation. "But my shift—" "I can cover you tonight. They'll manage," Jeff replied, hopping off Layla's bed. "Whatever you want, babe." With both sets of eyes on her, Layla reached for her coat and dry boots. "All right then, not promising anything, but I'll try." A short time later, thanks to the blue lights and siren, Layla and Agnes arrived at the home of the missing man. Inside, they met Sean, the county sheriff, who was talking to the family. He raised an eyebrow when he realized it was Layla who accompanied Agnes, so she hung awkwardly in the background as the police spoke to the wife. Her eyes roamed around the room, taking in the photos that graced the walls of the modest home. There were many photos of a life well lived. Photos of the wife and what was likely the missing man spanned years. They had a lot of memories together, with many trips to Europe, many cruises, and several with photos of the husband fishing or with his catch. There were photos of them, years older, surrounded by family and several grandchildren. Layla realized that there was much more at stake here than what she had worried about herself. A man's life hung in the balance. It would be his family's loss if they didn't find him. How terrible the situation would be for his wife. Layla imagined she must be feeling guilty because her inattention permitted her demented husband to leave the house unattended. Imagine if the old man froze to death. The woman would carry that for the rest of her life. "Mrs. Leonard, this is Layla Sandor, a volunteer with the police department. She'll stay with you while we join in the search. All hands on deck," Sean said, laying his hand on Layla's shoulder and propelling her forward to meet the woman. Surprising her, both Sean and Agnes exited the house, leaving Layla alone with the wife. As they left, Agnes whispered to her to call her with any information that would be helpful. Anything. Hesitantly, Layla took a seat on a chair next to the woman, who immediately grabbed her hand as if she was a life raft. The anxious woman needed comfort. "Oh, I hope they find him. I don't know what I would do without him." Layla watched Mrs. Leonard struggle and sob. "If only I had not fallen asleep. I was so tired since he's been awake more at night. I just needed a quick nap." Layla offered the woman comfort while she listened to her worry. "Are your children around? I noticed the pictures." "Oh, yes. They all live out of town. They're in Boston and Manchester, New Hampshire. They are on their way. Oh, I hope they find him before they get here." Mrs. Leonard wiped her nose and sobbed. "It's going to be so cold tonight. He... At that, she lost it again, sobbing and holding Layla's hand in a desperate grip. Guilt and empathy for this poor woman raged through Layla. If there was something to be done, she was sure that the police were actively doing all they could to find the man. And here she was, because Agnes thought she might be able to help. "Tell me about your husband. I see from the pictures on the wall that he loved to fish," Layla asked. As she asked the woman to talk about the missing man, Layla concentrated on the barrier between herself and her sight. Slowly and carefully, she imagined pulling it down and letting the light in her mind fill her. As the woman talked about her husband and how he loved to fish along the river that flowed off the mountain, Layla closed her eyes and thought about the missing man and the love his wife had for him. A crash behind her chair startled both women. "Oh heavens, that photograph fell off the table," Mrs. Leonard exclaimed. Layla rose to her feet, feeling as though she were floating. She bent and retrieved the photo from the floor. Despite the crash, the glass of the frame was miraculously still intact. The picture caught her attention. It was a photograph of the missing man standing outside a shack beside a river. Almost immediately, Layla felt her sight narrow and her stomach fall as a vision transported her mind elsewhere. She felt cold and lost, but out of the wind that howled around her, snow covered the ground, and it looked like she might be by a riverbank. Suddenly, she was back in the Leonards' living room. "What is this a photo of?" Layla asked, the hair standing up on the back of her neck. Mrs. Leonard studied the picture. "Oh my, I haven't thought about that in years. That's my husband's fishing shack he built. It's on the Deerfield River, just before the last bridge. Oh, he loved to go there." A tingle went up Layla's spine. She knew the man was there. "Excuse me just a moment, Mrs. Leonard. I need to make a call." Layla stepped into the kitchen, out of earshot of the missing man's wife. She relayed to Agnes what the woman had said. "I'll send out a trooper and check it out," Agnes responded. What seemed like hours passed as Layla sat and comforted Mrs. Leonard while they waited for any word. It was agonizing, the wait and the not knowing. Layla realized that she really could help, even if it was just to sit with the families and soothe them in circumstances such as this. A knock sounded on the door, and Agnes stepped into the room, followed by Sean. Layla's stomach dropped. She knew they paired up to talk to victims or to deliver bad news to families. Sean relied on Agnes's experience and tact in these situations. They both looked at Layla intensely, making her feel uncomfortable, and she stepped aside, permitting them access to the wife. Mrs. Leonard seemed to be thinking along the same lines as Layla, as her face paled and she placed a hand over her heart, bracing for bad news. "We found your husband, Mrs. Leonard. He was sitting in a shack beside the river. He's on the way to the hospital. He's conscious and talking," Agnes announced. Mrs. Leonard responded with joy and relief. "Oh, thank heaven," and both officers' side glanced to Layla as she hugged Mrs. Leonard as the old woman sobbed in relief. "Isn't that funny? We were just talking about how he liked to go to that fishing shack." Mrs. Leonard hesitated, looking up at Sean. "Huh, that's an interesting coincidence," Sean replied, raising an eyebrow at Layla. "Can I take you to the hospital?" Sean bowed his large frame to take the arm of the small older woman, effectively distracting her. Agnes and Layla stood in face-to-face, studying each other in silence. "We're leaving," Sean called from the doorway, prompting the two women to follow them. Out in the driveway, Agnes and Layla both got into her cruiser, watching Sean assist the relieved wife into his vehicle and pull away. The trooper found him sitting in the fishing shack. He was cold, but otherwise, he was as happy as a clam. He had been there long enough that the wind had blown over the snow covering his tracks. There was no sign to indicate anyone was in there. We wouldn't have found him in time. He would have died from exposure before morning, Agnes said somberly. Layla took a deep breath. Mrs. Leonard mentioned it as a possibility. It wasn't all me. Likely a coincidence. Agnes pulled out of the drive, and they drove in silence back to the inn. "I'm indebted to you, as are the Leonards. I wish you would consider talking with Aileen. It might be worth it to learn to do what she does," Agnes said, pulling up in front of the inn. "I'll call her," Layla answered, getting out of the car. "No guarantees, because a lot of this is just guesswork and luck, you know." Agnes smiled widely and nodded in agreement. Layla closed the door and went back into the inn. It was getting late, and no one was left in the tavern or the dining room, So she went up the 3 flights to her bedroom. Jeff had gone back to his house for the night. He was likely tired after helping to serve all evening on top of working all day. She would talk to him in the morning. He had to care for his horses very early in the morning, especially since they were scattered over several farms. As soon as she walked over the threshold of her bedroom, she realized immediately that she was not alone. A mist rose from the easy chair near the window. "Hello, granddaughter. It's been a long time." Chapter 4. Jeff loved the smell of a horse barn, the sense of sweaty leather, hay, and the fresh pine shavings he had brought in earlier in the week felt like home. The big draft horses in the barn at the inn seemed to really enjoy their residency and the attention they would get from the guests. They made a pleasant scene as they spread out in the pasture. Their red winter turnout coats created a delightful contrast to their white coloring against the gray woods and white snow. The horses were happy, and he was pleased. He felt proud of how things had turned out with his business deal with the Stone House Inn. He wished that were the case for the rest of the horses he owned. Without one place that was large enough for them all to reside, Jeff found himself boarding them at various farms across the region. He knew he had done things a little backward in creating his dream, since he had gathered the livestock before he had his own farm. But things kind of worked out that way. Opportunities to buy horse stock with noble lines and great prices rarely came along as planned. He finished mucking out the stalls and ensuring the animals had water before he headed up to the inn's kitchen. He knew Gina would have a fit if he entered the kitchen wearing his barn boots, so he quickly slipped out of his coveralls and changed his shoes, straightening his hair and clothing until he was presentable. Jeff was eager to see Layla. He wanted her to take a ride with him this morning. The realtor finally had a place to show him, and he was eager to have Layla's feedback. He did not know what they would find today, but he was ever hopeful that they'd discover the right place. The past few showings had been disappointing. Either the location, price, or property hadn't been suitable. He'd worked hard all of his life toward this one dream of owning his own horse farm, and it finally felt like it was within reach. He knew that the prices of housing were climbing and were likely to continue. Many people were moving into the area from Boston and New York, and were having bidding wars on places that would have stayed on the market for a long time just a year ago. Properties were sold in days, rather than several months. He felt it was now or never for him to make a move on a place. Soon prices and opportunity were likely to surge beyond his means. It was his dream. Jeff had grown up poor, not in abject poverty, as they had food on the table and a roof over their heads. Both his parents had worked hard, and his mother still put in long hours working as an LPN at the local nursing home. His folks had married young after dropping out of high school and had a succession of kids, one right after the other until their tiny home was full to the brim. He smiled to himself, remembering how crowded their little one-bathroom house had been. He'd hated it as much as he loved it, but sharing a bedroom and a bed with your little brothers had gotten old real fast when he became a teenager. Fortunately, he was able to leave and head to the state college a year sooner than planned, and with a full scholarship. His degree in agriculture and animal science still hung proudly on his parents' living room wall. All that work and study, and all the years of saving and dreaming, were coming to fruition. He felt he was in touching distance from his dream. A farm with rolling hills and green pastures, a respectable reputation, and a profitable, humane business. And then there was Layla. She had literally dropped into their lives last summer, and she had never let him go since. Their relationship had felt as natural as drinking water and was just as easy. His heart warmed when he thought of her. He wanted her to join him in this house showing, because he was having thoughts about their future together. He hadn't mentioned it to her just yet, but he could not imagine his dream without her in it. His boots crunched through the snow as he walked around the back of the inn to the kitchen door. He felt he had been in and out of this house thousands of times, back when they were kids and all used to meet up at Annie's. Jeff hesitated as he gazed out on the refurbished stone walls. Annie's fate had not been a shock, since there had been years of no evidence about her disappearance. Yet when they had found her remains inside the rock wall, it had been a blow. She'd been right under their noses the whole time. It was a wonder to consider how Layla had helped find Annie's remains with her ability to see ghosts. He knew she didn't think her sight was the gift that others thought it was, so he didn't blame her for not wanting to use it. He knew little about it or what she experienced when she used it, but knew that it had caused her pain when she was a kid. But that was a long time ago. Now it was her choice, whether to allow Agnes to convince her to use it for the police force. He would support her in whatever she wanted to do. Her life had not been easy either. She'd lost her mother at a young age and then was bounced around in the foster system. A shiver went up Jeff's spine as he opened the door to the inn. He worried constantly about his sister's kids. Her drug addiction had caused so much turmoil in her and her children's lives that he was afraid they would end up in the system. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket. No time like the present. He'd call and maybe set up some time for them to get together. He loved to show the little boys the horses. They were always enthralled by the large animals. They would get a kick out of the sleigh, and he would take them for a ride. His sister's phone rang several times, enough to worry him. Then a small voice picked up, "Hello, Corey, it's Uncle Jeff. How you doing, buddy?" he asked. "Uncle Jeff, how's the horsies?" the little boy voice asked, the volume fading in and out as Jeff imagined the little boy struggling to hold the phone to his ear. His little brother was likely nearby, trying to hear the conversation. "They're good. Where's Mommy?" he asked, trying to not let his immediate concern for his sister leak into his voice. She was very pregnant and struggled to keep clean through her pregnancy. Her life was not one he had wanted for his nephews. She loved them, but she battled addiction and poverty. A single parent had its own pressures. Adding in trying to stay clean, and an unexpected pregnancy could have pushed her over the edge. He was her only family member that still supported her. The others had blocked her from their lives, as a matter of self-preservation. Her drug use, history of lying and stealing money to get a fix, stressed relationships. Jeff stuck with her, mostly worried about the little innocent lives and the one on the way. He heard a clunk on the line. "Hello?" a raspy adult female voice asked. "Hey Linda, sorry, did I wake you?" he asked. "It's all right, not sleeping much at night, I guess," she said. Her pregnancy was advancing, the last time he had seen them. She really had blossomed even though her due date was a couple more months away. "I was just calling to see if the boys would like to take a sleigh ride sometime, maybe this weekend. I'm sure they'd love it." He made the arrangements to pick up the boys for the outing. It was going to add to his already busy schedule, but he really wanted to stay connected to them. She was doing so well after a near overdose last fall. Hanging up the phone, he pushed open the door to the kitchen, and a blast of hot air, laughter, and the scent of freshly baked muffins rushed across his cold face. His mouth watered instantly. Jeff stepped into the warm kitchen to find a small gathering of the Stonehouse Inn crew. Christina leaned on Kevin, her baby belly prominent, as he sat on a counter stool, finishing a muffin as large as his hand. Gina bustled around the kitchen doing what Gina did best, and Sean and Agnes sipped coffee while laughing at something Layla had just said. There she was, a beacon amid his friends. The sight of her made his heart skip a beat. Layla's cheeks were rosy, likely from serving breakfast to the guests. She'd texted him last night to say that they had found the missing man. It had been late, and he had been exhausted from his day and from covering for her in the dining room at night. He knew they would see each other this morning, so he'd purposefully waited to hear the details. He went over to her, eager for her embrace, and kissed her warm face. "You're looking beautiful this morning," he whispered in her ear. "How did it go last night?" "You're kissing the local hero, Jeff," Agnes said. "Without her help last night, I believe we would not have found our missing man before he froze to death." Agnes, in her trooper uniform as usual, sipped her coffee satisfactorily. Jeff looked into Layla's face as she rolled her eyes. Ignore her. It was likely all due to a coincidence and a hunch. She stepped away from his embrace. "Are you hungry?" "Need coffee." Jeff eagerly sat down at the table with Agnes and Sean, while Layla placed a mug of coffee and a huge muffin on his plate. Sean looked pensive, but his eyes followed Gina as she moved around the kitchen. He was in love and distracted. Sean and Gina were to be married in the spring and then were headed to Italy for a few weeks on their honeymoon. The guy had reason to be preoccupied. The muffin was delicious, and Jeff was starving. He ate with gusto as the rest of the room slowly dispersed, heading out on their day's work. Layla scooted in the seat next to him, pressing her leg up against his under the table. "You seem pretty happy with yourself," he said to her. "I guess things went better than expected with Agnes." Let's talk about it later. The whole thing was a little weird. I'm not sure it was me or just a coincidence." "Okay, are you all right?" he asked, his eyes searching her face for any sign she was unwell. He had seen movies where mediums would be exhausted after a session of using their sight. He wondered if that was the case for her. There was still much he didn't know about her, he realized. Her big green eyes looked deeply into his, and he knew she was fine. Sometimes he thought he could really get lost in the depths of her looks. The sense of calm and love he felt emanating from her soothed him deeply. She eased his soul. "Got another showing today?" she asked, rising from the table to refill his coffee before he asked, "Yeah, can you come with me? It's this morning. I'd like your opinion on the place." She nodded. "Sure, I can break away for a few hours. The new housekeeping help seems to be working out well. I don't need to supervise her so closely anymore." "Great. I have work lined up for this afternoon over at Mount Snow. It's a group trail ride on horseback." He smiled. "Tourists really want something different to do out in the snow. It seems like it's catching on. I am booked for it the rest of the week, and then on this weekend for the group coming in on Friday. I'm going to go over and take the boys out again, give Linda a break." Layla sat down next to him again at the table and placed her hand over his. She spread her small hand out over the top of his, studying the contrast in size. It was a loving and pleasant gesture. Jeff was reluctant to move from his spot and wanted the contact to go on forever. "It's been so busy. We are both booked solid for the next few weeks." "All because of your hard work advertising," Gina interjected from the other side of the room. She had disappeared for a while into the inn's giant pantry. Jeff had forgotten she was still in the room. Everything else disappeared when he was with Layla. How long had he felt this way, he wondered. Layla brushed off Gina's comment and went to retrieve her coat. "She's a gem," Gina added to Jeff. "You're a lucky man." Jeff stood up to place his dirty dishes in the sink, but they were immediately whisked from his hands by the efficient Gina. A longing in his belly caught his attention, as it had for the past few months. He knew he was in love with Layla. His emotions had been growing since the first day they had met. While their relationship had already been intimate, he felt that the passion between them was growing more and more each day. And yet, they hadn't moved forward in their relationship. It was difficult for them to be together because of their work schedules and his need to travel hinder and yore to care for his animals. It was time for a change, and an idea grew in his mind as it blossomed in his heart. They needed to live together, in the same home, in order to move forward with their lives together. It was yet another reason for the urgency to find the perfect location for the horse farm. Layla reappeared, ready to go with him. She was all bundled up against the cold. He held the door for her, and they went out into the frozen parking lot and climbed into his truck. "So, how did it go last night? What happened?" he asked as they drove down the snow-covered mountain road. "Well, I'm really not sure how to explain it," I started. "I'd like to know. I want us to be able to talk about it. I don't understand your abilities for certain, but they're a part of you, and I want to know everything about you." She smiled and grasped his free hand in her mittened fingers. "I can't tell you how much that means to me," she answered, giving his fingers a squeeze. "I'm so surprised how nonchalant everyone has been about accepting it. It's almost as if it were normal. But when I was a kid, I was considered a freak." Jeff shook his head at her, returning both hands to the wheel as they pulled out onto the local highway. "I guess times have changed. You know, There are so many more shows on TV with mediums and ghost hunters and other phenomenon that they've become a regular thing. I know a bunch of guys that love that Expedition Bigfoot show. Layla laughed out loud. They haven't found Sasquatch yet, have they? No, that's what makes the show fun to watch. They never find him. The couple laughed together. Jeff was glad Layla could find the humor in his comments. He didn't want her to feel like a freak or anomaly. He wanted her to feel as amazing as he thought her to be. So tell me, what happened? Well, Agnes left me alone with the man's wife. I noticed from all the family photos on the walls that he was an avid fisherman, so I asked the wife about it. She hesitated momentarily. I was feeling terrible about her husband being missing. I was thinking that I should at least try. It wouldn't hurt. All those people were out looking for him, so it was the least I could do. Jeff looked sidelong at her, keeping his eyes on the road. It looked as though she was thinking about how she should explain what she'd done, so he waited for her patiently to find the words. I guess you can say. I lifted a curtain and looked out. It's hard to explain exactly, but that's when a photo fell onto the floor. Wait, what? How did it fall? He asked. I thought it was just you and the wife. We were alone. There wasn't anyone else in the house, she said. Jeff took a sharp intake of breath. This was interesting as hell to him. He waited for her to go on. I got up and went to put the photo back. It scared us both. A crash like that while you are tense and waiting for any word makes you come off your seat, she said, laughing a bit to herself. The crazy thing was that it was a picture of her husband fishing on a river with a shack in the background. I showed it to her, and she told me how he loved to go there. I called Agnes, and her trooper found him. In the shack. Jeff's stomach whirled with excitement. Wow, that's really cool. Do you think it was... Do you think your gift somehow moved the photo? Layla chuckled, shaking her head. You know, there are a lot of coincidences. I was looking at the pictures when we first got there. Maybe I knocked something, and it was just a matter of time before it fell. And maybe it just so happened that it fell when we were talking about her husband, focusing on him and what he liked to do. It may have all just been a fortunate coincidence. They were both quiet for a moment as Jeff turned the truck onto a dirt road, following the directions that the realtor had given them. Do you think it was a coincidence? He asked. Layla sighed and gazed out the window at the scenery as they drove past. I don't really know, but something happened, she answered. Jeff sensed there was something more that she wasn't saying. It seemed as though she had experienced something more than what she was revealing to him. What was it? He asked, his tone gentle. She shook her head again, biting her lip. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I tried to access my gift, and it feels different to me. He thought about this for a while as he concentrated on locating the property they were going to look at. I think I will reach out to that contact that Agnes found, she continued, just to see what she has to say. I've never talked to anyone like her before. It could be interesting. And it couldn't hurt. When they found the man out there, it just kind of hit me. What if he had died, and I hadn't tried to help? I don't think I could live with the guilt. Jeff pulled into a long driveway, immediately realizing that this was not the place he had envisioned from the pictures on the realtor's website. I'll support you in whatever you want to do, babe. Just be happy with it. Layla reached out and squeezed his hand. Thank you, she said, her green eyes bright. Jeff drove up to the small, one-level ranch house and felt immediately propelled back to his childhood. He didn't want to live in the same style house he grew up in if he could help it. But the rest of the property was disappointing as well. Although it looked like it had the acres he needed, they were on a side of the mountain, so the pastures would largely be steep and uneven. It was not the sort of thing he had envisioned. He had rolling hills in his mind. They got out of the truck and were met by the realtor. Jeff endured a quick tour, just to be sure that this location was not what he had wanted. Jeff, I know this is not exactly what you were thinking, but it's in your price range and the market we are in right now. The realtor started. Jeff had made it clear he wasn't interested in the property. I can even look at a fixer-upper property, as long as it has all the elements I am interested in. I would like the place to be my home and business for the rest of my life, he said, reaching out to take Layla's hand. With all the farms that have changed hands over the years, there's got to be something. The older woman looked like she was considering something. Are you really willing to do work on a place to get what you want? And I mean a lot of work. Jeff considered for a moment. Yeah, I'm not afraid of hard work, as long as I can do most of it myself and still live decently on the place. The realtor pinched her lips. I'm not really supposed to do this, but I've known you and your family for a long time. Your mom took care of my father before he died, so I kind of feel obligated, she said, going on. There is a place that's coming up on the tax sale rolls in the next week. It's the old Dawson place. You know it? Jeff bowed his head in recognition. Yeah, sure. I think I know where it is. It's up off the Stratton Road, just down and over the ridge from the Stonehouse Inn, right? As kids, we used to be terrified to go near the place. Old Man Dawson kept a 12-gauge by the back door. The realtor chuckled. Well, Old Man Dawson died last year. He left the property to a son, who can't be bothered with the place, and failed to pay the back taxes due. You may be able to get it cheap, but no guarantees as to the state of the place. She walked to her car. I'll email you the details. Go in and have a look around before you bid on it, just to know what you're getting into. No one around there? Jeff asked, recalling the 12-gauge shotgun. It's abandoned, but I imagine it's buried in snow. It'll be a challenge to get in there. There's also the issue of the history of the place. Both Layla and Jeff paused. The realtor's words caught their attention. I've made it a policy in my career to make sure people know the history of these older properties, the realtor said. Jeff, you might recall the stories, but Layla wouldn't know, since she isn't from the area. The realtor went on. Remember the murders? They happened a long time ago, when Old Man Dawson killed his family. Well, most of them. One son survived. I think he wasn't at home when Old Man Dawson attacked. It was back in the 40s, long before any of us were born. And you said he lived there and died last year? Layla asked. The older woman nodded. Right. Apparently, he served his time and was let out on parole. They exchanged a look. Layla shrugged as she gave Jeff a meaningful glance. Whatever you think. I mean, it happened so long ago. He squeezed her fingers immediately, buoyed by the idea of the property. He remembered a little about the place and the story of the murders, but knew the grounds were expansive and had several barns already on location. One barn had a bullet hole, just above where his own head had been about 10 years prior, when he'd gone in there on a dare. But that wasn't going to stop him from checking out the place. He'd drop Layla back to work, and then take an hour to snowshoe in to see what he could see. Chapter 5. Layla headed back to work after Jeff dropped her at the inn. Her morning had started early with the breakfast rush, and her plan was to spend the rest of her workday creating copy and ads to promote the inn. Part of that work would feature the inn as a wedding venue. Although it was the middle of winter, they were already booking into the fall for weddings. However, typical bookings were a year out for many of the wedding locations in the area. Since they had early availability, although just a few slots, it was a good opportunity for the inn to drum up business. Brides and their families were planning weddings up to 18 months in advance these days. So Layla needed to capitalize on that fact that a place like the Stonehouse Inn had availability. The inn hadn't been running for an entire year yet. So when these families started planning their wedding, the venue wasn't even an available option to them. But now, the inn had lots of dates to fill. Even though Layla had held a weekend in the spring for Gina and Sean's vows. The couple had wanted a small wedding. Layla smiled to herself at the very idea. There was no way it was going to be as small as they thought. With the friends they had both accumulated over time, it was going to be a party. Sean had become an instant celebrity last fall, when he had saved Gina's life, and Agnes had saved his. The whole thing had been caught on a video that became an instant hit on the internet and had garnered them quite a few friends. And because of Gina's exceptional palate, they were going to serve excellent food. Layla sorted through the sample photographs they had accumulated from Christina's wedding and a few others held last fall. They would use these for ads to showcase the beauty of the location and their ability to hold sizable crowds with event tents on the refurbished patios. Her hand paused over a photo of a bride in a gorgeous blush-colored gown. It was stunning with the flower gardens in the background and an expansive mountain view in the distance. Layla had never pictured herself as a bride. She simply never really thought of herself in that position. Actually, she had never been in love with anyone until now. As she looked at the photo, she thought of Jeff. There was a change in the air, especially between them. She could feel it. With the urgency with which he was looking for a forever home and location for his horse farm, he likely had other things on his mind. Was he going to propose? A deep warmth came over her, and she lay her hand on her heart, closing her eyes. She was sure of her feelings for him, and she knew he loved her too. Layla could easily imagine them growing old together. She had been drawn to this place for unknown reasons, leaving behind her hiking companions on the Appalachian Trail and coming over this way. They had thought that she was crazy, but she had been sure. Something summoned her here. But there was more to the location than Jeff. It was a life. She had a life here that had friends and family that welcomed her to make a home. And somehow they had accepted her unusual abilities. The business card for the medium that Agnes had given her lay on the corner of the desk. Layla stared at it, her mind whirring. Her feeling of gratitude for being able to help find the missing man yesterday buoyed her thoughts of reaching out to the woman. But she had to admit that she was scared. She did not want to unleash something that she could not control or that would control her. Her life was good now. Would this change muck things up? She sat in thought for a moment, recalling how the man's wife had been so distraught. It would have been so awful for her and his children if he had been left to freeze to death. The guilt of not watching him carefully enough would have weighed on the wife until her dying days. Layla was able to help in that situation, but even if she hadn't been able to help, she knew that she would have at least tried. She could be the tool in the toolbox that Agnes desired for the police force to use when they were not making any headway on a case. She dialed the number on the business card, a little unsure what to expect. After a brief conversation, Erlene suggested that the two of them meet later this afternoon. Surprised that she would be available for an appointment with her so quickly, Layla accepted. Maybe the medium business was not booming. Layla immediately texted Jeff to let him know her plans. It was likely that he would be out of range, but she knew he would receive the text when he returned. She felt better letting someone know where she was going. Layla wasn't quite ready to tell her employers, Christina and Gina, about her intentions. Although they had become friends, Layla was hesitant to divulge this appointment, at least for now. She would see what would come with the whole endeavor once she explored it herself. It was likely that she wouldn't see Jeff again until tomorrow. Once he was done on his venture to check out the Dawson place, he would need to make the rounds again to his horses scattered around the county. Layla realized that those circumstances alone were enough for Jeff to want to have his own place. It didn't mean that she wasn't in the picture, but it would be nice to be together. She imagined getting home from work and having him be there to spend the evening together. That thought made her feel warm inside. She could see them sitting by the fire, talking about their day, curling up together in their own bed. She felt herself blush. It was a delightful picture to consider. Later that day, Layla pulled into the driveway of an ordinary-looking house on a normal street in town. The address the medium had given her wasn't what she imagined. While she wasn't sure what she should expect, she knew it wasn't a run-of-the-mill average. A middle-aged woman with long white hair, wearing a purple sweater and jeans, answered the door. She invited Layla into her living room. "Not what you expected?" the woman asked. "I get that a lot. I'm pretty normal, just like everyone else." She gestured to a comfortable-looking chair and invited Layla to sit. "Welcome, Layla. You can call me Erlene." The intensity of how Erlene was studying her took Layla aback. Dark blue eyes seemed to scrutinize her every cell. She felt on display. "So sorry, I do that to people when I first meet them. You could feel me looking, couldn't you?" she asked. Quizzically, Layla nodded her head. It felt like someone was riffling through her mind. She smiled hesitantly. I think so, she asked. Well, that's why you are here. Can I offer you some tea or cocoa? It's bitter out today. It might warm you up. Thank you, I'm fine, Layla answered. Okay, suit yourself, Erlene answered, her tone matter-of-fact and no nonsense. So, Layla, you're interested in learning how to use and control your sight. Layla looked at her, surprised by how Erlene had known why she had come. Had Agnes said something? Don't be so surprised, dear. I am a psychic after all. And you are as well. And I think you're also a medium. But you are so closed up. It's hard to tell. It feels like you have a powerful barrier in place. Erlene leaned closer to her, a frown appearing between her brows. How long have you been closed off from yourself? This woman was surprising. No one had ever looked at her like this or had asked about her sight in this way before. A medium? I've never talked about it before, but when I was a child, well, things didn't go well when I used my abilities. Erlene sat quietly for a moment, gazing at Layla, but her eyes were distant. It was disconcerting, like a quiet, uncomfortable pause in a conversation. Layla knew the other woman was perusing through her thoughts. She could feel her. I know you know what I'm doing. You are more aware of your sight than you think you are, Erlene said after several long and awkward moments. Layla shifted in her seat, uncomfortable. A lot of people have abilities and can connect psychically with the world. Call it what you want, clairvoyance, intuition, telepathy. We've all got it, some more than others, Erlene said, gesturing with her hands. When we don't know how to use it, or if someone, whether ourselves or another, has ostracized us because of those abilities, we tend to push our abilities aside. Erlene rose from her chair and walked slowly around Layla, studying the surrounding air. You've really shut yourself down. But it still comes out, doesn't it? When you ask it to, and when you don't ask it to. When was the last time you felt uninhibited? I was 10. It wasn't your fault. You were 10. A child in an adult world, Erlene answered. The accident wasn't your fault or your doing. Tell me, did anyone try to help you control your abilities? Layla shook her head, unable to speak with the enormous lump that had swelled in her throat. How could Erlene know about the accident? It was so painful to talk about it, even now. It was amazing that this complete stranger could know all these things about her, just through this conversation, but it was also disconcerting. You grew up in the South, in a very religious area. Your skills were not accepted, not by your mother, but someone tried to help you. Who was that? Chills went up Layla's spine. My grandmother, she replied in a whisper. She was shocked by what this woman knew about her in the short time since Layla had crossed her threshold. I can't see her clearly, Erlene answered. She died before I was born. Erlene was silent for a moment, as though considering this detail. She took her seat again, casually, as if they had not just been speaking of seeing the dead, but had been chatting about the weather. Layla was stunned. I'd like to do a reading if you're all right with that. I need some help from my guides to see how best to help you, but you have questions? Erlene asked, settling onto the couch. Bewildered where to start, Layla hesitated before answering. I don't even know what to begin to ask. I've been afraid to ask or use my abilities. Bad things happened when I used them. It was a curse that I was different. Erlene shifted in her seat. Understand, we are all spiritual beings. We're all part of the interconnected energy that is in the universe. Everything has that same energy. Science has proven that. And we are so much more open to learning about it now, ever more so since you were a child. This energy is all connected and continuous and never ending. We are all spirits, and right now our spirits are having a human experience on this earth. Despite herself, Layla smiled at that comment. This concept of energy as our spirits can be part of a religion or separate from it. Everyone interprets it differently, but what I'm focusing on is the overall spiritual part of it. When I refer to a higher being, I am going to call that being the spirit, Erlene continued in her matter-of-fact manner. Yeah, I get it. I've always thought the overall concepts were really similar, Layla interjected. Arlene nodded, smiling encouragingly. I believe everyone is born with abilities. Some have more than others and have a more in tune existence. You hear more about how kids especially are able to tune in. That's because the world has not yet jaded them. You could see things as a young girl, but then push that ability away. Layla was floored by this discussion, but was eager to hear more. You talked about psychics and mediums. Aren't they the same thing? Arlene smiled knowingly. There are a lot of names and labels for what we can do, but there is a difference. A psychic's abilities involve gaining information about the present, past, or future. A medium can interact with spirits that have gone to the other side or another plane of existence, however you want to describe what happens after death. The extent of their abilities is different for each medium. Some can see, hear, and speak to the dead. Others have unique experiences with them. A medium is always also a psychic, but not all psychics are mediums. Which am I? Layla whispered. How do you see the dead? She asked. Apprehension filled her, but she pushed it away. She was there to learn to control her abilities, and she needed to share the things she could never talk to anyone about. I can see them, talk to them, and hear them. I feel it when they touch me. At this, Arlene's attention was piqued. What do you feel when they touch you? Layla had to think in order to recall the sensation. It's a mist or cold air. Sometimes, though, they can feel like real people. Arlene studied her again, contemplating. Let's do a reading. I'm having trouble seeing around your block. Layla stood, rubbing her arms uncomfortably. Arlene smiled at her reassuringly. It won't hurt, my dear. No worries. Arlene rose and gathered a candle and an object that was shaped like a large brass bowl. Sit down, dear. It's all right. You might have a headache afterward, but know that it will be temporary. If you want to learn to use your skills, you'll be working parts of your mind that haven't been used in a while. It will be like using muscles for the first time and getting sore afterward. Layla sat and tried to get comfortable, while Arlene lit her candle and used a mallet to hit the large bowl as a gong. Calling my spirit guides to help me look at Layla's spirit. Not knowing what to expect, Layla tried to relax, taking in everything that Arlene said and did. And just then, a cool mist touched her shoulder. It's all right, baby. I'm right here. Chapter 6. Layla woke up slowly. The grogginess from the pain reliever she took last night made her feel as though she could continue sleeping for hours. She didn't take medication often, but last night's headache was something like she had never experienced before. Arlene had said that she may have a headache after their session yesterday, and she wasn't wrong. It had required a lot of energy to begin taking down the defenses she had set up, and the invisible barrier she had erected with sheer will. She rose from her bed to look out the window onto the grounds below. The day was already warming, and the weather service was predicting a warm trend for the next few days. Drips from the snow on the roof above her drizzled down like rainfall. The snow was bound to melt soon if the warm weather held. Not that she had much time to snowshoe over the next few days. It was going to be a busy few days at the least. Layla realized she felt different. Her world had been shifted. Yesterday, she had discovered that she was not an oddity or a human candidate for a carnival freak show. She was what Arlene had referred to as a psychic medium. She could sense the past, present, and future as a psychic. More profoundly for Layla, Arlene's conclusion that she was also a medium who could commune with the dead was a confirmation of what she remembered doing as a child. Spirits would appear to her as though they were real. Sometimes she wasn't able to discern them from the living. This had caused her a lot of problems when she was small. Kids didn't want to be friends with someone who spoke to people that they themselves could not see. She reflected that it felt good to accept herself and discover what she could do. Arlene was eager to help her learn, but warned that there was a lot to absorb, and they would get to it in due time. Layla would not learn how to use and control her sight overnight. Arlene had given her direction to meditate and tap into her own energy. She instructed her to practice a chakra cleansing daily. She felt that this practice would help her remove or control the barrier she had placed between herself and the spirit world. It would also get her in tune with her own energies. They had another meeting scheduled for early next week. Layla was looking forward to it. Already she felt lighter in her own skin. Layla settled herself in a sitting position on the floor that Arlene had shown her, and she focused on her thoughts and her own energy. She concentrated on her chakras in the way Arlene had instructed her. She was a novice at the practice, but she felt she could work through it. Arlene had told her to practice it a couple times a day, and it would help her manage her headaches and any other side effects as they opened Layla up to accept her sight. There was so much to learn and so much to absorb from what Arlene had told her. Layla vowed to get some reading material to help her understand the theories Arlene discussed. There were terms and references that were entirely foreign to her, though they seemed to be run-of-the-mill topics for Arlene. She talked about spirit guides as though she were discussing a normal, everyday topic, like picking up milk from the grocery store. It was overwhelming and enticing at the same time. A different world with unfamiliar language and rules, but where she felt like herself. It was certainly inspiring. The idea of the spirit guides really intrigued Layla. Having had her long-dead grandmother around her as long as she could recall, she wondered if her grandmother was her spirit guide. Arlene had promised that they would discuss this at the next meeting. Spirit guides were there to assist, guide, and protect, as well as for other reasons that Layla was interested in learning. However, she could not imagine the tiny spirit of her grandmother being able to protect her. And from what? What was there she needed protection from? A text on her phone interrupted her thoughts. She had not heard from Jeff since yesterday, when he texted her after he made it in to see the Dawson place. He had to snowshoe down the long driveway, as no one had cared for the place at all. He had seemed excited. Although his text was brief, he had said there was potential in the property, but that it looked abandoned. Layla could not imagine what that would mean. Had the place just been sitting there in disrepair? For how long? She got up from the floor and retrieved her phone. "Hey, babe. Going to be spending some time in town trying to see about the tax sale." She read his text, continuing on to say he would be around later maybe. Layla had the surprise baby shower they had arranged for Christina tonight, before the bustle of the weekends, when they knew they would be booked. Gina wanted to make sure they had a shower for their friend well before the baby came, as their calendar for the inn was booked solid in the spring. Layla reflected they would also be busy with Gina's wedding plans. So much was happening. It kept them busy and was a lot of work. But it was all for happy reasons. Layla texted Jeff back to remind him of the surprise baby shower, as it likely slipped his mind. He replied to talk later. Layla knew they would likely not be able to see much of each other over the weekend, but they might get in a moment or two together. She hoped to join him with his little nephews. They were so sweet, and she had grown fond of them in the infrequent times she had seen them. Hoping for moments together wasn't the best way to have a relationship, and it wasn't what she wanted for them long term. Her mind slipped back to her dream of the two of them, where they were in their own home together. She sighed. If Jeff was considering a place that was abandoned, it would likely need a lot of work before it became habitable. That would mean a lot of time and labor. And then there would be the need to take the next step in their relationship, where they decided whether to live under the same roof. Layla felt ready for that. Was he? If she was honest with herself, any delay in them living together in the same house was something she wanted to avoid. She noted the time. Her morning routine was taking longer than usual with the added meditation component, and she needed to hustle to get downstairs for the breakfast rush. She liked to take this shift. Since she lived on site, it was easy to be down in the kitchen by the crack of dawn. Mornings were her favorite time of day, and just a small part of that was because Jeff would often swing by to see to the horses. It was a chance to see him, albeit briefly. In the kitchen, she and Gina talked quietly about the shower and the prep that still needed to get done. Christina was not yet up. Since she and Kevin lived over the ridge in the farthest cabin, it gave Gina and Layla the chance to coordinate what needed to get done for the shower. Gina had made a lovely cake that was covered in pink icing and candied bows. Christina was having a girl, and Gina and her fiancé, Sean, were to be the godparents. The pair giggled together like a pair of thieves as they talked about the plans. It was fun and exciting. Christina would be absolutely tickled by the surprise. They just needed to keep her in the dark for the rest of the day. Kevin knew about the event and had plans to take her into town. The couple had a few appointments to keep, so the timing should work out all right. Guests would all arrive for the shower before they returned from their errands. But today they would need to keep her from discovering the decorations or extra food. It would be a fun but crazy day. After Christina arrived, conversation shifted to more ordinary topics. Gina kept trying to distract Christina with conversation. "So, Layla, how did the showing go yesterday?" she asked. "Oh, it wasn't somewhere that would work for Jeff's plan to have the horses on site," Layla replied. "That's too bad," Christina answered. "Seems like there should be something out there for what he is looking for." "Prices are going up all around," Gina interjected. "Right they are. The pressure to find somewhere affordable and that would be workable is on." He was taking a look at the old Dawson place, Layla offered. "That's right down the road," Christina exclaimed, taking a seat at the table. This was where Gina wanted her to stay, so she wouldn't wander around the kitchen and come across the cake in the pantry or other clues that they were having a party for her. Old Man Dawson was a scary guy. The boys used to dare each other to go over there. "Yeah, I guess. Jeff was looking at it yesterday. Guess there's a tax sale on the place or something," Layla said. "Maybe you'll get a good price then," Gina said. She kept checking to see if Kevin was on his way to get Christina. They needed to keep her in the seat and get the breakfast out to the guests in the dining room. "Did you ever go over there, Christina?" Christina laughed and shook her head. No. Annie and my Aunt Ada did, though. They used to talk about how it was such a shame. Family issues, I guess, made the old man go crazy. They used to say it was a nice place. It went downhill with Dawson's mental status." "That reminds me, Layla," Gina said. "I'm planning on going into town next week to find out some of the history of the Memorial Hall. Maybe we can look up the Dawson place if Jeff is interested in buying it. You want to join me?" "Oh, that sounds fun. I bet the library or the town offices have some records on the history of the house. It would be neat to have more on the inn and the places in town that were built around the same time. I bet you can find some interesting facts." Christina rose to her feet, her baby belly causing her to hold her lower back. Layla noted she had a checklist sheet in her hand. "Are you doing inventory?" Layla asked, immediately panicked. Of course, it was tax season, and Christina would prep the business end of things. Layla and Gina shared an anxious glance. They needed to distract her. She couldn't go into the pantry. The surprise would be blown. Layla reacted compulsively by starting a juicy story. "Did I tell you I went to visit a psychic medium yesterday?" It worked like a charm. Both women gaped at Layla. Christina sat back down in the chair, intrigued by the change in conversation. Layla felt she could string the conversation along until Kevin came to take Christina out of the inn for the day. It wasn't a topic she really wanted to go too far into, but she knew she could hold her friend's interest. "Yeah, she did a reading with me," Layla answered. "That is so cool," Gina said. "Tell us more." She signaled Layla to keep Christina talking. Layla described the meeting. There is so much to learn and understand about. It's another world with another language and reference points, like chakras and spirit guides. Kevin appeared, coming down the path from Christina's cabin. Both Layla and Gina exchanged a relieved glance, but they would still need to keep her talking until he got there. "Are you going to learn how to use your sight?" Gina asked, trying to keep the discussion going. "I thought I could look into it. It can't hurt to see what I can do, but I still want to keep it quiet, of course," Layla said. Both Christina and Gina looked at her in awe. "It's really pretty cool. I hear that people really rely on psychics and mediums to have routine readings," Layla continued, mentally urging Kevin to hurry down the path. Meanwhile, she tried to give Christina just enough to keep her interest. "Right," Gina said, helping her carry the topic. "Some yoga poses and practices might help you with your chakras, too." "Oh, right," Christina replied. "They always talk about opening your chakras in yoga class, but I really know very little about it." Yes, Gina went on. "They encourage you to relax and concentrate on opening them. I think it's an energy thing. You relax and open yourself up to energy. This struck Layla, and it was as if a light bulb went off in her mind. In her meditation this morning, she could feel the energy, she thought. Maybe that's what she needed to do. Maybe she needed to open up and let the energy flow. Gina practiced yoga often, so it was likely she knew what she was talking about, Layla thought to herself. It's so interesting. Everything is connected. Everything is energy, Layla said. Thankfully, Kevin finally arrived in the kitchen to take his pregnant wife into town. Both Gina and Layla were visibly relieved as the couple walked away. They had successfully kept her in the dark about the shower. With Christina gone for most of the day, they could prepare easily and not spoil the surprise. Both women immediately began working on the shower preparation and finishing their job duties for the day. By early afternoon, Layla's headache had returned. Not wanting it to ruin her time at the baby shower in a few hours, she took a break to go relax and maybe try to meditate again, as Arlene had guided her to do. Practicing throughout the day would help. She closed her eyes with a warm washcloth on her head, which was her routine go-to for headaches. Layla tried to do the meditations, concentrating on how Arlene had instructed her. After a few minutes, with no relief from her headache, Layla tried what Gina had mentioned. She continued to sit on the floor and opened her arms wide, concentrating on her own energy, which she could feel and see in her mind as a light field surrounding her body. Layla focused on opening herself up using that light. I open myself to the world, to the energy, and I invite all the spirits in who have been wanting to be seen. Layla realized she did not know what she was saying, but it seemed to be along the same lines that Arlene had spoken aloud yesterday as she invited her spirit guides to help her. Almost immediately, Layla felt her headache lift and the pain in her head ease, releasing the tension she had felt in her neck and back. The relief was immediately followed by an overwhelming fatigue. She desperately needed to close her eyes, even if for just a few minutes. She got up from the floor and lay in her bed, careful to set an alarm so she would not miss the time that she needed to be downstairs for the baby shower. A short while later, Layla was startled awake by the alarm on her phone. She had really fallen deeply asleep, and her headache had gone. Her room was freezing cold, and she shivered when she pulled back the covers. It was odd that it was so chilly. She reminded herself to check the thermostat in the hallway before she headed downstairs. It felt like someone had turned it down or off. She quickly changed, dressing up a bit for the baby shower. They had instructed the guests to wear pink, and so Layla changed into a skirt and sweater that was a light rose color. It looked nice on her with her blonde hair and green eyes, and she felt beautiful and feminine. Having a baby girl around would be fun with all the outfits they had for babies. She had enjoyed shopping for the shower gift. The baby shoes she'd purchased were so cute and tiny. She wished someday to have her own children to buy clothes for. Once she was out in the hallway, she immediately noted that the space was warmer than her room by several degrees, which meant the thermostat wasn't set as it should have been. Layla went back into her room to see if she had cracked open a window and had forgotten to close it. But they were all closed tight and locked. There was no reason for the colder air that she could see. She would mention it to Christina. Not today, of course. They may need to have it looked at, especially since old houses and their maintenance were always a little dicey. This one was over 200 years old, so there was always something that popped up. The baby shower surprise went off without a hitch, and Christina was stunned and touched that her friends had been this thoughtful, as well as capable of keeping it secret. They placed Christina in a special chair at the front of the group so they could all watch her open the gifts. The women all oohed and awed over the tiny clothes and shoes. The wine punch, of course, helped them as they giggled and joked about diapers and labor pains. Those with the experience swapped around childbirth stories, terrifying those that had not yet had children. As a tradition, apparently, each item was passed around so the other guests could have a close look at gifts. And so they passed opened gifts around the room, one after the other. Layla saw a tiny pink dress and was intrigued by the microscopic size of the clothing. She set the package on her lap and held up the dress, in awe that a baby could be that small and would fit into it. Suddenly, Layla was plunged into a vision. Her stomach dropped as her mind propelled her elsewhere. Immediately, her arms held a baby. The baby was her child, and she felt an overwhelming love for it. As soon as she saw it, the image disappeared, and she was back in the room with the other baby shower guests. No one noted any change in her at all. Realizing she had just seen her own future, tears brimmed in her eyes. A family of her own. An insistent tapping on her shoulder brought her further back to reality. Someone wanted her attention badly. Layla turned to acknowledge the person and came face to face with Annie Stone. "Can you tell my cousin how happy I am for her?" The room swam as she tried to get her bearings. This was a shock. Annie was standing there, as clear as the other guests in the room. It was as if no time had passed, and she was still very much alive. Except that Layla knew that Annie had been dead for over a decade. She had seen her bones recovered from their hiding place last summer. Abruptly, Layla bolted from the room, feigning a need to refill an empty bowl of chips in the kitchen. Once alone and away from Annie's apparition, she leaned on the kitchen counter, gathering herself. She took deep, slow breaths to calm the pounding of her heart. Annie's appearance shouldn't be a surprise. She had appeared to Layla before, but this interaction was clearer than what she had seen prior. Annie had been a more solid appearance, reminiscent of the visitors she used to see as a child. When the spirits looked this realistic, it made it a challenge to differentiate the living from the dead. Annie's appearance, combined with the sudden vision of a baby in her arms, made Layla realize she would need to work to control her visions. She very much needed to learn to compartmentalize, keeping the visions separate from what was happening in real life. Once she had opened up and allowed the spirits back in, they needed to be kept in check. As Erlene had said, there was a time and place for all of this, and Layla was glad she would see Erlene again so soon. There was much to learn. Chapter 7. The weather over the weekend was soggy, which made for icy skiing on the slopes for the guests that were staying in the inn. If they didn't want to risk the icy slopes, they were in town shopping, or they were spending their time next to the fire, sipping hot toddies. It made for a busy weekend for the staff, with the guests underfoot more than usual. Layla was tired, and her feet were killing her. The headaches she had been having seemed to have lifted, but her dreams were wild and vivid. Twice over the weekend, she had woken from a dream, covered in sweat and chilled because of the changing temperature of her room. Layla had still not mentioned the coldness in her room to Christina. It would hold until a weekday when a plumber could come to check on the heating system. None of the guests were complaining about cold rooms, so she assumed it was just the heating system for the top floor in the family, owners, and staff rooms. When she had awakened from her dreams, her grandmother had been sitting beside the bed, as if she was watching over her through an illness. She did not speak to her, just patted her on her hand when she woke in a cold sweat and tangled in her bedclothes. It was strange, but oddly comforting. Her grandmother was a presence she had known all of her life, except for when she had purposely shut her out. She didn't realize how much she had missed her. This morning was a popular checkout day for guests who wanted to take full advantage of the weekend and leave on Monday. The inn would have a quiet but busy couple of days, cleaning and prepping for another full house on the next weekend. This sequence was likely to repeat itself until the springtime. Smiling to herself, Layla checked the weather reports. There was a prediction of another storm coming at the end of the week. Already they were being inundated with calls for room availability, and more skiers and winter lovers were eager to spend some time in the area. Layla was proud that they were so busy. She had worked hard on the marketing and outreach to make sure word spread about the inn, and they were reaping the benefits. She laughed as she rubbed her sore feet. Have to be careful what you wish for. She had not seen Jeff for the weekend, which was strange. She thought he would be around at least to cover in the tavern, as he did when they were busy. The weather was not favorable for sleigh rides or horseback trail rides, so he had essentially stayed away. If he had been around, he hadn't made the time to say hello. Irritation rose in her gut. They were busy, but couldn't he have texted or something? As if on cue, her phone rang. It was Jeff. "Hey, darling," he said. and the exuberance in his voice made her smile despite herself. "So sorry to be among the missing this weekend. I've got a lot to tell you. Can you get away after lunch? I've got something I want to show you." She sat carefully on her bed, attentive to staying in the cell reception zone in her room. She could receive text messages anywhere, but phone calls were dicey because of the spotty reception. If she stayed on the side of her bed, she would be fine. "I missed you," she answered. He sighed heavily on the other end. "Oh, baby, you don't know how much I miss you. Can you get away?" he asked, his voice husky and urgent. "Sure, what is it you want to show me?" she asked. "I'll come get you at 1 o'clock. Pack an overnight bag and dress warm," he ordered. Outside activities warm, though, not going out to dinner warm. Heat immediately rose in her belly at the thought of spending time alone with him, but he was being demanding, and not the least bit romantic. Her earlier irritation rose again, but she tamped it down. They hadn't had any alone time in weeks. It would be heaven to spend some uninterrupted time together. She wasn't sure what he had in mind, but he was reliable and usually had solid plans when they went anywhere. "What are we doing?" he laughed happily. "You'll see." Layla smiled. Jeff's happiness was always so contagious. He was so amiable and thought so well of people, always. There was nothing about him not to like. All people and every sort of animal liked and trusted him. He took in every sort of stray. He would work with them and care for them until they blossomed, which most did under his care. Layla had never seen animals respond to anyone as they did to him, like they were old friends. They ended the call with plans for Jeff to pick Layla up in his Jeep, so she assumed there would be off-road activity involved. Dressing warm would mean heavy socks and snow boots, and no fancy dresses or high heels. It was clearly winter in Vermont. As planned, Jeff swung around out front of the now quiet inn in the early afternoon. Most of the snow had melted, leaving the ground beneath icy and muddy, which were the perfect conditions for the vehicle he had brought up the mountain. He kissed Layla enthusiastically when she slipped into the passenger seat after depositing her bag in the back. Butterflies jumbled in her stomach. He was animated and excited about their plans. She could feel the anticipation rolling off of him. It was contagious. He had covered the items in the back of the Jeep, so she could not see what he had brought along with him on this little adventure. All of Layla's earlier irritation evaporated, and she looked forward to whatever he had in store, sharing his excitement. Partway down the mountain road, Jeff pulled into what appeared to be a Forest Service access road, closed with a padlocked gate. The fence did not have the usual Forest Service brown signs, but other, more ominous, no trespassing signs. Jeff hopped out of the running Jeep and opened the gate. He jumped back into the Jeep to drive it through. He repeated the sequence to close the gate behind them. This was a mystery. Layla had never paid much attention to this road with the no trespassing signs. She just had passed it off as another access road or logging road. Such were plenty in the area, as they were surrounded by a national forest, conservation land, and ski areas. Acres and acres of forest surrounded the inn. It was one of its features and draws to for its clientele. Once they drove through the gate, she saw fenced-in pastures and barns in the distance, where the road was leading them. The fences needed repair in some areas. Rails had fallen down or were missing entirely, which led her to conclude where they were headed. This had to be the old Dawson place Jeff had been looking at. She took in the rolling fields on each side of the road, currently covered in melting snow and not in their most attractive season. She could see the appeal for Jeff's plans for a horse farm. The fields must have been cleared long ago, as stone walls framed the open land from tree-lined hedgerows. In season, it would be a picturesque location with the fences on top of the stone walls in places. Shortly, they pulled over a small rise to the front of a large, rambling, two-story ranch house. A tingle rose up her spine as she stepped from the Jeep. She felt the hair on the back of her neck prickle, as though someone was watching them. Layla scanned the area. Several barns and outbuildings were across from the house. There was no one there. Arlene had warned her she may experience a flood of information when encountering unknown places. once she had opened herself up to the possibility of lowering her defenses. She dismissed the thought as Jeff practically danced to her from the driver's side after stopping the Jeep. She smiled at his childlike excitement. He observed her face as she took in the old place. I talked to the town tax office. They are really confident that my bid would go through with no issue. There are no other bids on the place. There has been no interest in it at all. And the town is really just looking to get paid the back taxes, so it's dirt cheap. I will have more than enough to cover renovations. Layla looked at Jeff's face. He was bursting with enthusiasm. But something was causing Layla to pause. Was this too good to be true? Letting a place like this go for just back taxes most likely had more hidden implications, didn't it? It really did not seem in terrible shape from the outside anyway, as far as she could tell. Hadn't Jeff said it was abandoned? What about the man's family? I would think a place this size would interest someone. Some relative. What if they appear and want it? She asked. He nodded in reply, taking her hand in his to lead her into the old rambling house. The town and the realtor looked into that. There is a son. He has washed his hands of the place, had his lawyers send them a statement that he claimed no liability or ownership. It's kind of sad, really. Old man Dawson lived here until he died a few years ago. Family had the house cleaned out of his belongings and just left it. So nothing's been done to the place? No heat or water? Layla asked. She couldn't imagine the shape the house would be in if there was no maintenance being done to it. Didn't it need some kind of care? Come on in. I was surprised, frankly. It's not in awful shape. Doesn't mean it doesn't need some work before. He hesitated, as if he was catching himself from saying more. Well, before it can be lived in, really. It needs a new roof and heating. But honestly, with a good clean out of the chimneys, a new furnace can wait. It can be easily heated with the wood stoves. It was actually built for that. He unlocked the heavy door, which was reminiscent of the inn's solid wood door, and pushed it open, gesturing for Layla to enter. Her boots echoed as she stepped into the open room. In front of her was the staircase to the second floor. Wide-planked practical steps led upstairs. The steps were worn in the middle, as though grooved by years and years of feet walking up and down them. On the right of the staircase was an open room with a huge fieldstone fireplace. The windows in the back of the room looked out over the fields outside, and barns to the right. To her left was an old kitchen. The appliances had long been removed, but the large sink and cupboards remained. Open cabinet doors lined the walls, and Layla realized they had been left open to discourage any animals that may have gotten in from taking up residence. The kitchen needs to be gutted, that's a given, and the bathrooms will need to be redone. But I got to say, the rest of the house is not awful. With some refinishing and cosmetic stuff, it could be livable, Jeff said, his hand sweeping across the living room. Layla was overwhelmed. She could see them sitting in front of that fireplace, just as she had imagined. Speechless, she looked up at Jeff, who was continuing to watch her face carefully. There are 5 bedrooms, 1 downstairs, which could really be an office space, and there are 4 upstairs. What about the windows? She asked, realizing that for a place that had been abandoned, none of the windows were cracked or broken that she could see. They could use an update with better insulation at some point, but the house has shutters that were closed, and those really protected it from the elements and anybody that would think to vandalize the place. You opened the shutters? Layla asked, remembering that he had been in the house before. Yeah, he answered, grabbing her hand and leading her to the upstairs. She followed him, noting that the floors looked recently swept. How unlike what you would expect in an abandoned property. It really was amazing that no person or animal had tried to break into the place and take up residence. I guess the old stories about the murders and how it likely has been haunted really kept people away. Though, when we were kids, we used to come up here and dare each other to see if the old man would catch us, Jeff said. He led her up the stairs and through several empty bedrooms. The rooms were spacious, considering the age of the house. One room appeared to clearly be the master bedroom, as it was the largest room upstairs. The width of the bedroom extended the width of the house. The views from the windows looked out in 3 directions: the front, side, and back of the house. There is a bathroom up here, but I think I will see if I can add in a small bathroom in one of these closets. Make it a true master, you know? Layla looked around the room, absorbing his thoughts. It would make it nice for you, especially if you have guests. Jeff looked at her, his expression puzzled at first. He walked over and kissed her on the mouth, taking her hand in his again. Come on, let me show you the barns. They walked out of the house, through the back door, off of the kitchen. A large wraparound porch encircled the house, giving an outdoor space from which to look over the fields. Layla realized that much of the house was positioned to see out over the landscape. The builder apparently wanted to see the fields from the house, likely to keep predators and other trouble away from the livestock. What's the history of this place? What kind of farm was it? Layla asked as they carefully walked over the snow and mud to the barns. Jeff had also been in and out of the barns, judging by the footprints along the same path they were taking. Not sure. It wasn't a dairy, but they kept a few cows. I think it was just a small family farm. They had horses and other animals. There are 3 barns out here and a sugar house. I brought my brother up. You know Dave. He's done a lot of construction and renovation of old houses. I wanted to get his opinion on the roof and state of the house and barns, Jeff said, as he led her into one of the old barns. It was like walking back in time. Layla blinked to make sure she wasn't having a vision. There was an old tractor stored in one section and several pens. Here's the thing with this sale. Everything comes with the place. So it's lock, stock, and barrel, he said, laughing. I bet there's going to be some treasures here maybe, but honestly, a lot of equipment and junk needs to get cleaned out of the barns before I can use them. Is it what you wanted? I mean, can you use them and fit all the horses in one place? Layla asked, looking around. She wasn't well versed in farming. Her only exposure to it had been through Jeff. She had only seen existing working farms with horse stables and had trouble reconciling Jeff's dream to what she was seeing in front of her. Jeff shook his head. It'll work with some renovation. Out of the 3 barns, I could have the horses in 2, but I would have liked to have them together in one place. It's workable, and it's much cheaper to build a barn than a house. There's plenty of space for what I want to do, and room to grow. Again, Jeff took her hand and led her through the next 2 barns, which seemed identical to each other with their animal stalls and work areas for tack and equipment. In the last barn, Jeff took her in his arms and kissed her forehead. So, what do you think of this place? He asked, looking down at her face. She smiled up at him, happy he had found a place with such potential and that closely aligned with what he said he wanted. It looks great. Seems like just what you wanted, she said, kissing him lightly on his lips. Jeff looked down at her, appearing as though he was about to say something. A breeze from outside blew the door of the barn open wider, letting in more light from outside. The air felt colder. The afternoon sun was low in the sky. The open door banged loudly against the wall, and Jeff released her to grab the door to prevent it from smashing against the wall again. Layla saw a shadow pass over Jeff. It was as though a cloud had passed in front of the sun. She glanced out the open door. Although the sun was lower in the sky, there were no clouds. She looked back at Jeff, reaching to take his hand again. Abruptly, he snatched his hand from her grasp, as though shocked by her touch. Layla felt a chill on the back of her neck. The shadow she had seen before remained on Jeff's face, slowly moving across his features. His eyes scrutinized her, their expression changing from affection to something else. As suddenly as it appeared, the shadow disappeared. Jeff's cheerful expression filled his face. Layla thought she had imagined the whole thing. It couldn't have lasted more than a few seconds. Could it have been her imagination? She brushed it off. She was happy for him that he had found this place. It was really spacious and would work for his dream of a horse farm. His dreams were coming true. Layla felt a flicker of uncertainty. There had been no mention of them being together in this new place. Perhaps it was her fear and her own self-doubt that had her imagining shadows. That and her strenuous exploration with Arlene and being overworked from the weekend. Layla brushed the thought aside. She was being dramatic. Jeff took her by the hand again. Let's go back up to the house. I have something I'd like to show you. They walked easily hand in hand, looking over the landscape and chatting effortlessly. They reached the front porch, and Jeff took her hands in both of his again. He leaned down and kissed her on the lips, looking intensely into her eyes, the man she knew and loved. "You know, Layla, since I first laid eyes on you, I wanted to have you in my life. I feel incomplete now whenever I'm away from you. The way we have been living, well, it's no good." Her stomach dropped. What was he saying? Where was he going with this statement? "We've both had dreams in life, goals of where we want to be. We both have worked hard to have what we have, and I know both of us will work hard to continue to get what we want. I think this is the place I've been looking for, the horse farm. There's a lot of work ahead, but it's the right price. In fact, it's much more than the right price. And I want to be with you. I want to ask you to move in with me here. Then we could share our lives, be together every day and every night," he said. He stopped talking and dipped his head, catching her lips in his. He lingered there for a moment, as though he were savoring her. Then he stepped back, still holding on to both her hands. He bent down on the porch, sinking down onto one knee. Layla, at first, did not realize what was happening. What was he doing down there? But then slowly she realized his intention, and her heart leapt in her chest. "Jeff?" "Like I said, I could ask you to move in, but that would not be enough. It wouldn't be enough to match my feelings for you. Layla, will you spend the rest of your life with me? Will you marry me?" Her eyes filled with tears. Her heart felt as though it would burst from her chest. "Yes, yes," she shouted. Jeff scooped her up in his arms, kissing her fully on the mouth. He opened the front door with one hand and carried her across the threshold of the house they would make their own together. Much later, Layla awoke to Jeff laying more logs on the fire they had made in the fireplace of the old house, which was now their house. A diamond ring on her finger glinted in the firelight and was reflected in the eyes of her lover and her fiancé. Her heart was full. Jeff had brought all the trapping they needed for an intimate celebration: champagne, a makeshift bed, and an easy meal of cheese, fruit, and homemade bread. It was perfect. He was perfect. As she watched him tend to the fire, his movements showed the outline of his hard, muscled body, a result of working outdoors for most of his life. The glow from the fire augmented the curves of his sinewy arms and back as he hoisted the heavy logs into the fire. She reached out to touch the curve of his hip with her fingertips, his skin hot from the heat of the flames. He looked back at her, his face dark in the shadows. She could feel his passion rise as he turned to her and took her in his arms. Her bare, soft skin tingled from his touch. Layla lay cuddled against Jeff's chest. The only sound they could hear was the crackling of the wood on the fire and the wind of winter outside the door. She slipped into sleep, content with where life was headed. In her dreams she was running, frantic that she had to save Jeff from the flames. Only when she reached him, it wasn't Jeff, but someone who looked like him. And that man pulled her with him, deeper into the fire. Chapter 8. His back ached from all the work he had been doing over the past few weeks. It wasn't enough to have his usual manual work, hauling out stables and caring for the horses. The new place and all the work it needed was giving him physical pain. Jeff placed both hands on the small of his back and stretched, taking a moment to look over his new home. Their new home. His heart soared when he thought of Layla and their future together. She was working side by side with him to bring this place into shape, so that was decent enough for them to move in. It was a few weeks since they had closed on the property, making it officially theirs. He had been sure to place her name on the deed, along with his own. By doing that, it was as though they were officially joined and tied to each other and the land they owned together. She was up at the house, busy painting the living room. They had sunk a good sum of money into the house already to renovate the kitchens and bathrooms and put on a new roof. He had invested in a backup heating and cooling system and a hot water heater. They planned to heat primarily with wood. Even with all the house renovations, he still had money left over to renovate barns. Jeff wanted to pinch himself, as this place was really too good to be true. They had saved a huge amount of money on the purchase price since the property was a tax sale, leaving a decent budget to do all the needed renovations. It also helped that he had a pack of brothers and friends that were all willing to help or do the work cheaply. Both he and Layla worked daily on the renovations. Layla had been a willing student to learn to work beside him. Her finish work skills and eye for style and function helped a lot. He laughed to himself. It would end up looking like a magazine cover when she and her friends were done decorating. His heart warmed to know she was doing all the work for them, their home and future together. They hadn't yet talked about a wedding date. With all the work and time they were putting into the new place, he knew they would get to it eventually. Layla was not someone who wanted to draw attention to herself, so he knew she likely wouldn't want to have a big wedding. But he wanted whatever would make her happy. He was game. She had been a little off lately. He knew she was happy about their engagement and the farm, but she wasn't sleeping well. He blamed it on the psychic Layla had met with. Ever since she talked with her, she had trouble sleeping. Layla had not been back to her since that first appointment, but he had a feeling that maybe the woman could help her with whatever was plaguing her. After all, she had caused it, so she should be the one to help take it away. Layla didn't want to talk about it, but he knew something was wrong. She had awoken him the other night screaming in her sleep. Not the quiet moans of a run-of-the-mill nightmare. She'd cried out his name with such urgency and terror that it had shaken him. She had promised to call Erlene at his urging. He didn't know what to do for her, and that seemed like the most likely solution. A cool breeze blew over him. It chilled the sweat on his skin, making him shiver in the cold air. Winter was working its way out, but spring was still weeks away. Sometimes the days promised warmth, but then other days, winter reminded them it was still there with its wintry winds and periodic snow. Jeff had planned to bring the horses to the farm as soon as mud season was over. This was what Vermonters referred to as the 5th season before spring set in. The thawing ground and melting snow created mud, and dirt roads became deeply rutted and nearly impassable. Waiting until things dried out a bit would give him the chance to assess the pastures for the animals, ensuring their safety and health. He would need to check out the grass and weeds that were growing to make sure they would not be harmful to the horses. By then, he would also have repaired the fencing and made the needed repairs to the stables. One mare was going to foal this year. He was nervous about the mare as she was an older but experienced mother. The size of the fetus was not where it should be by now, and the vet had suggested they wait and see. His friend in Brattleboro had a few mares that were also foaling this year. His friend's horses were bred for racing, whereas Jeff's American quarter horses were not necessarily the stock used for racing. Rather, they were show horses and horses for recreation and pleasure riding. Someday he would like to breed race horses, but for now, he was just getting started. It was a whole new level to breed for racing, and then compete with established breeders in the sport. Saratoga Racecourse was an hour away. The proximity was a convenience, making the venture tempting to consider. It was good, however, to learn from others that had been in the business. Jeff wouldn't do it purely for money. It was a living, certainly. But he just loved the animals. He went back into the barns to return to his task of renovating. He had been in the middle of fixing the horse stalls. There was a lot of work to do to renovate the flooring, drainage, and ventilation. He also needed to make sure the gates and fences were in safe condition and working order. Jeff had to admit that the stalls weren't in horrible shape. Apparently, there had been horses and other animals kept in the barns. They were originally built to house animals before they were filled with junk and unused machinery. The worst part was hauling out the junk left behind. The rest just took some updating and modernizing. It was going to be so nice to have the horses all in one location. He would have so much more time during the day to focus on growing the business. Even though he paid for full boarding, he still checked in on them regularly, preferring to see for himself that the horses were getting the care and attention they needed. He and Layla would be together, and although he had not yet mentioned it to her, he had ideas about working together to build the business he had started. With Layla's marketing skills, they could grow quickly. As a farm, They could partner with the inn and other local businesses to deliver their crop. Jeff was consumed by the possibilities and didn't hear Layla enter the barn until he saw her leaning against the wall, watching him as he worked. "Boy, you are surely lost in your thoughts. What are you thinking about?" Layla asked, handing him a bottle of cold water. He was grateful for the cool liquid. He hadn't thought to bring out any water for himself. "Just thinking buying this place was a great idea. You taking a break?" he asked, returning his attention to the gate he had been working on. "I'm done, actually. Now I've got to let the paint dry. I can't go any further on the walls if Larry's coming to redo the floors tomorrow," she answered. Jeff stood again, taking another swig from the bottle. Larry was coming to refinish all the wood floors in the house. This involved sanding and coating with polyurethane, which would stink to high heaven, so they would wait to move in until after that was done. It would give a huge facelift to the house by bringing out the beauty of the original wood floors, which had been covered over in years of grime and neglect. It was going to look beautiful. Not as beautiful as the woman standing before him, however. He put his tools down and went over to his fiancée, grabbing her in his arms. He loved how easily she leaned into him, her body fitting into his. Her hair had paint spatter in it, and she wore no makeup, but he still thought she was the most beautiful woman he had seen. And she was all his, or soon to be. "If you're going to be a while, I thought I'd stop over to see Erlene. She's home and sounded eager to see me." "You think she can help with the nightmares?" he asked, concern in his voice. Her lips moved into a thin line, etching her face. He noted there were dark circles under her eyes and lines in their corners he had not seen before. She was stressed with whatever she was experiencing. "I hope so," she answered, her voice a whisper. She reached herself up to kiss him on the cheek. "I'll call you later. I have the early shift in the morning, so I'll stay up at the inn tonight." Disappointment filled him. If only they could be together every night. He hated the idea of not having her with him. Although they were not officially moved into the house, they had spent a few nights there, or they were together at his cabin. It had been heaven to be together so much. He nodded his reply. "Don't stay working all evening. You've done enough for the day," she said. "Call me when you are done with Erlene, and make sure I go home," he replied, hugging her before she scooted from his grasp. He watched as she walked up to the driveway in front of the house, which gave him a pleasant view of his fiancée's backside. She turned to wave to him before she got into her car, and there was a sly smile on her lips. She knew he was watching. Jeff smiled to himself. He was one lucky man. Going back to work on the stall doors, he realized it was getting to be later afternoon. He worked the door to get it to close properly. With horses, the goal in the stables was to make sure there would be little opportunity for the horses to get into trouble and hurt themselves. Having everything in good working order was necessary for that. Anywhere a horse could stick a hoof and get it caught was asking for trouble. Vet bills were high enough with the herd he had. There would be no reason to make them any more expensive than they already were. He reached for a wrench and found he didn't have the size he needed, so he would have to go to his truck to retrieve the right size. As he walked out into the barnyard, he felt compelled to go to the small sugar house. The building sat separately from the other barns and had a different purpose of boiling sap that was sourced from the maple trees. They would not be using the building this spring, as sap would flow soon before they could get everything in working order. They did not have the time, energy, or resources to produce syrup this season. It could be in the cards for future seasons, but they had more pressing issues that needed to be done so they could move in and bring the horses to the farm. Jeff had already been in the sugar house. He wasn't really sure why he felt he needed to check it out again, and right now, but he followed his instincts. He may have left a tool in there that he needed. He opened the wooden door and turned on the bare bulb lights. He had rewired the old electricity in each of the barns and this building to reduce risk of fire. The electricity in this spot could have waited, he reflected, as he looked around at the packed dirt floor. He was feeling very confused. Why had he come in here? What was it he was looking for? The sound of his phone ringing in his pants pocket got his attention. As though he was in a daze, he answered the call It was Layla. "Hey, I'm home," she said. "Just wanted to check in to make sure you went home all right. Did you eat dinner yet?" Jeff's heart pounded in his chest. "Hey, what time is it?" "It's 7 o'clock. I stayed quite a while at Airlene's. Are you all right? You sound funny. Did I wake you up?" Jeff swallowed deeply, confused. Yeah, baby. I must have dozed off." He knew he was lying, but he didn't know how to explain what he had been doing. It wasn't even clear to himself at the moment. "I'll see you in the morning, hon, okay?" he asked. There was a brief pause on the call, and he heard Layla sigh. "You're working too hard. Go to bed, honey. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night, babe," he replied, ending the call. His hands ached. Looking down at his palms, he saw blisters where he'd been holding the shovel handle. There were red, angry marks rubbed into the skin on his palms. Why wasn't he wearing his work gloves? Did she say it was 7 o'clock? His stomach dropped. He had been here for hours longer than he'd planned. His mouth dropped open as he looked around the sugar house floor. Apparently, he had been digging a hole. Actually, several holes. Before him, the dirt floor was pockmarked with holes he had dug. Jeff could not believe what he was seeing. He had lost hours. What had he been doing? Was he looking for something on the floor? Had he lost his mind? Shocked, he dropped the shovel to the ground, wiping his dirt-encrusted hands on his pants. He went out and locked up the barns, stopping at the house to lock the door. He got into his Jeep and started it up. The engine roared to life, and he felt relieved to hear something tangible and real. He felt out of control and needed to get out of there. An intense feeling of urgency filled him in that moment. He wanted to go back to the sugar house. He needed to keep digging. He had to find it. His hands shook on the steering wheel as he shoved the Jeep into gear and charged down the driveway and away from the farm. What the heck had just happened? Chapter 9. She should be the happiest woman in the world, but she felt like a wrung-out dish towel. Layla was having a hard time sleeping, and when she fell asleep, nightmares plagued her. And the spirits were back and making up for lost time. It was different now, as she was a grown woman. And because she had willingly put herself out there, she had to keep reminding herself about that very fact. She had wanted to open herself up again to the spirit world because she had wanted to help Agnes in situations like the one with the missing old man. Finding lost persons would be worth it, and being able to see and speak to the dead might also be helpful in the long run. If she could help find just one kid, as she helped find the elderly man, then this period of learning would be clearly worthwhile. However, it was disrupting her life right now. If she opened herself up to receive her talents, she got both the psychic and the medium results all at once. Layla should be in seventh heaven, happy and planning her wedding. With the purchase of the farm and their engagement, she should be ecstatic. However, right now, the only thing she felt was exhaustion. She and Jeff had been hard at work on the renovations of the farmhouse, but it wasn't the real reason she was tired. Most of the heavy labor was being done by contractors and Jeff's family or friends. She had just been painting and caulking. She shouldn't be as bone-tired as she was. Layla had hoped that Airlene would have some insight into what was happening to her. She hadn't met with her since the engagement and since they bought the farm. With so much happening, she just had not made the time to work with her, but now it was apparent that she really needed to. There had to be a happy middle of the road for being open to spiritual experiences. Layla had been working on her own to reach out and open herself to encounters and messages. She'd been working on taking down her own defenses that she had built up so sturdily over time. Very little had leaked through her walls, but now she had essentially opened herself to the universe. It was overwhelming. Airlene answered her door, beckoning her to enter. As soon as Airlene's eyes fell over Layla, they flew open wide, and she stepped back as if struck. "What have you done?" she asked, her voice a shocked whisper. Layla stood in the doorway, shocked by Airlene's response. "What do you mean?" Airlene studied her for several long moments, making Layla feel as though she were being examined. "I'm sorry. Come in. Something's really changed with you. Are practicing the meditations? As Erlene looked at Layla, her eyes took in the surrounding space, as though she was scrutinizing the air. You've been doing something more. Layla hesitated, confused at Erlene's reaction to her. I got engaged, and we bought the old Dawson place. No, it's not that. Not that at all, she said, a scowl creasing her face. Congratulations, by the way. The older woman pulled Layla by her arm and sat her down on the soft, cushioned couch. Layla sank into the pillows, wishing she could relax and sleep. Having trouble sleeping. And when you sleep, you're having nightmares? Layla studied Erlene's lined face. It was uncanny how she knew these things about her. But then again, Erlene was a psychic medium. Tell me what your dreams are about, she said. Do you remember them when you wake? Layla shook her head. I haven't been able to make sense of them, but Jeff says I am saying his name, she said. At that, Erlene sank into her chair, continuing to study her. Tell me more and be truthful. You are crying out his name? What is it? What's the reason, Layla? Layla's arms prickled with goosebumps. I don't know. I haven't figured it out, but I know that whenever I'm dreaming, I just have to get to him. Do you? Erlene asked. Layla felt the scrutiny from her. She needed to be honest about what she was seeing and feeling. She had to get back in control, and she needed rest. I can't find him. It's dark. I can't see him. What do you feel? What is it you need to save him from? A solid lump arose in her throat, which made it hard for her to find the right words. I don't know how to explain it. It's dark, and he's in danger. Something is getting him, and it's something very bad. Erlene studied her again, her eyes narrowing as she took in what Layla was saying. Under her gaze, Layla was feeling a little like a child that didn't practice for her violin lessons. She was unprepared and bewildered at the response of the teacher. Erlene rose from her seat and lit the candles in the room that she had done weeks ago when she did a reading for Layla. Having the talents that you possess can be a blessing and a curse. The difference in those two outcomes relies on whether you have control and knowledge of your abilities. It's very important to make sure that you are educated. That way, you'll be able to maneuver between the world in which we live and the world in which the spirits interact. Erlene approached Layla and touched her under her chin, gently moving her face so the two women were eye to eye. Tell me about your meditations, my dear. You've changed them a bit from my earlier guidance. Layla swallowed hard. She had. Tell me what you were doing, Erlene gently commanded. Well, Layla hesitated. I was having headaches, and I thought that maybe by using a chakra meditation, I could work on opening myself up maybe to help relieve the pressure. What did you say? Erlene asked, interrupting her. Layla immediately knew she had done something wrong. She didn't know it at the time, but now she was certain of it. Well, I said, I open myself to the world, to the energy, and I invite all the spirits in who have been wanting to be seen. Erlene's mouth fell open, but just for a split second before she recovered herself. Yet Layla caught the movement, and it made her stomach drop. That explains it then, Erlene said quietly. Explains what? Erlene sat down next to her to take her hand. It's no wonder you are having nightmares and can't sleep. I couldn't either with all that noise. Layla looked into her face. Noise? Erlene smiled and nodded sadly. It's really so very normal for someone who has just accepted their psychic and medium abilities to get a lot of information all of a sudden. It can be hard to figure it all out, and that person may need help to wade through it all. Once you let down your barrier, you started to get information, and a ton of it. Erlene took her hands in hers. You are like a beacon for the lost souls, and they are attracted to your light. Frankly, I've never seen anything quite like it. It's like your subconscious is guiding them in. You're a soul sentinel. I've heard of them, but I've never seen one. It's a rare and unusual power, the stuff of legend. You're literally surrounded by beings who want to connect with you. They're looking for you to guide them and provide them with a safe passage to another plane. Layla shivered and looked around the room. You're holding them back with what is left of your old defenses, instead of being able to control your interactions with them. They get in when you're asleep, when your defenses are down. and the more powerful ones get your attention first. Erlene continued, people like us need to control our interaction with forces in the spirit world. You have to protect yourself from negative energies and from those that may want to do us harm. It's just like wearing a seatbelt or having office hours. You need to control the interactions to protect yourself. It will add balance to your life. Layla was absorbing what Erlene was saying. You mean like how you light candles and ring the gong? Erlene smiled. Yes, most of the time I do it like that. It prepares me and signals my spirit guides that I'm ready to interact, so they can watch out for me. I've done something wrong, Layla said, more a statement than a question. It will remain to be seen. I understand the reason you did it, but by inviting all the spirits in, you may have invited not only the friendly souls looking for closure, but evil ones as well. An icy shiver traced its way up Layla's spine, and her skin prickled. The room went silent as Erlene watched Layla's face, carefully assessing whether she was absorbing what she had said. I invited them, she asked tentatively. The world of both the living and the dead are comprised of good people and bad people. In a way, you had kept your or your mind closed for years. You didn't take in any guests. Then you opened the doors and invited people to stay, both those that will pay and those that will rob you. The meaning dawned on Layla. What have I done? No worries, dear, Erlene said, patting her hand. The spirits are all around us anyway. They exist whether or not you ask them to come in. What we need to work on is controlling your office hours. You need to set aside time that you can decide whether or not to interact with them. You'll also need to learn how to protect yourself when you do meet them. But what about these nightmares I've been having? Does it mean that something is going to happen to Jeff? Layla asked, worry rising in her gut. Let's look into that. I can help you see what the issue is. But you know, dear, it sounds like you have had a lot of changes in the past few weeks. Buying the farm, getting engaged. It may just be your self-consciousness revealing your doubts or worries. With a big life change like that, there are bound to be some. Layla realized Erlene was right, but there were other things as well at play. The noise that Erlene was referring to made sense. She often felt like she heard someone speaking to her whom she could not see and couldn't clearly hear. Their voices were like murmurs behind a wall, the glimmers and flickers she saw around her, and the movements that she saw out of the corner of her eye now made sense. There was truth as well in the change in her relationship with Jeff. In the matter of a few weeks' time, she had become engaged and a partial owner of an abandoned farm. It would be natural to have doubt about these new changes in her life. But as things were moving forward, she didn't necessarily feel any. She had friends that had become her family. And now with Jeff, she would have her own family and a place where she belonged and was accepted, even with her unusual skills as a psychic medium. Come, let's practice how to control your office hours, Erlene joked. And we can work on contacting your spirit guides. They can help you with protecting your time and sanity. I don't know who they are. How would I recognize them? Layla asked. Your spirit guides have been with you since before you were born. They chose you and have been with you always, Erlene said. Layla considered the one figure that had stayed with her all of her life. It was her grandmother, who had been known to her only in her spirit form. There was comfort in her presence. She felt safe and watched over when she was around. To think that the petite figure in the midst would be capable of protecting her was laughable. Apparently, size didn't matter in the non-physical world, but what mattered was the size and strength of one's spirit. Chapter 10. The evening was quiet at the inn, so Layla retreated to her room on the 3rd floor, intent on practicing what Erlene had laid out for her to do. Contacting and working with her spirit guides was her intention. She needed to be skilled at working with them and to establish office hours with the other spirits. It was a necessary exercise, as she had opened herself up to so much information coming to her from the spirit world. Erlene had been an enormous help in setting up and controlling what came to her. Layla was to communicate to specific spirits and to reach out with an intention. But before beginning, she had to contact her spirit guides, to ask them to help her and protect her as she stepped into the spirit realm. Arlene had been very clear that she needed to work with her guides. Their purpose was to help and protect her. Whenever she reached out, it needed to be done with intention. It was in her power and control to make sure that her intention was clear, to help her navigate each journey. Having suppressed her abilities for so long, it was strange to reach out to meaningfully use them. The fact that she was even talking about these things was wild to her. The scars of not being accepted for who she was most of her life still stung. Before shutting herself off from using her sight, Layla's interactions with spirits had been a completely uncontrolled process. Whatever and whoever wanted to reach out to her and cause havoc in her life did. Working through her experiences and the anguish they had caused was going to be part of her process. It was instinctual for her to shut herself off the moment she felt something stir from the other side. She was a child when she raised the barrier between herself and the spirit world, and she'd had no understanding of what was happening. At the time, her schoolmates and foster family had not understood her and essentially ostracized her. It was lonely and painful to be set apart without understanding why. Hiding that part of herself away had permitted her to have a normal life, but she had always felt that something had been omitted from her existence, like a missing appendage. Now that she was opening herself up to her sight, she felt freer. It was a delightful feeling to not be all bottled up inside or hiding a part of herself from the outside world. And yet, it wasn't all rosy, however, because it brought Layla a good dose of fear of the unknown and fear of her own abilities. Doing as Arlene had instructed her, Layla prepared her surroundings so she could concentrate and establish that she was ready for communication with her spirit guides. Since her visit to Arlene, she had slept better. Practicing establishing her office hours had been helping her to balance herself between the world she lived in and the other one that called to her incessantly. The discovery of her spirit guides had opened her eyes. There was her grandmother, of course, but there were also two others. One was an ancient Native American warrior. He seemed very quiet and stoic, but was an important part of her defenses. The other was a being she could not clearly identify. Arlene suggested that the spirit could be ancient and may have forgotten their human form. She found herself very drawn to the old spirit, feeling as though they were part of her purpose. Today, her intent was to reach out to that soul to see if they could establish better communication. Layla quieted her room and lit a candle. Arlene had let her borrow a metal bowl, which Layla used as a temporary gong. Pushing forth her intention to the universe, Layla opened herself, permitting her spirit guides to talk with her. Almost immediately, her grandmother appeared to her right side, where she always was when Layla allowed her in. She was a comfort and a constant presence in her life. Since she could recall, she had been with her at her side, offering in guidance and companionship when the world considered her a freak. The Native American appeared to her left, nodding to her and signaling with his long spear that he was ready to protect her from whatever may come her way. Layla knew that her protection was his purpose. She wondered if he had another connection to her, or if he was a distant ancestor. Stoic and silent, he did not reply to her inquiries about their past. Arlene had mentioned that spirit guides chose you before you were born. The current spirit guide relationship did not always mean that they were connected to you in your human life. Layla blinked in disbelief when she heard this. There was so much to learn. The vastness of the spiritual realm was overwhelming. Layla thought it was akin to looking up at the stars on a dark night, with millions and millions of glittering lights spanning across the infinite expanse of space. There was so much not known or understood about what we can see in front of us, that it wasn't impractical to consider how much that we can't see that really exists. Layla knew the spiritual world existed for her and others, like Arlene, who possessed psychic abilities. It was as real as the hand in front of her face. Gaining an understanding of it was daunting, but every journey begins with first steps. She was willing to use her talent to help others in need, and so here she was, in her bedroom communicating with her long-dead grandmother, a Native American warrior and a spirit that may have forgotten their human form. Unbelievable. It was the older spirit that Layla focused on in this session. She called to him, feeling that it was a man, at least was at some point. As she concentrated, she felt her light that surrounded her naturally begin to grow brighter. It continued until she was enveloped in a light so white and pure that to describe it accurately would be to call it heavenly. It surrounded her in warmth and peace. Layla concentrated, reaching out to the spirit with her intention. Sounds echoed in her ears as she concentrated. It was almost like turning the tuning dial on the radio. Was this spirit trying to connect with her, she thought? Mankind has referred to me in many names, the spirit said in her mind. Most call me Azrael. I am with you as well as elsewhere, where souls need guidance to the light. This confused Layla. Why was this spirit there with her spirit guides? The setup that Erlene had explained wasn't fitting the situation. I bring them to the light. They are searching, so they find your light. And then I help them move forward. A knock on her door startled her out of her meditation, and the connection was broken. Layla, do you have a minute? Sorry to bother you, Gina whispered from the hallway. When Gina wasn't at Sean's house, she shared the same floor as Layla for her living quarters. Sean's long hours in the police force often had her coming back to the inn. It was especially convenient when they worked late, and it was cold and dark outside. The convenience of simply walking up the stairs was nice. It would likely change once they were married, but Layla wondered if it needed to, especially if Sean wasn't home. There was company to be had here. Layla opened her door. Gina stepped in, noting the candle burning. Sorry, am I interrupting something? I can come back. No, it's fine. Have a seat. What's up? Layla asked, noting the deep frown between Gina's eyes. I'm really sorry to bother you with this, but I thought you ought to know. Maybe I am making too much of it. With all the wedding prep, the honeymoon and everything, I'm just so sensitive. It's crazy. Maybe some of Christina's pregnancy hormones are shedding onto me, Gina said, as she made herself comfortable in Layla's easy chair. Layla sat on her bed, now a little concerned about what was bothering Gina. As both a friend and her employer, it really could be anything. No worries, anytime, Layla said. Well, it's Jeff. Sean and I stopped by the farm the other day. We saw his truck over by the barns, so Sean pulled in and parked next to his car. I stayed in the car. I knew you weren't around and I am not into discussions about barn renovations. Kitchens and houses, yes, please, but not barns. Layla laughed. She knew this feeling well, since she didn't understand what needed to be done in the barns for the horses. Jeff explained it to her, but she just wasn't visualizing it well. Well, Sean came storming out of the barn, really upset. I don't think I have ever seen him so angry. He said Jeff told him to leave him the hell alone and not to trespass there again, Gina said, leaning in to emphasize her concern to Layla. They've been friends since they were little kids. Sean said that he had never seen Jeff like that before, but being Sean, he eventually brushed it off. He said Jeff must have a lot on his plate. A coldness crept into Layla's gut. This was entirely unlike Jeff. His disposition was always kind and happy, and gentleness was his motto. Animals responded to him instantly, knowing he would care for them. Layla couldn't imagine Jeff raising his voice like that to Sean. Is everything all right? Gina asked, laying her hand on Layla's. I'm here if you need me. Layla shook her head in disbelief. Yeah, you're right. That's so not Jeff's way. He's been working really hard on the house and barns. Likely he's overdoing it. Gina nodded in agreement. You're probably right. And it might even be worse on days when you're not there. He's probably not eating right. Layla laughed inwardly. As a lifelong chef and food aficionado, Gina believed all ills stemmed from not eating right or eating terrible food. Life was too short to eat bad food, was her motto. I am actually moving in this week, so I'll be watching over him, Layla said, smiling. Oh well, that's what he needs, Gina said, rising from the chair. It just seemed so unlike him. After Sean calmed down, he was genuinely worried about him. I'll let him know you've got it all under control. Gina left her alone in her room, leaving Layla to wonder if she really had it under control. The report on Jeff's behavior had her concerned. She hoped it was just due to all the work he was doing, but there was a feeling in her gut that told her there was something else at play. If only she could identify what it was. Chapter 11. Jeff was tired. His hands ached and his back was screaming. The aspirin he had taken earlier still hadn't kicked in. The dirt road shook his truck's suspension and rattled his joints. Not only was his back hurting this morning, but his whole being felt tender and worn. Was he getting old? He definitely was feeling as though he was gaining, perhaps beyond his years. The feeling sunk in on his way to see his little sister and to meet the new addition to her little family. He loved those kids. His heart ached for them, however. Their lives were not going to be easy. They were growing up in poverty, so things weren't easy now. Their future was as important to him as if they were his own children. It burned at him, their situation. He vowed a long time ago to be on their side, watching over and helping out when he could to ensure them a better future than the circumstances they were born into. His sister Linda tried, she really did. She had scraped out a life for herself and her children even through her struggle with addiction. Jeff felt proud of her that she had been able to make it through the pregnancy with no further relapses, at least that he was aware of. He didn't like that she had moved over an hour away over the mountain to Brattleboro. The town was a little more free-flowing and larger than where they had grown up. Linda had said she was happy that people did not know her past there, that the new location really gave her a fresh start. Jeff's dislike was that he was not close. It wasn't as easy to see the boys and check in with her. But now with the change in his circumstances, not having to trek all over the countryside caring for his animals, he had more time to spend with them. He looked across the cab of the truck to gaze at Layla. He reached out to grab her hand. She looked at him with those green eyes that took his breath away, still. "What you thinking about?" he asked. Layla was quiet this morning, deep in her own thoughts. She watched the scenery go by as she gazed out the window at the promise of spring. "Oh, sorry, I don't know. Thinking of a bunch of things. It's nice to get out and away from the inn and the farm for a little while," she said. "Yeah, it is. I guess we really need to plan to get out more. This working at your home can get old. Need to branch out and see the world," Jeff laughed. Layla squeezed his hand. "You're worried for her?" It was a statement, not a question. A subtle difference. "I am. You know I've always been." "It's got to be a challenge. A new baby and the other two little ones. I mean, they are great kids. Really sweet. But it's a handful." Jeff patted her hand and placed both of his back on the steering wheel. They were just going down Hogback Mountain's twists and turns, where the highway followed a river down the mountainside. He needed both hands on the wheel. "Yeah, they are pretty great. We should think about having them over for a weekend or so. Give Linda a break. If you're up for it." Layla smiled at him. "I'd love it. I really enjoy being with them. It would be fun." Jeff smiled to himself. They had not really talked about having their own children someday. It was something he had just assumed would happen. His heart warmed at the thought of their own children. He'd like a good-sized family. Not like his own family, though. They could spread out in the new farmhouse and not be right on top of one another like he was growing up. Arriving at the apartment complex his sister lived in, his heart sank. It was not the most appealing place to look at in the summer, but in the early spring with melting, dirty snow piles, it was downright dismal. It was what she could afford, even with her subsidy. He helped Layla get the presents and food from the back. Gina had sent them with a tray for brunch with sandwiches and cupcakes. There was also a pan of something delicious they were supposed to heat up in the oven. They had presents for the boys and a gift for the new baby girl. Jeff was eager to see how they were making out and to hold his new niece. They were greeted by his boisterous and excited nephews. The boys ran around and laughed, excited to see them and see what their uncle had brought them this time. He hugged their little bodies close to him, loving how they wrapped their little arms around his neck as he hugged them. They were a little less forthcoming with Layla, shyly hanging back as she knelt down to greet each of them in turn. He was happy to see them each welcome her outstretched arms and allow themselves to be hugged by Layla. Jeff knew they would be best friends by the end of the visit. as happened every time they came by. Layla would win their hearts with a game or a book. This time it would be the little toy trucks they had brought, along with coloring books and a couple new DVD Disney movies. Jeff was opposed to encouraging them to watch more TV, but Layla had insisted it would help Linda to have quiet time with them. Looking at his sister, he realized Layla was likely right. She looked tired, but she smiled widely, handing her new daughter to him. "Meet Caitlin," she said, passing the newborn to her brother. Jeff skillfully took the baby in his large hands, supporting her head. He was surprised how tiny her little body was, but she was a good-sized newborn at around 7 pounds at birth. He marveled at her tiny mouth and nose. It was remarkable how quickly babies grew. He knew from all of his younger siblings. "She looks like you, Linda," he said, smiling at his sister who had collapsed on the couch. "You think so? I saw Mom in her face, I thought," Linda answered, tossing aside a toy she sat on. The boys were engrossed in their new toys on the living room floor. Layla was busying herself, picking up wrapping paper scattered across the floor. "Well, there you go then. You look like Mom," Jeff said teasingly. They had an awkward silence as he knew they were both thinking the same thing. Their mother and Linda had not spoken in some time. Jeff wanted to know if she had reached out. He had shared the news of the new baby with his mother. Although she likely really wanted to know and interact with her grandchildren, she held back. Linda's past had really damaged their relationship. Jeff struggled with wanting to mend it, but knowing it was up to them. It was not his issue with his sister. Layla moved to his side and looked at the baby in his arms. "She's beautiful." Jeff reached out to hand the baby to Layla, who looked terrified at the offer. "Here, support her head. There you go," Jeff said gently, sliding the baby into her arms. He watched as Layla's face reflected her marveling at the new little life. Something stirred in Jeff's heart. He'd like to see her with their own child in her arms someday. The baby began to stir, and as they talked, she began to fuss. Layla looked helplessly at them both, and they burst out laughing. "She's probably getting hungry. Let me get a bottle for her," Linda said, starting to get up from the couch. "Oh, here, I'll get it. You sit," Jeff offered. He walked into the kitchen, making himself at home and locating the baby's bottle in the fridge. He placed it in the warmer. Catching his sister's eye, he slipped a roll of cash into the cookie jar. It was his practice to leave her with some spare cash when he visited. Goodness knows she would need it, with the diapers alone. He worried less now that she would spend the cash on drugs, but nonetheless it still was on his mind. The baby had begun to cry loudly, and Layla struggled to try to comfort the child, while both Jeff and Linda talked over the noise. In a few minutes, Jeff brought Layla the warmed bottle, and she hesitated. "I don't know how to—" "Here, sit down in this chair. You'll be more comfortable. Here, just put the nipple in her mouth like this," Jeff demonstrated. The baby immediately began sucking hungrily on the bottle, settling herself into the crook of Layla's arm. Layla settled in with the baby, taking the bottle from Jeff's hand. He stepped away and continued the conversation with his sister. "We brought some brunch with us." "Gina's cooking?" Linda asked, rising from her seat. "I'm starved." "You just need to warm the hot dish in the oven," Layla instructed. "I got it," Jeff said. "You sit." Jeff again busied himself in the kitchen, opening cupboards and finding dishes. He was surprised by the lack of food in the cupboards. He would need to see to a grocery delivery for her, but by the looks, Gina has sent enough food for the next few days. She was a gem. Sean was a lucky guy. Against his direction, Linda joined him in the kitchen. "You really doing all right?" he asked, his voice a whisper so the boys couldn't overhear. She sighed and shook her head. "The doctor says I may have some depression. You know, after the baby, it's common." "Are you going to see someone?" Jeff asked, concerned. Linda didn't answer for a moment as she placed the foil pan into the oven. "Oh, wow, this smells heavenly," she muttered. "Yeah, I am. Started this week. I've got someone that comes to the house too. The girl down the hall watches the kids for me so I can step out. Take a walk, take a break." She looked up into his face. "Really though, bro? I'm okay. I knew this wasn't going to be easy." He reached out to hug his little sister. "If you need anything, and I mean it, anything, Let me know." She held on to him a bit longer than she would have usually embraced him. For a moment, Jeff felt that small move significant, but then brushed it off when the two boys burst into the tiny kitchen. "We're hungry." Jeff helped his sister set the table with the little boy's help. They arranged a nice brunch and feasted on the food that Gina had provided. It was all delicious. The boys ate well. He was always surprised at what they could pack into their little stomachs. It satisfied him to see them enjoying their food, but it also worried him that they didn't have enough to eat. He knew his sister wouldn't let them go without, but he still worried for them. As they ate and chatted, Jeff and Layla talked about the new farm and moving the animals to the one location. The boys asked questions about the horses. They were overjoyed when Jeff suggested they come to the farm when it was nearer completion to spend a few nights. Linda was enthusiastic about the idea, and the boys were overwhelmed. They danced around the kitchen, excited to be invited to a real farm. "Sorry, they don't usually have this much sugar in their systems. I think we have a little cupcake-powered delight," Linda laughed. "I guess I better not mention the tractor," Jeff teased. "You have a tractor," the boys squealed happily. Jeff reveled in their delight with the prospect of visiting at the farm. There was still so much left to do, but it would be ready enough for a visit in a few weeks, a month or so at the most. The happiness of his nephews was incentive to keep moving forward. He loved them and wanted to share with them. "You can help me plant flowers and vegetables," Layla added. "Not vegetables," Teddy laughed, hugging Layla enthusiastically. "We can make cupcakes." They all laughed together at the children, their joy in the small things. It warmed Jeff's heart to see them embracing Layla as one of the family, and he smiled at the warmth and love he saw on his fiancée's face as she squeezed both boys as they giggled. Plans were made in the coming weeks for the children to come to visit them at the farm. They were being flexible with the timing, but just having the plan gave Jeff comfort that he was doing something to help his sister. He couldn't wait for the boys to come to the farm. They would love it. Just the space to run around and be boys outside, the way that he was at their age. The plans also gave him the incentive to get things wrapped up in the renovations enough that they would have a safe place to play. He needed to get back to work. Chapter 12. Layla hummed to herself as she placed her clothes in the drawers of the dresser they'd moved up the stairs that morning with all her remaining belongings. Things were coming together at the farm. The house had taken shape quickly and was nearly unrecognizable from the abandoned building she had first seen now a couple of months ago. The newly refinished floors gleamed under her feet as she moved from the dresser to the closet, placing her belongings next to Jeff's. This weekend would be her first time staying fully at the farm, officially moved from her quarters at the Stonehouse Inn. She felt a bit odd moving in with Jeff ahead of their wedding, but they were both grown adults who already owned a home together. They would be married soon, although she had not stopped long enough to consider exactly when that would be. Both she and Jeff had been working very hard on the renovations and getting the barns ready for the animals. Jeff had been hard at work on the outbuildings. Once the house was well underway, the savings they had seen from buying the farm through a tax sale went right back into the renovation and restoration. Spring was nearly upon them, and the farm was coming to life. It was a new life for the property, especially since it had been untended for years. To Layla, it appeared it was awakening from a long slumber. Green grass peeked through the snow and the mud, and snowdrops poked their tiny flowers through the patches of snow. The colors of crocuses covered the ground near the front of the farmhouse, framing the brick steps in a carpet of purple and gold. Layla was looking forward to seeing what the grounds offered as the seasons unfolded, and which secret perennial flowers had survived years of neglect and would bud and bloom. Since her visit to Arlene, she had slept better. Practicing establishing her office hours had been helping her to balance herself between the world she lived in and the other one that called to her incessantly. The discovery of her spirit guides had opened her eyes. Layla felt very safe with them all and was grateful for their presence. Each day, she was learning more about how to communicate with them and found herself more able to call on them for guidance and protection as she learned to move between worlds. "Hello," a female voice called from downstairs. It was Gina, who was stopping by to pick her up on the way to the library. They had plans to go into town to check out the history of a couple of older buildings. Gina was interested in Memorial Hall that was downtown, and Layla was interested in the farm's history, particularly with what occurred with the murders of the previous residents. "Be right there," she replied. A wave of irritation ran over her as she recalled the conversation this morning with Jeff. He had not been at all pleased that she was taking the time to look up the farm's history. It seemed a bit out of his character. Jeff was usually enthusiastic about discovering new information, but he had been downright prickly about the subject. Layla had put it to the huge amount of stress and overwork they both endured over the past few weeks working on the farm renovations. While her work was calming down as the house came together, his was not. The horses were being moved into the stables one by one. There was a lot involved to ensure their safety and health. She knew Jeff was worried about the pregnant mare. It did not appear that the pregnancy was going well. He worried he would lose them both, mare and foal. It would tear his heart out. Additionally, Layla knew Jeff was concerned about his sister, Linda. He worried endlessly about her and her addiction, and now an added concern with postpartum depression. And on top of that, he was concerned about her children and wanted to ensure that they were okay. His kind-heartedness caused him heartache. He spent as much time with the two little boys as he could. They were so sweet and looked up to Jeff, the fun uncle with all the farm animals. Layla looked forward to having them at the farm when it was in shape. Knowing they would love the place, they wanted to be sure it was safe for when they visited for the weekend. She was looking forward to having them. Although they didn't have furniture yet in the other bedrooms, they could play camping out in the living room. She knew they would love it. Layla grabbed a sweater and went down the stairs, catching Gina checking out the new kitchen. "Hi," she smiled in greeting. "This is a great space. I love the windows and how they look out over the yard and barns." Layla could not agree more. While she was not the chef that Gina was, she enjoyed cooking in her new home. The kitchen was open, and light poured in from the large windows they had replaced with energy-efficient panes. From the kitchen, she could see into the living room. There, the fireplace and huge wood stove that sported an open face stood proud, allowing them to see the flames as the fire burned and heated the house. Having never lived in a house heated with a wood stove, Layla was surprised at how warm the space was. It was warmer than her rooms at the inn, for certain. "It's really come together. I can't believe how much work you guys have done in such a short time. It's gorgeous. You must both be so proud," Gina gushed, after she was done looking around. Layla grinned. "Thank you. It's been a lot of work. And Jeff is still working on the barns. Seems like he is out there night and day." A movement out in the barnyard caught her eye. Jeff was walking from one stable to the sugar house. A dark cloud appeared to be near him, moving along beside him. And as soon as it registered what she was seeing, it disappeared. A tingle went up her back, and Layla swore she could hear a whisper. A warning? "Well, are you ready to go?" Gina asked. "I need to be back by 3 o'clock. Hungry folks don't enjoy waiting for the chef." Layla brushed off the thought of the shadow. It was likely a just-passing cloud and her imagination. The whispered warning, however, was harder to push away, but its meaning was unclear. Joining Gina in her car, Layla vowed to check in with her spirit guides later on. Erlene had guided her in this exercise, and Layla had been practicing it, just as she was instructed. No further creative variations. The old library smelled of the leather of old bindings and the woodsy aroma of thousands of books and old papers. Layla inhaled deeply, relishing the odors. Libraries had been her refuge when she was younger, as books were her only friends at times. The white-haired librarian was more than eager to help the pair find the information they were looking for. Layla wondered just how many people used her services, as she seemed ecstatic that they had asked for help. It was unlikely that this was an everyday event in the tiny town. The librarian brought out some files and compilations of reports on the history of Memorial Hall for Gina, and guided both women to a room off the main room of the library. "You can spread out in here if you like. This is our research room. It doesn't get that much use, so you are welcome to use it. The copier is warmed up as well, so you can make copies of anything you find, the older woman said. It's 10 cents a copy. I can't let you check out the files, but you can check out the books if you like. Gina settled into the table with her pile of information on Memorial Hall. Come with me if you would, the librarian guided Layla to follow her. There are more records on the old Dawson place on microfiche. Let's start there. Gina, when you are done with that bunch, there are also records on film. As they walked to the records room, the librarian tried to make conversation. I haven't had many people come in to ask about the Dawson place. After the murders, there were a few people interested, mostly reporters. I am particularly interested in what happened then, and in the previous owners. The librarian looked at her with a frown. I'll have to see what I can locate. I'm sure there were other records, particularly around the time of the trial. It happened when I was a little girl, she laughed. I can tell you that was some time ago, just after the war. The war? Layla asked, rubbing her arms as she was feeling suddenly cold. Yes. World War II. I don't remember it. But the story's been around a long time. Old man Dawson came home from fighting in the war. I believe they said he was in the Pacific fighting. His wife had kept the farm going and kept the kids alive and fed. One night, he killed them all. It had to be in the late 40s. Well, old man Dawson confessed to the murders and was in jail for years. He was released years later on parole and went back to live on the farm. Lived like a hermit. I thought he had a son, Layla asked. The librarian studied Layla with sparkling blue eyes. That's right, there was a young child. A son. He was in the hospital at the time of the murders. I think he was an infant or a very young child. He had pneumonia or something. He was the only child that survived. This connected for Layla. Jeff had to ensure that the son did not want any part of the place before they bought it in the tax sale. Now she knew why it was so cheap. The locals all knew about its history. Layla bit her lip, wondering what kind of impact this could have on them now. At the time, they were convinced that the farm was perfect for them, with the small exception of a storied history. It had felt long in the past, and not something that would impact them in the present. The librarian set Layla up with the microfiche machine. Layla thanked her and waited for her to leave before she dove into the information. She looked through the viewer and scrolled through the materials, not really looking at the information as her mind whirled. After a few minutes, she forced herself to settle down and give attention to the information the librarian provided. Layla found land records that showed that the farm had been purchased from the state after the building of the Stone House Inn. So, it was first settled in the early 1800s by the original Dawson family. It looks like it had been handed down in the family over time to the time that she and Jeff had purchased the farm. They would be the first non-Dawsons owning the property. She and Jeff had been told that the farmhouse was not the original house. It had been built in the early 1920s after a fire in the original house. There were articles about the fire, which specified that an intended robber set the house on fire. Apparently, it had been quite a big story in the area. The family and animals had been saved, but the house and most of the outbuildings were torched. The stories told that the intended thief was a friend of the family, who believed that Dawson family had bars of solid gold buried on the property. From what she could gather from the article, there was an old legend that gold was buried somewhere on the mountain from a stagecoach robbery years ago, and that the crook's ghost still haunts the woods, looking for the gold since he'd forgotten where he had buried it in life. Nothing was ever found to corroborate the story, and the account of the fire ended without further news articles. Layla searched through a few more newspapers and came to the timeline the librarian had referenced about the murders. She read through the report that essentially laid out what the librarian had told her. Although it was a bit of a clunky, archaic process, she was able to work out how to print from the machine. Scrolling through the article and continuing on the next page in the newspaper, she set aside much of the rendition for the story. She came upon a grainy black and white photograph of the family outside their farm, in happier times, of course. Layla printed this page out as well. The next page had a photo of a young Frank Dawson in his military uniform. Layla felt her blood run cold as her fingers stopped scrolling, her eyes taking in the photo. Her vision felt as though it were clouding over, and the newsprint swirled and pulsed before her eyes. As she watched, the face in the photo transformed into her fiancé. She printed out the page and went to the copier to retrieve the prints. Taking the printed copy in her shaking hands, she stared into the eyes of her fiancé. But it wasn't him, it was Frank Dawson, the man that had murdered his entire family in the house in which they now lived. "Did you catch my copies in your bunch?" Gina asked as she came around from where she was seated. "What do you have there?" Layla silently handed the copy to Gina, curious of how she would react. "Whoa, is that the guy?" Gina read the caption aloud beneath the photo. Frank Dawson, veteran of the Pacific Theater, confessed to murdering his family. "Geez, Layla." Her voice caught in her throat as she whispered, "It was the man who used to own our farm." A scowl appeared between Gina's eyes as she continued to read further to herself, taking the pages from Layla's fingers. She watched as her friend's eyes stopped on the grainy photo of the family. Gina moved the page so they could both see it. It was hard to see because of the photo quality, but her eyes could make out Dawson with his arm around his wife, who was holding a baby. 2 other children sat at their feet. It was a family, all young and happy. The baby must be the son they had to speak to about his interest in the farm. Layla realized he and his wife must have had the children before and after he left for war. "If I didn't know better, I would have thought this was a photo of you and Jeff. Same types, heights and everything. Without the kids, of course," Gina said. Layla saw it, but didn't want to acknowledge it. Her skin was prickling already from the transformation of the photo with Jeff's face. It was as though there was some meaning in the illusion. She riffled through the files, hopeful for more photos of the pair. After a few frantic moments, she came across another photo of the wife in what looked to be a school portrait. She was wearing pearls and had her hair done in precise curls framing her face. Her entire being felt a sense of impending doom. An incessant tingling rang up and down her back, and her nerves felt as though they were standing on edge. There were more forces at play than what she could see or knew how to see. The 2 women locked eyes. Gina stopped smiling. "Something's really bothering you, isn't there?" She moved over to Layla, wrapping her arm around her shoulders in a comforting embrace. "I'm sure there's nothing to worry about." At that moment, a draft swept across the table where Gina had laid the documents Layla had printed. They scattered to the floor. Layla felt a hand push her gently forward toward the papers that lay at her feet. Okay, she thought. "I've got the message." Layla bent to retrieve the papers, and Gina flitted around the room, chatting and laughing as she chased the pages across the floor as they continued to be moved by the draft. Layla's cell phone rang once loudly in her purse. She was sure she had put the ringer on silent when they came into the library. Layla grabbed her bag before it could ring again. The librarian would definitely frown on her lack of respect for the rules, especially after she had been so nice to them. The call came from Arlene. She must have dialed her by accident as the phone only rang the one time. But she was the one person Layla felt she needed to talk to about this issue. Arlene could help her sort out why Frank Dawson had transformed into Jeff's lookalike, and might understand why she was responding to this story with such dread. She dialed Arlene back. "Sorry to miss your call," Layla said in a whisper, trying to follow the library rules. "I didn't call you," Arlene answered. "My phone rang from your number," Layla answered, surprised. There was a brief silence on Arlene's end. "Do you need to speak to me?" "I guess I do. Someone sure thinks so. Are you up for a visit?" Layla asked. Apparently, the spirit guide who was pushing her to find the article also felt it necessary for her to talk to Arlene. They were manipulating her phone and scattering the papers across the floor to get her attention. "Certainly. Tell Gina I can bring you home if she has to get to work." Arlene ended the call without waiting for Layla's reply. She realized she had asked for this, opening herself up to her own potential. She would need to get used to talking with other psychics and having them already know why you called. Chapter 13. Gina dropped Layla off at Airlene's before heading back up the mountain to arrive at the inn in time for prep work and the dinner hour. "Are you sure that you're all right? You seem so pale and distracted." Layla knew Gina was trying to be reassuring, but her words were not landing as a comfort for her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the whole situation was worrying. For now, it was just her gut instinct, and the pushes she received from what she was assuming were her spirit guides. Part of her gut was telling her she should feel guilty in the matter, but it was not a solid feeling at all. What part did she have in all of this? Had she welcomed an evil in some way? Hopefully, Airlene could answer the questions she had. Layla lifted her hand to knock on the door, and just as she did, Airlene whipped it open. The look on the other woman's face was one of surprise. Airlene reached for Layla's wrist to pull her inside. "Well, come on in," she said. In an instant, Layla stood into her comfortable living room. She breathed deeply, calming herself. There was much more to all of this than just what concerned her. "Let's start from the beginning then," Layla said. "I think you know already about the murders at the farm, or the Dawson place that Jeff and I just bought. I thought little about it when the realtor mentioned it before we looked at the place." Airlene's posture changed. She slid herself to sit back into her easy chair. "You're upset over something else, though," Airlene said. It was a statement and not a question. "You don't understand something. You're worried about Jeff. Show me the newspaper." It still surprised her when Airlene said things aloud that she had been thinking. It shouldn't, but it did, even though she should have been gaining some level of comfort being with another psychic. Layla handed her the pages she had printed out from the newspaper articles. Airlene took them from her and sat back in her chair again, quietly studying the details. After reaching the page with Frank Dawson's photo, Airlene paused. Layla leaned in to see her reaction, if the image shifted for her. "You know that there are many in the medium community that believe in reincarnation. I've read a lot about it, and I've been to seminars on spirituality where it was talked about in detail. There's the belief that all of our energy remains, even after we're gone." Airlene hesitated and smiled wanly at Layla. "Both you and I know this to be true. We see and can interact with those energies in the spirit world." "Are you seeing what I saw? The change in Dawson's picture to Jeff's face?" Layla asked. "I saw what you saw in your thoughts, not on the paper." Airlene was silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. "I've thought a lot about reincarnation, that our energy can be reincarnated into another life, sent back to be human again, to continue to evolve and grow. I've heard of cases of people who recall their past lives, even having birthmarks where they'd been injured or killed in their prior human life. Birthmarks looking like noose marks and someone remembering being hanged in a past life. It's fascinating, really, to consider." "Do you think Jeff is Frank Dawson?" Layla asked, her voice a whisper. Airlene sighed, waving the page from Frank Dawson's photo. "I don't know why you saw what you saw. Dawson died a few years ago, so it would be unlikely to be a reincarnation if it was possible. I think it's something else, like a warning." A chill prickled down Layla's spine as she considered Airlene's words. "How do you mean?" "The murders happened a long time ago, well before any of us were born. But they can leave a residue behind. Something that violent can impact the area. Have you sensed anything at the farm? Have you felt anything that would have showed any of this?" Airlene asked, leaning forward in her chair. The image of the dark shadow came to Layla's mind. It didn't feel like a child or a woman that had been one of the murder victims. In fact, she wasn't sure of its form. All she could identify was that it felt ominous. "I'm not really sure what I have been seeing. Nothing relates to the family or the old man," Layla said, choosing her words carefully in order to clearly describe the vision. "There is a shadow. I've definitely seen a shadow." Airlene gazed intently at Layla. She felt her picking through her thoughts. Immediately, she felt herself raise her old protective barriers. "Oh, sorry," Airlene said, guilt filling her expression. "I can't help it sometimes." Layla shook off the mental intrusion, intrigued as to the intensity of Airlene's interference in her thoughts. "It appears and then disappears. I almost wonder if I'm actually seeing it, because then it's gone so quickly." Where have you seen it? Arlene asked. Mostly around Jeff. That's what worries me the most, Layla answered, considering further. He's changed since we bought the farm. Granted, we have both been killing ourselves to restore the house, and he has been working endlessly on the barns. There was a lot of repair work to do to bring it to his standards. He spends hours out there. Your relationship has changed as well, Arlene asked. Layla sighed. It was entirely possible that they had changed together. It was a huge life transition, getting engaged, moving in together, and setting up the farm. So much stress added to their lives. And even though it was good stress, it still would fundamentally change their relationship together. You know it's perfectly normal to have doubts when your life changes in the way that yours has. I can come to the farm and do a cleansing. It'll make you feel better and remove any old bad energy, Arlene said, reaching out to take Layla's hand in hers. Immediately, Arlene's expression shifted from warm compassion to concern. What is it? Layla whispered, knowing that the other woman saw something in her. Arlene pulled her hand away from Layla and rose from her chair. I guess we better get going. It's getting late. Wait, Arlene, what is it? Layla asked. No worries, just seems like more change is coming your way, Arlene answered, grabbing her coat and purse. Ready? Chapter 14. Layla's mind was whirling with concern. What was she being warned about? Frank Dawson was a murderer. What could that have to do with Jeff? Once back at the house, she focused her thoughts on the surrounding environment to see if she could sense anything from the murders. The idea that there could be residue in their home from the violent deaths really disturbed her. Arlene had not had more of an explanation than that, but she had been eager to assist Layla in clearing the house of any negative energy. It was an appealing idea. She had heard of this sort of thing being done. Likely, it involved smudging the house with sage and other herbs, as well as using crystals and salt to expel negative energy and any toxins. She would look it up on the internet when she went back to the inn for work. They had not hooked up any of the modern comforts yet, and did not have cable or internet set up in the house. It was on their list. Right now, the list was long, even though they were working through it and making a lot of progress. Tonight would be her first night in the house as a full-time resident. They hadn't planned any kind of formal celebration, as they had both been working like crazy. But Layla had a special dinner to make, complete with wine and candles. They didn't have everything organized, but this would be a pleasant break together. The pages from the library stuck out from her purse, causing her to consider her approach to Jeff on the subject. She realized her hesitation had to do with the change in their relationship over the past few months and weeks. They had rapidly gone from dating to being co-owners of a huge farm that needed renovations to engaged. Each event in itself was a lot for them both to take in. Jeff had been working so hard, likely the cause of his slight personality change. His usual lightness of heart and easygoing ways appeared to be a bit challenged. The work, the changes, and undoubtedly the worries that went with everything were piling up. The dark shadow came to her mind. Perhaps it was influencing Jeff in some way. Maybe that was the psychic residue that Arlene had mentioned. Perhaps it was attracted to Jeff for some reason, drawn in by the likeness to Frank Dawson. Layla shook her head. Those were some out-there kind of thoughts, even for her to consider. Fathoming the connection, and even how that could occur, was well out of her realm. Upstairs in the master bathroom, she heard the water to the shower turn on. Jeff must be done with his work out in the barns for the day. She smiled to herself. Dinner could wait a few moments. Maybe her new fiancé needed help with washing his back. Layla tiptoed up the stairs to the large bedroom that was now theirs to share. Shedding her clothes, she slipped into the bathroom. Jeff was standing in the shower, letting the water run over his broad back. His head hung low, as if he was exhausted, but enjoying the heat from the water that steamed around him. He looked up, surprised, when Layla slid the glass doors open and joined him in the water. His reaction quickly shifted to pure enjoyment. In one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms and pressed her back against the newly tiled shower wall. Is this what I have to look forward to now that you've moved in? She smiled up at him. admiring his handsome face as his blue eyes bored into hers. Her heart skipped a beat as he lowered his face, brushing his lips over hers in a teasing manner. He quickly deepened the kiss, the passion rising in heat waves around them. Afterward, having made it to the bed, the room was cool, so Jeff reached over to light the gas fireplace with the remote next to the bed. Its flame leapt in the air and instantly began warming the room and their damp skin. "I really like this fireplace. How romantic and warm," he said. "I recall someone who said it was frivolous," Layla giggled. "A man can change his mind," he laughed. Her heart was warmed. Her first night in their home together couldn't have a better kickoff. Jeff seemed back to his old self, and the setting was perfect. There was a lot more work to be done for certain, but they were making a ton of progress. She settled into his arms, and they dozed, enjoying the warmth of the fire and each other. Layla was the first to awaken with her stomach growling. It was early evening, and she could not remember if she had eaten lunch. Jeff still dozed, likely exhausted. Layla's eyes skimmed over her husband-to-be. He was a gorgeous hunk of a man, with the heavy outdoor and farm labor filling out his physique. She traced her fingers over the muscles in his arms, enjoying the firmness of his skin. They sketched the length of his arm until her fingers reached his palm. The skin of his palm was etched with blisters at varied stages. Layla sucked in her breath, surprised at the state of his hands. "Are you done?" a husky voice whispered on the pillow next to her. Caught in her admiration of his muscled arms, her concern for his blistered palms evaporated as she blushed, smiling up at him. He pulled her close in his arms. "I can get used to this," he whispered, and his stomach growled loudly. "Are you hungry?" she asked, cuddling into him. "Starved," he answered, his lips in her hair. "I have a nice dinner planned. Come down and have a cracker while I cook," Layla said, while slipping from the bed and donning a soft bathrobe. "I have champagne too." Jeff followed her downstairs and watched her while she cooked in their newly renovated kitchen. Layla happily chatted while she put together their meal and cracked a bottle of champagne for them to enjoy. He looked happy and relaxed as he sat at the counter, snacking on the crackers she had provided and sipping his bubbling champagne. Her heart was happy as they enjoyed each other in their new home. She looked forward to doing this a lot, but this first time was special for them. The sun was just setting, and they took in the view of their fields below. "How's it going in the barns?" she asked. She watched him as he looked out the window down at the barns in the distance. "Making progress. As soon as the weather breaks, I'll have Jack start on the porch. We'll have to replace the steps, I think. Get it ready for the warmer weather," he replied. He changed the subject from the barns easily, she noted. His brother had done the renovations on the house and was good and cheap, which were good qualities for any contractor. "Did you end up going to the library with Gina? Who brought you home?" he asked. Layla hesitated. She wanted to talk to him about Arlene's recommendation to cleanse the house, but she would also have to address the photo. She considered how to approach it. "Arlene brought me home. Gina dropped me there after the library. I didn't know you were seeing her today. Sorry, I guess I've been busy," he replied, shaking his head. As he looked out the window toward the barns, a frown line appeared between his eyes. Layla reached out and laid her hand over his. "Are you okay? You are really working so hard out there," she asked. He gently shook her off and stood to look out the window. "I'm fine, just tired. I want to get things done, but it just seems like there is one thing after the other." The oven timer went off, interrupting what she was about to say. Busying herself with the food, she didn't notice Jeff picking up the pages from the library she had left on the table until he spoke aloud. "Found an article on the murders, huh?" he asked, reading through the pages while Layla plated their meal. Layla quickly set things down on the counter for them to eat, while Jeff read. "Here, come eat, it's all ready." She diverted his attention from the papers, desiring to address the story after they ate. Jeff eagerly sat back at the counter with her, and they enjoyed the meal she prepared. "The librarian showed me the history of the place, and this article came up in the microfiche about the murders." "You knew about that. Does it bother you?" he asked. "I mean, now with you using your, Sight? She smiled at his hesitancy and concern. It didn't. Erlene said that sometimes there is a residue left behind when there are violent deaths, but I haven't sensed anything like that. Good to know, he answered, finishing his dinner. Somehow I feel a but coming. Well, yes. Erlene suggested we do a cleansing in the house and probably in the barns. You know, cleanse the old energies out. Jeff picked up the stack of pages. The frown line that had disappeared with dinner reappeared as he read the article. He sucked in his breath. Boy, I can't imagine how he could have done that. His own family. He looked up at Layla, who moved to stand beside him, placing her hand on his shoulder. She looked down at the paper Jeff held, the photo of Frank Dawson prominent. As she watched, the photo transformed into Jeff's face before her eyes. The warning. As Layla watched him stare at the paper, a shadow crossed his face and her stomach dropped. A sneer appeared on his lips. Is this why you want to do a cleansing? Some spooky ritual to ban evil spirits, he said. His tone had immediately changed to a cynical sneer and was entirely unlike the Jeff she knew. Her mouth dropped open. Suddenly, as she watched, the shadow passed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You can do whatever you want. This is your home too. You can do whatever makes you feel comfortable. He stood and gathered her woodenly in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders. They felt slouched and defeated under her touch. Are you all right? She asked. He rubbed her back with his hands as he held her, as though trying to reassure her. No worries, babe. I'm fine. I'm just tired, I guess. They stood together in their new kitchen, holding each other. Somehow, Layla knew in her heart that things weren't all right, and she had reason to be worried. Was history likely to repeat itself? Chapter 15. Life moved on at the farm, and Jeff continued working on the barns. By the end of the following week, they had all the animals on site with them. Life had moved into a more regular routine. Jeff had more time at home now. He didn't have to travel every day to make sure that his animals were cared for. This left them more time to spend together, which was heaven. Layla noted Jeff was really trying to be his old self. She had not seen the shadow cross his face in days. However, even though he was home more often, he was spending inordinate time in the barns. Layla was working a lot of hours at the inn, so by the time they were home together in the evenings, they were both exhausted. She hadn't pushed any further on the idea of cleansing the house. However, when she had a moment, Layla had researched the various methods. She supposed in time that she would ask Erlene to the house to do a proper job, but it could wait. There was nothing now that pushed her toward doing so. Controlling her office hours had been more of a chore than she had expected it to be. The spirits were persistent, but their incessant knocking wasn't anything she couldn't control. Calling on her spirit guides, she found that she was able to work out a reasonable balance. The less visible spirit guide seemed to assist more in helping her to control the barrier between her and the other side. Many of the voices she heard seemed to travel away from her and move on with the help of her guides. Layla had not reached out to see if she could sense any energies at the farm that could be there from the murders. She knew she hesitated, as she had not seen the shadow in a while, and did not want to stir up anything. They were on an even keel, and she wanted to keep it that way. She had moments before she thought about turning off her abilities, going back to the way she had been without them. However, it felt so natural to be reaching out and practicing building her strength, thinking of the wife of the missing man with dementia, and how she had helped provide information for him to be found, strengthened her resolve. She could help in those situations, so now it was becoming a trade-off of sorts. She hoped for the peace they had now to continue. One evening, while they were sitting on their couch together and reading quietly, a knock sounded on the front door, interrupting their peaceful moment. They pulled apart, as neither had expected anyone to visit. Jeff answered the door. On the doorstep were Sean and Agnes from the state police. They were both wearing their uniforms, and both had solemn expressions on their faces. Sorry to interrupt your evening, Sean said. He looked very uncomfortable, as though he didn't want to be there. Come in, Jeff said. welcoming his old friends into the warm living room. "Listen, Jeff, I've got some hard news," Sean said, gesturing for them to sit down on the couch. Layla's stomach dropped as she watched Jeff pale. "It's your sister," Sean started, glancing at Agnes for backup. She was usually better than he was in these types of situations. "This morning, the Brattleboro police found your sister. She died in her apartment a few hours before they got there," Agnes said. A silence passed over them as they tried to absorb what was being said. "The kids?" Jeff asked, his voice shaking. "Where are her kids?" He felt as though the world was falling away. His mind spun. He grabbed hold of Layla's hand. She sat close at his side. "She named you the guardian of her children if anything were to happen to her," Agnes said. "I take it you had a hand in making that happen." He felt as though time stood still for a moment. His kid sister. Didn't he just see her and speak to her? And now she was gone, dead? He felt cold all over. Jeff had made his sister make him the guardian, not knowing how he would take care of the two small lives at the time. Now 3. He always knew that he couldn't let them get lost in the system somewhere if something were to happen to her. They were his family. "The boys, the baby, where are they now? Do they know what happened?" he asked. Jeff was not sure that he really wanted to find an answer to that last question. His mind whirled. Sean and Agnes shared a silent exchange. Jeff realized they had something else to tell him. He knew his friend Sean for most of his life. He knew that expression he was wearing. It was apparent that Sean didn't quite know how to phrase his answer to Jeff's question. "Listen, Jeff, I know this is a lot to absorb all at once. The State Department of Children and Families is behind us. One of their social workers has the kids and some of the basic belongings from the apartment. Emergency foster care is full tonight. So if we were to accommodate them somehow, they would likely be split up and crowded in. I know how you feel about them, so I took a chance, with you being their guardian and all," Sean said, stumbling over the words as he seemingly tried to get them out quickly. Layla and Jeff blinked, dumbfounded at Sean. "All 3 of them?" Layla whispered. It was dawning on Jeff why both Sean and Agnes had come together. Not only did they have to deliver the news of his sister's death, but they also had to make sure her kids were taken care of. He knew he could figure it out alone, but now he was part of a couple. Jeff looked at Layla sitting at his side. Her eyes were wide as saucers, as though in disbelief at what she was hearing. "Are you all right with that?" he asked her. Jeff knew Layla had been in the foster care system and had her own opinions. "Of course they can come here," she said. "We can figure it out. Did they? Did they see what happened?" His stomach dropped. He had not thought of the possibility that the kids may have witnessed their mother's death. Layla's experiences were very different on this matter, since she'd had exposure to many sad stories from other kids in foster care. Again, Agnes and Sean shared a meaningful glance. The oldest boy knocked on a neighbor's door this morning. When he couldn't get the baby to stop crying, and his mother wouldn't wake up, Agnes said. The room was silent for several long moments. Jeff raked a hand through his hair. He wanted this all to be a dream, but this chilled him. The idea that the kids might have been directly exposed to his sister's death. How traumatized they could be, the poor things. Pity filled his heart for the little ones. They were so small to have that kind of exposure. Headlights crossed the front window, and all the occupants in the silent living room gazed in their direction. They were here. Jeff swallowed deeply. He had foreseen this when he talked Linda into completing a will and naming him guardian. She had been reluctant at first to consider the option. Death was not something you thought of when you were under 30, but there were kids involved. Their parents had washed their hands of her. Although they loved her, they could not stand the mess she had made of her life. Jeff knew they loved her and her kids, but Linda had burned those bridges long ago. His parents, on the other hand, still asked him how she was doing. It was Layla who reacted first. "Those kids must be so scared," she said, walking to the door to open it. Their evening had been disrupted with the news of death and the arrival of the children, but the only thing Jeff wanted was for everyone to feel safe and comfortable. Looking at Layla as she prepared to greet his sister's children, He thought her the most beautiful woman in the world. Rising from the couch to follow her to the driveway, he realized his hands were shaking. His footsteps echoed in his ears, and his heart rushed blood through his veins. Their lives had just irrevocably changed in the past few moments. Layla reached out and took his hand in hers. He raised her fingers to his lips and kissed it, and the tears he didn't realize he had shed dampened her skin. "Jeff Knox," a serious, stout woman asked as she exited the van she had driven into their driveway. "I'm Laura James with Children and Family Services. So sorry for your loss. I realize that this is a lot for you to take in all at once, but the children are very fortunate to have an uncle such as yourself." He acknowledged her condolences. "Are they okay? Do they understand what has happened?" Laura sighed heavily. "The little ones are so young. Corey, the oldest, hasn't said a word since we picked them up. Teddy and the baby fell asleep in the car. We have fed them, at least what they would eat for us. You'll see. They need some care and time." The social worker looked them over, raking her eyes over Layla's petite figure. "This is my fiancée, Layla Sandor," Jeff said, gesturing to the social worker. The older woman nodded briskly. "We'll have a home care nurse come by tomorrow and periodically. They can help you adapt to having the kids so suddenly and will monitor how they are adjusting." Layla looked into the eyes of the social worker, addressing her directly. "Thank you for that," she said. "Do either of you have any experience with taking care of children this small?" she asked. Layla and Jeff exchanged a glance. "Just my brothers and sisters, and the farm animals," Jeff answered. Layla looked down and shook her head. "Well, for tonight," Laura said, "just keeping them out of harm's way will be adequate. You'll need baby equipment and beds for the children. Tonight, I would suggest having them stay with you in the same room where you can keep an eye on them. The baby can sleep in her car seat." Jeff hoped that the little ones would not be scared. He felt confident enough that they would be all right for tonight. Their bed was enormous, so they could all camp out in their room. Safety would be on the top of his mind. Even though the renovations were nearly complete, the house was not child-proofed. They were going to need all the help that they could get to adjust to having kids. He gazed at Layla again and took her hand in his. "We'll figure it out. You okay with that?" She looked up at him, her green eyes bright in the lights from the house and the car in the driveway. "I can't let them go into foster care. We'll figure it out," she answered, taking a deep breath. Jeff reached down to kiss her cheek, leaving a streak of his own tears on her face. "Okay, I'll get the boys, if you want to see to the baby." Layla nodded and, guided by the social worker, went to the car door where the baby was in her car seat. Agnes and Sean busied themselves by helping haul in their belongings they had gathered from the apartment. There wasn't much besides the basic essentials. There were diapers for the baby and a change of clothes. Jeff guided the two little boys, half asleep, into the house. He murmured to them in a comforting tone. Their eyes were as enormous as saucers as they took in their surroundings and nodded to their uncle. He settled them onto the living room couch, one with a grubby blanket tucked into his arms, and the other with a plastic army man that he would not let go of. Layla and Laura James went into the kitchen with the baby, and Laura helped her to prepare a few bottles of formula to get them through the night. Jeff felt confident on the diaper front, having changed his younger siblings for years growing up. Layla seemed nervous around the baby, but more than willing to learn. After everyone had left, he and Layla tucked the grieving children into their gigantic bed. The baby was placed snugly in her car seat, next to Layla's side of the bed, where Layla had insisted she stay for the night. The boys settled after tears and comforting by both him and Layla. It was once the room had gone quiet, except for their quiet breaths, that his grief overcame him. Tears ran down his face as his heart broke in his chest for losing his sister. Layla reached over and held him with the tiny bodies of his sister's children between them. He wanted to cry out loud, wailing for her loss and the burden she left on her children. The burden she had left to him and Layla, who were just starting their lives together. While he gladly stepped in during this time of need, Layla did not sign up for this. He wondered and hoped that their relationship would survive this shock. instant parents to 3 kids under the age of 5. It was a lot to comprehend. Chapter 16. Layla woke just as the early morning sun shone its rays over the occupants of their bed. The baby had remarkably slept through the night. Layla had awakened several times to check on the kids, but the baby was always asleep. But now she could hear her stirring in her car seat. The dark heads of the 2 boys filled the expanse of space between her and Jeff. He lay with his eyes closed, his muscular arm wrapped protectively around the 2 small backs of his sister's children. Tenderness filled her. Jeff was a loving man, but this view of him in his sleep, protecting and comforting the small children, gave her a vision that she had not yet had. Life took a big turn for them last evening. She realized what this meant, that her engagement and upcoming marriage to Jeff now included this instant family. Disbelief filled her. It was a lot to absorb all at once. Just thinking about the death of Jeff's sister and the need to care for 3 little ones was overwhelming. The baby squirmed in her seat, as though she was getting ready to cry. Layla shifted and eased herself from the warm bed. She reached down and gently picked up the baby, cooing softly to her so she wouldn't wake the boys. Jeff had slept poorly as he grieved for his lost sister. She would let them sleep. It would give her a chance to get her bearings with the baby's needs and her own ability to meet them. Her bare footsteps were silent on the newly finished floors as she tiptoed from the warm bedroom and down the stairs with the baby in her arms. She gathered diapers and changed the baby sitting on the couch, cooing and talking to her as she did so. She changed the wet diaper and removed the pajamas, taking care of her tiny head. Layla's heart pounded as she figured out how to put on the baby's clothes, noting they were obviously hand-me-downs from her brothers. They weren't the feminine pinks and yellows she would have chosen for a girl, but they were clean and serviceable. The baby became restless and squirmed as Layla's inexperience and anxiety transferred to the child. She was eager for the baby not to cry, so she snapped the clean clothes on as best she could. It didn't look quite right, but they were on, and that was the goal. Taking the now restless baby in her arms, she warmed the prepared bottle in the same way the social worker had shown her last night. While they waited, she danced the baby around the kitchen, attempting to distract her from her hunger. It didn't work well. The baby showed her lungs and cried loudly, raising Layla's anxiety level. She wondered what she was doing wrong. Once the bottle was done, she tested the temperature and placed the nipple in the crying baby's mouth. Immediately, she settled and began sucking hungrily on the bottle. Layla sighed, relieved that for now, the baby was happy. Layla took a seat in the chair facing the windows, overlooking the barns and pasture in the distance. They settled comfortably with baby resting her head in the crook of her arm, sucking happily on her bottle. Layla ran her free hand over the blonde fuzz on the baby's head. She was a sweet little thing, so tiny and small. It was so sad to know that she would never know her own mother. Slowly, for the second time this morning, the realization blossomed in her chest that she and Jeff were now essentially the parents of this baby and the 2 small boys upstairs. Surprise and disbelief overtook her, and tears poured down her face. She had seen the vision of the baby in her arms, wearing the outfit she held in her hands at Christina's baby shower. Layla had understood that to mean she'd have her own children, and sometime into the future. Conflicting emotions rose in her gut. Was she ready to do this? Could she do this? They had not had the chance to talk very much about it, and they would need to. There was a lot to figure out. But now, with Linda's death, these little lives were in her and Jeff's hands. It was entirely overwhelming and terrifying. She did not know how to take care of them, especially the baby. All that she knew she had learned in a crash course last night about diapers and bottles. There was so much more than that. What if they got sick or hurt? Gazing around the living room, she realized how dangerous it likely was for a baby and the small, unsupervised boys. How would she be able to go to work? And how would Jeff work with the animals and barns? Did they need to get a babysitter? Where does one find a babysitter? Thoughts whirled wildly in her mind, and doubt crept in. How could she take all of this on? Was she capable of doing this? What about Jeff? Was he able to take care of small children? He had helped out with his siblings years ago, but not as a parent. Could they do this together? They were just engaged. Most parents had at least 9 months to prepare for this task, not 5 minutes. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Jeff appeared with 2 sleepy, wide-eyed boys. He came over and kissed her on her cheek, gently patting the tiny baby's head. "We have cereal, right? I think we have some hungry boys." Layla nodded. "Yeah, there's some in the cupboard. It's not kids' cereal, though." "Cheerios will be fine. I've eaten them my entire life," he answered, looking at the boys. "It made me grow this big and strong, so it will work for these 2. Jeff smiled and teased the 2 uncertain children. The smaller boy, Teddy, removed his finger from his mouth and smiled up at his uncle. "I'm big," he shouted. The elder, Corey, was silent, saying nothing as his saucer-like eyes took in everything. Both boys followed Jeff into the kitchen, their bare feet patting against the shiny wood floors. The overwhelming feelings returned quickly as Layla thought of the needs for the 2 boys, and one that was obviously traumatized by the death of his mother. The complexities of their situation continued to whirl in her mind, making her feel more and more incapable of the job that was in front of her. It would be unheard of for them to go into foster care. She would avoid that at all costs. Her own experience there had made that decision the moment the children entered the house. The baby finished the bottle, and Layla vaguely recalled some instructions about burping. Awkwardly, she shifted the baby to her shoulder and began patting her back. "Jeff, is this the way you burp a baby?" He looked up at her from the kitchen. "Yeah, I think you pat her back." He got up and came over to her. "Yeah, that looks right." As soon as the words were out of Jeff's mouth, the baby let out a huge belch, and a gush of spit up ran down Layla's shoulder, down her back, and into her hair. The liquid soaked her sleep shirt, instantly sticking the fabric to her skin. In the kitchen, they heard a dish falling to the floor with a splat of milk and cereal. Simultaneously, the baby wailed, and one boy in the kitchen began to cry, and someone knocked briskly on the front door. Layla and Jeff exchanged a look. He went to the kitchen, and Layla went to answer the door. Baby puke was running down her back, and the baby sobbed, but someone had to answer it. Layla swung open the door. A white-haired woman with a heavy black leather bag over one shoulder and a baby scale in the other stood on the doorstep. She took in Layla's state and the cries of the 2 unhappy kids. "Looks like I have the right house. I'm Helen Worth, the visiting nurse." The nurse entered the house, her eyes doing an immediate assessment of the surroundings and each person in the room with her. She placed a newspaper under her bag and the scale as she swung it off her shoulder to the kitchen table. "All right then, let me wash my hands and we'll get started. Looks like you need a little help." The nurse Helen was a breath of fresh air into their disaster of a morning. Both she and Jeff were given instructions on the children's needs, and now Layla felt hope that she had a plan and a resource to rely on for information. Helen would come every few days to check in and see how the kids were adapting and would coach Layla and Jeff in their care. She was direct and kind in her instruction. She provided phone numbers to call for questions and for emergency after hours. As Helen gave them guidance, she assessed and examined each child, listening to lungs and hearts and checking each of their weights. She also gave guidance as she went. For the most part, the children allowed her to do her work and were receptive to her when she asked questions. But Corey, though cooperative, remained silent. "Before I go, I'll help you get the car seats in one of your vehicles so you have them in correctly. You'll want to go out and get the equipment that you need and shop for food," Helen said. She set the 2 boys up in the kitchen table with some crayons and coloring books that she miraculously produced from her bags, and took the 2 adults with the baby to the living room to talk briefly. "You'll want to be sure to connect with a local pediatrician. Here is the contact information. I would do this sooner rather than later to help assess and treat any behavioral issues which may arise from this trauma." She looked meaningfully at them both. "I see nothing physically that a good diet and exercise can't fix. All three are smaller sized for their ages, but they can catch up. So the plan is for them to remain with you until... Jeff cleared his throat. I am their legal guardian, so they will stay with us, he whispered, so the boys couldn't hear him. I see. Well, it's easier for the courts to confirm custody and process formal adoption when you are married with a stable home life. I take it you two are engaged? Helen asked. Yes, we just got engaged and bought the farm, Layla answered. Helen looked at them both with understanding and pity in her eyes. A lot of change in a short period. Well, and I am just saying this because I've been doing this job for 30 years. Things will go more smoothly if you two were married. If you were going to do it anyway, you might do it soon to ease the entire process. DSF will send workers to periodically assess the environment and ensure the welfare of the children. Helen packed up her nursing bags. Now let me show you about the car seats. It's more complicated than what you think. Jeff and Helen went out into the driveway with Layla's car, proceeding to put the car seats in. Layla stood in the window and watched with the baby in her arms, her mind whirling. The boys continued to color, lost in their own thoughts. It seemed like just yesterday she had pulled into the driveway of her new home, excited about officially moving in. Now, not a few weeks later, her car was filled with car seats, and she was fast on her way to becoming a mother to these little lost souls. Surprise and anxiety filled her. A big responsibility was on the horizon for her and Jeff. As she watched, a caravan of several cars pulled into their driveway. She recognized Christina's and Gina's cars, and realized the rest were Jeff's family. They all parked in the drive and began unloading various boxes of clothing, toys, and baby equipment. Bags of groceries and diapers passed their threshold. Tears poured down Layla's face as she realized they would not have to face this tremendous change alone. The cavalry had arrived. Jeff's parents tentatively stepped into the house, tears coursing down their cheeks. They were strangers to their grandchildren, but it did not mean they did not love them. They had lost a daughter in the past 24 hours. Mrs. Knox hugged Layla hard, and Layla placed the baby in her arms. Layla was surprised that 3 small children could need so much equipment, as her friends brought in beds for the boys and a crib for the baby. They brought in various other items, including a baby dressing table and toys for the boys to play with. Agnes pulled Layla aside at one point. Everyone chipped in, so some of this is brand new or gently used. Honestly, Linda had very little for the kids. They were sleeping on mattresses on the floor. We brought what toys and clothes they had. Soon the empty rooms upstairs were made into rooms for the children. The baby's room would be right off of the master bedroom, and the boys would be together, sharing a room across the hall. This left one bedroom for guests, or as Jeff's mother claimed, would be hers for when she came to visit or babysit them overnight. The kindness and generosity of their friends and family was extensive. Christina, who was now weeks away from her due date, provided Layla with crib sheets and piles of onesies. It would be months before her baby would be old enough to fit into the larger sizes. It was especially kind of her, as these were gifts to her for her baby. No worries there, it's not like she'll wear them out. They grow so fast that she'll have outgrown them before my daughter is born. In the pile of clothing Christina brought was the outfit that gave Layla the vision of the baby shower. Her own child would wear the outfit, although not in the way she had assumed. There were plenty of tears as Jeff's siblings and parents grieved for losing Linda. Being all together with her children seemed to ease their grief, as they talked about old stories with the family and cried together. Mrs. Knox and one of Jeff's brothers, who had children of his own, guided them through child-proofing the house. There were baby gates, fireplace safety gates, and door and cabinet locks that had Layla's head spinning. Being a nurse and an experienced mother, Jeff's mother guided Layla through mealtime ideas and snacks. The food the cavalry had brought would get them through the next week, as they adjusted to having the kids. Christina got Layla set up to use a baby monitor, which she would need back when her baby arrived. But it would get them through to where they could buy one. In addition, she helped her to figure out a baby carrier where she could carry the baby on her back or front, and still have 2 hands for the other kids. Layla's mind spun with all the instructions they were getting. Children were complex. That evening, as the sun was low in the early spring sky, all the friends and family had gone, which left them to their own devices. She and Jeff walked the boys out to the barns to show them the horses. Layla carried the baby in the front carrier, and she dozed. The boys were wide-eyed to see the horses, and Jeff showed them how to feed them carrots. It was a calm and peaceful evening. Even though they had only had the children with them for a day, it felt as though they could do this, with the help and love of their friends and family. Chapter 17. They had made it through a few days together with the kids with no major disasters. It was not without challenges. There had been a lot of tears, and not all of them were from the children. He still could not believe that his little sister had died. Guilt wrapped itself around his heart whenever he thought of her. He should have put forth more effort to get to see her and the kids, and to help her out more. He knew in his heart he had done a lot, but his guilt let him believe he had not tried hard enough. Sometimes he wondered if he should have done more. He should have done so much more to save her. Guilt had strength. He knew. His mother had warned him, tried to advise him at least, that he needed to be aware of the fact that his guilt should not cloud the decision to take on the children permanently. But he felt a lot of guilt that he should have done more to protect her, keep her away from the drugs, and help her take care of the kids. And that guilt now drove him to care for her children. He needed to differentiate that, he supposed. But even if he could do so, the decision would likely not change. He loved those kids. He would take them in, do what he could for them, give them the life they should have had. But now, the decision was not his alone to make. He was part of a couple now, and had promised to spend his life with Layla. She would need to be part of the decision, a partner and a parent with him, if they were to take on his sister's orphan children. He watched her while she made sandwiches for the boys and himself, keeping the baby happy in her bouncy seat. She appeared to be adapting to the chores that the kids brought with them just because of the care they needed. Because she had never taken care of any children before, it was a long stretch for her. The mere fact that she was doing it was admirable. Layla did not really know his sister well, having interacted with her on occasional visits. Jeff walked up behind Layla while she spread peanut butter on the bread for the boys. He happened to still like peanut butter and jelly, and he was starving. Wrapping his arms around her, he kissed her neck. She leaned into him and sighed. "Hungry?" she asked, tipping her face up to his. A jolt went through him, electricity tingling his skin. They'd not been alone together in days. The boys were still adjusting and had not yet spent a full night in their new room, which left them no time alone together. The baby thankfully had adapted easily to her own crib, and mostly slept through the night. However, she had been restless last night, and they were both pretty beat from the interrupted sleep. Layla's green eyes were laced with dark circles. Likely so were his. He leaned in and kissed her full on the mouth. She turned in his arms and kissed him back as they embraced. He pulled her close, her body melding with his. A giggle erupted from the table, making him remember they were not alone. They pulled apart and looked at the boys. Corey was looking at them, his eyes wide. Jeff realized the grief those little eyes had endured over the past few days. Still silent, unspeaking. His little brother giggled again. "You kiss her," Teddy giggled with his hand over his mouth, his eyes sparkling mischievously. He smiled widely at the pair of them. How they reminded him of his little sister. Linda lived on in her children. Their little faces would remind them all of what they had lost. "When you grow up, you can kiss girls too," Jeff teased, joining them at the kitchen table as Layla placed the plates of food in front of them. "Would you like to drink some milk?" Layla asked. "Chocolate. Me want chocolate milk," Teddy shouted. His older brother nodded in unison with Teddy. Corey continued to be nonverbal, but Jeff noted he seemed to take part in conversation, even though he was silent. They would visit the pediatrician in a few days to assess them all. He worried about Corey. Both he and Layla did. Finding his mother dead in the living room had traumatized him. They needed to know the best way to help him. Layla filled glasses with chocolate milk and placed them in front of each place at the table, her own included. They ate their lunches together. The boys were voracious, he noted. They had healthy appetites. In the back of his mind, he wondered what their routine home life had been like. The visiting nurse, Helen, had said they were small for their ages. Did they get enough to eat? The guilt he felt increased in intensity. Grabbing the sandwich, he wolfed down a hard lump in his gut. He had to do better by these kids. They didn't ask for the life they were given. They deserved better than that, as any child would. Jeff glanced over at Layla, reaching under the table to touch her knee. She looked up at him at the contact, her eyes rimmed with dark circles. "Your mom is coming over soon to stay with the kids, so we can go to the appointment with the lawyer." A dull panic made his blood run cold. He had forgotten about the meeting they had set up with the family court attorney. How could he have forgotten that? So much had happened in the past few days that the days and nights were running together. He wanted to cut himself some slack, but it had been happening before this. One of those incidents was the incident where he had lost time before Layla moved in, not remembering digging the holes in the sugar house floor. But there were many episodes of time that he could not recall what he had been doing. At first, he had chalked it up to working so hard on the barns. The work was mind-numbing after a while. He really could take care of the animals on remote control. He'd been doing it for so long, but this felt different. There were just blanks of time. Maybe he was having some medical issues. They had appointments with the pediatrician, so maybe he would stop in to see his own doctor too. But Layla would likely need help with the kids at the doctor's office, so that didn't seem like the best plan. He would call later and make an appointment for another time. Honestly, Jeff wasn't able to recall the last time he had been to the doctor. He needed to be taking better care of himself. Looking around the room at his new instant family, he realized he had a responsibility to make sure his life insurance policies were all updated as well. If anything happened to him, he would need to be sure they were taken care of. Jeff raked a hand through his hair. There was just so much to do that it was overwhelming. Layla patted his hand on her knee under the table, getting his attention. Smiling, she nodded her head at Teddy. The little boy had raked his hand through his hair, mimicking Jeff's move. However, his hands were covered in sandwich residue, which was now all over the little boy's face and hair. His hair stood up at odd angles, and jelly glinted off his face in the sunlight from the kitchen windows. Corey laughed at his little brother, making faint noises. Layla squeezed Jeff's hand under the table. This was the first time he had made any sound since he had been with them. Both adults tried to not react, except for their clasped fingers under the table. Was this progress? Jeff rose from the table and went to kiss Corey on his head. The little boy's smell always stunned him. A smell of milk, peanut butter, and baby shampoo, combined with the faint scent of crayons. "Come on, buddy," Jeff said to Teddy, taking him by the hand. "Let's go get washed up. Grandma is coming over to stay with you guys for a little while, and we want to be clean for her." Teddy looked up at him with his wide eyes. "Grandma?" he asked. Jeff took him into the downstairs powder room and helped him to wash his hands and face. What he had said seemed to worry the little boy, and Jeff realized they didn't really know their grandmother. "She's a nice lady. She brought you toys before, remember?" Tears swelled in the already large brown eyes, and his lower lip quivered. "Don't go bye-bye," he cried. Suddenly, Jeff understood the problem. Neither he nor Layla had left the kids since they were dropped off a few days ago. It tore at his heart as he realized Teddy was afraid of losing them, just as he lost his mother. Jeff pulled the tiny body into his and comforted him. "It's just for a little while. Grandma will play with you. We can go feed the horses when I get back, okay? You can give them some carrots." Slowly, the tears subsided. "Horsey." "Okay," he nodded eagerly, wiping his now clean face. Jeff carried Teddy back out to the kitchen, where Layla was picking up the dishes. "We should change. Why don't you go up and put on something?" "Less barn-like?" Jeff teased Layla. She smiled at him and flushed. "Yeah, something like that." Jeff set Teddy and Corey to playing with their toy cars that their friends had brought them, while Layla took care of the baby. Once their attention was otherwise occupied, Jeff went up the stairs, taking them two at a time to change for their appointment with the attorney. He took an assessment of himself in the mirror and did not like what he saw. He looked like hell. The lack of sleep and the barn dirt took their toll on his appearance. Deciding to clean up well, he stepped into a quick shower and changed into dress slacks and a sweater. Within minutes, he was back downstairs with the kids. His mother had arrived. She was holding the baby while sitting in a chair near where the boys played. "I'll go change. I'll be just a minute," Layla said after appraising his quick transformation. Jeff walked over and kissed his mother's cheek. She scrutinized him. "Sleeping?" she asked. "Little rough last night," he replied. Layla said it was. "The baby may be teething," his mother answered. Jeff shook his head in silent reply. "You okay by yourself with these guys?" "Will be a couple of hours, likely." "Huh, try watching 6 of you." "I'll be fine," she replied. "Take some time together if you want," Jeff said. His parents' succession of children had he and his siblings separated by no more than a year. There was skill and experience to staying with the kids, and she had it. After all, she was their grandmother. It was probably a good idea to take some time with Layla. With his very capable mother taking care of the children, he and Layla could have a bit of time to talk. They'd take the chance to catch up with each other and take a quick breather. "Have you decided on services?" Jeff asked after a few moments. "Next weekend. Just the family, I think it would be best," the older woman answered, tears brimming her eyes as she spoke. It was evident she was trying to be tough and not cry in front of the children. They were silent together as they watched the boys play. "They all look like her," his mother whispered, kissing the baby's head. Jeff nodded silently in reply, his own tears brimming in his eyes as they remembered Linda together. Shortly, Layla joined them dressed in a skirt and sweater, looking professional and pretty. Jeff admired his fiancée, noting again that he wanted to spend alone time with her, and soon. Spending some time out of the house together today wasn't really what he had in mind, but he'd take it. Above anything, they needed to talk to each other today about the kids and their future. They were taking steps with the family court to confirm their guardianship. It was a formality, confirming the best interests of the children and his sister's designation of him as guardian in her will. They would need to take further steps to move to adopt the kids, if that is what they decided to do together. That move would reopen doors to the father of the kids, and they needed to explore that process further with the attorney. Jeff wanted to be sure not to race ahead without carefully considering what Layla wanted, and what they might have to face in any court battles. They had not formed a plan about having their own children, since they had just gotten engaged. Each of them wanted kids, but at some future time. They needed to consider their own future lives, and as his mother warned him, they couldn't let guilt drive them. Taking on this instant family was a huge task, with life-changing consequences. They both needed to be sure this was what they wanted to do. Layla was quiet on the car ride, as though she was thinking about what to say. Jeff reached over and took her hand, raising it to his lips. She smiled at him. "You okay?" he asked. Layla took her hand back from his grasp, and he placed both hands on the wheel, bracing himself for what she had to say. "I think the better question is if you are all right," she said, tipping her head to look at him as he drove. Her brow furrowed. "You're not sleeping, and you seem to spend a lot of time in the barns. I know you're working out there, but you sort of disappeared on me this morning." Jeff felt the earlier knot in his gut return. "Yeah, it's hard to sleep with the kids." "It's not that, Jeff. You were doing it before. Now it's just more noticeable, and we need both of us to handle the kids. You went out to the barn this morning after breakfast and didn't come back in until lunch. You were out there for hours. And you forgot about this appointment, didn't you?" Layla said, crossing her arms over her chest. Jeff glanced at her and back to the road, an icy feeling entering his chest. He knew he was losing time, but didn't think it was that much. What she was saying was a little scary. What had he been doing all morning in the barns? There was no project out there that required that much attention anymore. He had intentionally put off any more big projects until things were more settled. He needed his brother's help anyway to do the work that was left. "Look, Jeff, I'm not mad. I'm just worried about you." We've got a lot on our plates to begin with, now with the kids." Layla's eyes brimmed with tears. One found its way down her cheek. It tore at Jeff to see her cry, and he pulled his truck over to the side of the road, instantly unsnapping his seatbelt and gathering her in his arms. "Baby, don't cry. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with me. I just don't realize that time is passing by, that's all." "I'm worried about you," Layla stuttered. "I've been seeing a dark shadow near you, and sometimes you just don't seem like yourself." An icy chill climbed up Jeff's spine, giving him goosebumps all up and down his arms. A vision of the holes in the sugar house floor came into his mind. He hadn't told Layla or anyone what he'd done, likely because it felt so strange to find himself amid the mess and not know whether he'd created it. "Maybe it's because of Linda's death," he said, not believing it himself. "It was happening before that," she answered. "I think we should do a cleansing of the house and barns. It will help us get a fresh start. With the kids and all, I'm worried." "Whatever you want, babe. I'll make an appointment to see the doctor, get a full workup too, and we'll all feel better." They sat together for a moment. Layla's tears ceased as they took the time to regroup. "We haven't really had the chance to catch our breath since the kids came. How are you feeling about them living with us?" he asked. Layla shifted in his arms. "I wanted to have children someday. This was a surprise. I'm trying to do my best with them. I just feel inadequate. I do not know what I'm doing, and I worry about them." "I think you're doing great and have been a real champ stepping in like you have. You're doing better than me, that's for sure. The burden has really fallen on your shoulders. You've become an instant mother, really." "They are really sweet kids. They really belong with us," Layla smiled wanly. "You want to adopt them if we can? Have them be officially ours." Her straightforwardness took him a little off guard. They needed to consider it, but it was not the first step they should think about. "I think eventually, if you wanted to, we would." She nodded. "Then we should get married sooner rather than later. If it helps the process, like the nurse said, then we might as well." Warmth flowed through his veins as he realized how much he loved her. His love grew more and more than they spent more time together. She had stepped up to caring for his deceased sister's children, who she barely knew. She was willing to alter any dreams she had for her future, for them and for him. "Don't you want to have a big wedding?" he asked. Layla shook her head. "I never dreamed about having an elaborate wedding. I plan them, but it's not for me. I would like to elope or have a small service, nothing extravagant." Speechless, he kissed her welcoming mouth. He reveled in the thought that he was a lucky man. He had found the anchor of his life. Chapter 18. Layla shifted in the chair across from the attorney. They were sitting in a typical one-attorney legal office with piles of paperwork on the credenza to the side of the expansive desk. As you can see, family court is pretty busy, especially these days with the drug problems in the area. There are a lot of custody hearings for kids being moved back and forth from their homes to foster care. And that's an even bigger nightmare, since we're so backlogged. Your sister was smart to have named the guardian of her kids in her will. I wish more people had the forethought to do that. Jeff shifted in his seat. Layla knew he was uncomfortable with the situation of meeting with a lawyer to discuss the court processes. It worried him to have the fate of the kids out of his hands for now, and in the approval procedures by the court. "Can you explain to us what the process will be?" he asked. The attorney sat back in his chair and crossed his arms, as though getting ready to tell a long story. He was an older man. He was well-dressed, but still appeared to be disheveled, with his hair falling in his face periodically. He would brush it back, but it would fall again into his face when he spoke. It was a constant battle for him to keep the hair from his eyes. Layla wondered why he didn't just change the style, but maybe he couldn't find the time to see a barber. The piles of paperwork told an unending story of constant work, which aligned with the information he was telling them. "Well, the court will probably confirm the guardianship with no issue. Once DSF does their reporting, it should be cut and dry. Since you are the brother of the deceased, and she designated you as guardian, and the two of you are a young married couple that are both gainfully employed. The whole process should be very easy. We are engaged, not married, Jeff clarified. The attorney shuffled papers on his desk. Ah, right. Well, there still shouldn't be a problem, but if you are to be married, it may help move matters ahead with no speed bumps, especially if you consider adoption. There are several steps to take there, but I see the father has relinquished his parental rights already. The courts are full of complex cases that require a lot of attention and coordination from all the departments. Since these are minors we are dealing with, the court is very conservative, cautious, and I might add, very old-fashioned. The judge doesn't blink an eye at any kind of marriage. And as long as there is a commitment from both parents to care for the children, then he's on board. However, he reviews adoptions from single and unmarried couples very meticulously. So, to book yourselves less time in court and fewer visits to the house to assess the care you are giving the kids, being married will help to ease the process. Layla glanced at Jeff and then back at the attorney. That seems rather dated, don't you think? Agreed, but the judge runs the court. And you wanted my advice on the matter, he said, matter-of-factly. Jeff glanced at her and took her hand in his. His palm was warm and his skin was rough on her own. His hands continued to be covered in a mix of healed and open blisters. Layla reminded herself to ask him about gloves later. For some reason, he continued to not wear them while working in the barns. What would the process and timeline look like for adoption? Layla asked. They may as well lay everything out for themselves so they could make the right decisions and know what they had in store to proceed with the process. You can remain the children's guardians without adoption, but the process would be pretty straightforward, the attorney went on. Sometime later, Jeff and Layla sat in the local diner. The food was excellent, and the coffee was perking them up from their lack of sleep the night before. They dawdled a bit, relishing the time together. Even though they had the kids only a few days, it had turned their lives upside down. Well, it sounds like they have put everything in place. We just have to wait for the court dates. Are you sure you want to push up our wedding? It's not something that you can really undo once it's done, Jeff said, holding her hand across the table. We could plan a big wedding for one of our anniversaries if you really think you want that. I don't. It's never been something that I feel I need to have. It's an extravagance, too, because weddings can be so expensive. I can't believe how much people will pay to get married, Layla replied. Jeff squeezed her fingers in reply. He looked exhausted. It wasn't just the events of the past few days. The lines on his face and the darkness under his eyes had begun long before the kids and the news of his sister's death arrived. It worried her. He insisted it wasn't related to the farm or the renovations and said he felt well enough. But in her heart, she knew what was causing it, and it terrified her. The darkness that followed him had grown stronger and more elusive to her sights. Since the first day she stepped foot onto the farm, she had felt a presence. That first day, it had felt like someone had been watching her, but there had been no one there. Now that she was becoming more in tune to her ability to see into the other worlds, the shadow had begun hiding. Why it was drawn to Jeff was a puzzle. Arlene had said that the souls were drawn to her own light. It was her own ability to usher them to move onward from the earthly plane was what drew them to her. So after being attracted to her own light, why then did this one choose to hide itself, and why did it pick Jeff? Layla considered his usually happy and generous personality. Maybe that was the attraction. After learning more of the murders that happened on the farm, and viewing the photo of Frank Dawson with its illusion of Jeff, she started to feel a flicker of understanding about what may be happening. There had to be some connection between the shadow and what was happening to Jeff. Although Layla had not sensed the murder victims at all, there had been no feelings that there were any spirits that matched the children or the wife of Frank Dawson. When it came to their memory, there was just a stillness. She needed to get in touch with Arlene, but she and Jeff needed to get back to the farm to relieve his mother. There wasn't time today to stop and talk to her spiritual mentor, so she would try to call her when she had another chance. The days really passed quickly when there were 3 little people to care for. They set the services for this weekend. We should probably just have the kids come to the gathering afterward, not the services. I am pretty sure they wouldn't understand the whole thing. And with Corey, I am not sure it's a good idea. What do you think? Jeff asked. Layla sighed. Here she was lost. She often felt she didn't know what would be best for the kids. They hadn't really talked about their mother, and Corey, as the oldest, seemed to be the most impacted. His inability or unwillingness to talk concerned her. The nurse had said that it was a reaction to the whole situation and would pass in time. They were seeing the pediatrician soon, but not before the weekend services and gathering. The bottom line was the boys needed to deal with the grief. Layla recalled her own trauma when her mother died. She had been older and felt it was her own fault. Surely Corey and Teddy would have some of those similar feelings. They would need to work through it with them. I agree, they are too young to go to a funeral, and they wouldn't understand what was happening anyway. But we need to ask the doctor how best to work through this with them, Layla said. We'll have to see about a sitter, and eventually we'll need some kind of childcare so we can go back to work, Jeff said, leaning back in the booth seat. Gosh, there's so much to think of. Do they go to school yet? Or preschool? Is there even one around? Layla smiled at this. She had reached out to Christina and Gina, since they were her employers at the Stonehouse Inn, to plan her time off. Legally, she was entitled to have a personal leave, both for bereavement and for adding to her family. However, the marketing work was something that she could do anywhere, so they negotiated she would do a majority of her work from home. Now that they were fully staffed, Layla was not called on so much to fill in with the housekeeping, but they needed her a few times a week for the breakfast shift or the dinner shifts in the restaurant. Layla felt that she and Jeff could work out a decent schedule between the two of them, since he worked for himself. The money and tips were nice for them when it was busy at the inn, and with it being so close, it was an ideal situation. They also needed to explore nursery school and kindergarten programs to see how they could fit them into the schedule. But for right now, she was just feeling grateful to have so much flexibility with her job of marketing for the inn. It was a godsend, and it was nice how it had come together just when it was needed. Layla explained the details to Jeff, who looked bleary-eyed, trying to absorb what she had already accomplished. It sounds like you have really been thinking this through. You've done so much, and here I am just starting to think of these things. You have been there and back already, Jeff said, a frown creasing his brow. Boy, I've really been out of it, haven't I? I'm sorry to have left all of this burden on you. I'm really not sure where my head had been. As they spent the afternoon together away from the farm, Layla thought Jeff seemed clearer. It was like he was more himself. The change in his demeanor could simply be from just being away from the farm, stepping away from the stresses of the renovations and the little bodies that needed attention had just eased him enough. Prior to moving to the farm, Jeff was out and about most of the day, traveling to where his animals were boarded. Now they were all at home, and he had no reason to leave. She knew that working from where you lived could drain you if you didn't leave periodically and take a break. Both she and her employers at the inn worked and lived on site, and they all made plans every few days when they could go off the mountain to get a break. Jeff would need to make sure he made the time for himself too. She'd need to watch over him more carefully. They paid their bill at the diner and headed back to their car, walking slowly hand in hand. Taking breaks away from the farm would do Jeff well, but Layla knew there was more at play here. Something sinister was easing its way into their lives. She could feel it coming. Chapter 19. Driving through town in Jeff's truck, Layla felt a thrill of freedom. They had found a babysitter that they both knew and felt comfortable with. Christina had been the one who called Layla with the idea. It was a girl from the inn who was hired in the fall as a housekeeper part-time. It turned out to be a perfect match. The sitter, whose name was Joni, had experience working in a daycare setting with children from the infant stage and up to 5 years old. She also had 6 younger siblings of her own. Joni was a gift from the heavens, Layla reflected. It was a relief to know she could rely on someone who lived nearby and who she trusted. Layla and Jeff had decided to take a trial run this afternoon before they really needed a babysitter for Linda's funeral. It was ultimately the children who needed to be okay with her, Jeff was going to do some work in the barns with his brother, which gave Layla a chance to go catch up with Arlene for a bit. She decided to take Jeff's car, as the car seats were all in her car, taking up every inch of space in the back seat. Removing them was too much of a chore. Besides, if Jeff needed to take the kids somewhere, it was better if he had the car seats ready. Layla was excited to see Arlene and discuss her concerns about the dark shadow that was appearing more often. The last time she had been in to see her had been after the discovery of the news article that depicted Frank Dawson's murder of his family. Arlene had seen something in Layla's future as they ended their last meeting, but she would not disclose the details. She just said that change was coming. Well, it certainly had, she thought. Since she last saw her friend, they had learned of Linda's death and had taken over the custody of her children. If that wasn't change, Layla didn't know what was. She pulled the truck into her driveway and noticed Arlene's husband, who was putting suitcases in the trunk of their vehicle. She waved to him as she got out of the truck. "Going somewhere?" she asked. "Ah, yeah, heading out in the mornin'. Thought I'd get a head start on loading up the car," Arlene's husband answered, putting his hands in his front pockets and spitting on the ground. "Got a long drive ahead of us. Warmer weather for a bit, though, so it's kind of a trade-off." "Where you headed?" she asked. Arlene had not mentioned that they were getting ready for a trip when she called to see if she was available this afternoon. "Florida. I got a sister there. She's having surgery, and we're heading down to take care of her for a few weeks. Well, Arlene is anyway. I'll be fishin'." He laughed to himself. "Not much of a nurse, I'm afraid." "Sorry to hear about your sister," Layla said, walking to the front door. "She'll be all right. Just her hip. Getting a new one put in, and then she'll be right as rain," he answered. "Go ahead in. She's expecting you." "You can't surprise her. I gave up on it years ago." Layla smiled at his statement. "When your wife is a psychic, that's probably the case." "Hello?" she called, opening the front door, letting herself into their house. Come in, Arlene called from her living room. "You should have told me you were packing for your trip," Layla said. "No worries. You needed to talk to me, so here you are," Arlene answered, gesturing her to sit in a chair near her. Layla sat where Arlene indicated and pulled off her jacket, feeling guilt seep in. While she didn't want to keep Arlene from getting ready for her trip, she needed to talk to her, even though it would be brief. "How's things going at your house? I hear you've got a pack of kids now. Good of you and Jeff to take them on," Arlene said. Layla smiled. "It's going okay." "Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. Kids don't break too easily. We all figure it out eventually," Arlene said, patting her on her hand. "I sure hope they don't." Layla forced out a laugh, even though the situation was stressful at home. It was nerve-wracking to not know if everything you did was right. "Listen, this was a surprise to you, so it will take some getting used to. You'll need to cut yourself some slack. Even parents that get kids the usual way are not prepared, even when they know they are coming. Getting 3 all at once is quite a shock. And something my mother told me years ago, you never stop worrying. Mine are all grown and scattered around the country. I still worry about them every day." Layla nodded, still feeling a little overwhelmed. Arlene studied her carefully, not saying a word. Finally, and very gently, she said, "You guys have been through a lot. I heard about Jeff's sister, too. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Thank you," Layla said, clearing her throat. They sat quietly for a few minutes before Layla ventured to say, "Perhaps we should talk about the reason I came." "Yes. Tell me, how are you doing with your practice?" Arlene asked. Layla took in a deep breath. She was used to her friend being one step ahead of her. She tried to relax. "I'm worried about the shadow I see with Jeff. He's been having some episodes where he completely loses track of time. He's been working out in the barns and forgets about appointments or other things I've asked him to do. And when he does come inside, he has no recollection of what he's been doing." Arlene sat back in her chair, a frown deepening on her forehead. "Go on." "I'm really not sure how to explain this, but I think the shadow may be hiding from me. At first it was faint. It was almost like a cloud passing overhead. Then it became more solid, and I started noticing the changes in Jeff. But now it's hiding. It disappears when I'm nearby. Layla was startled by Erlene's reaction, watching her place her fingers over her mouth. Her blood ran cold when Erlene asked, "Do you see any form to this shadow? Can you sense what it wants?" "No, it's not like any spirit I have seen before. It has no form, but I can feel it. I think it knows that I can see it, and it doesn't want me to. This may sound strange, but I feel it really dislikes me." "Does Jeff know about the shadow? What does he feel?" "I've shared it with him. He knows he's missing time, but he feels like it may have been the stress of everything. But this has been happening since before we got the children. His demeanor changes sometimes. It's like his personality changes. The other day, we left the farm to talk to the family court attorney, and Jeff seemed like his old self." Erlene contemplated this for a few moments before speaking. Layla felt her intrusion into her thoughts. She was getting accustomed to feeling the sensation when she asked Erlene for help, but it was still disconcerting, especially since Layla couldn't read minds herself. Apparently, everyone had different levels of skills when it came to seeing into other people's thoughts and the future. Her own talents centered around seeing spirits. She saw the souls of people that have passed on and have chosen, for whatever reason, not to pass on. "Have you consulted with your spirit guides?" Erlene asked. Guilt filled Layla's gut. She had not been practicing as much as she should. It was easy to reach out to her grandmother, but the others were more of a challenge. It was though she could hardly hear them, and the spirit she could not identify remained completely silent. Layla felt she was just not successful at the communication. Whatever the issue, she had not applied herself to resolving the problem, and the arrival of the children just pushed all of that aside. "I haven't really had the chance. I can hear my grandmother easily, but not the others. Now with the kids?" "Say no more. I understand." Erlene rose to her feet and retrieved a small notebook from an old secretary desk in the corner of their living room. "You need to have the house cleansed. Jeff will need to be there, and if something has latched onto him, then it will need to be there. I sense your uncertainty, Layla. I don't want to lead you in the wrong direction, but something needs to be done. The shadow spirit is hiding from you and is affecting Jeff. You need to do this. I can't put off my trip because my sister-in-law really needs my help. I'll do it as soon as I get back." Erlene riffled through papers on her desk. Finding an old, worn notebook, she hurriedly copied from it. Her pen made scratching noises on the loose paper. She handed the completed list to Layla. "Here is a listing of other people I trust to do this when I am gone if you want to do it sooner. They all live at least an hour away. Some are farther." A tingling ran over her skin. She knew she needed to do something about the situation. The urgency she was hearing from Erlene startled her. "Is this serious? Do you think we're in danger?" Layla asked. "Should we wait until you come back? I really don't want to bring in anyone else from outside. Jeff, well, he wouldn't like it. It would be best if it were you." The older woman took Layla by the shoulders. "I don't want you to worry about this too much. There are many other reasons for you to be seeing a shadow and for the changes you say you're seeing in Jeff. The stress, the grief of losing his sister, the chaos of gaining an instant family, the excitement of buying and fixing up the farm. It could be something medical as well. It's really hard to say. Don't go making assumptions." Layla was comforted by her words and her voice of common sense and reason. Although Erlene's reaction initially had her concerned, Layla sensed she was only trying to comfort her. Layla still had her doubts about what was plaguing them. "Come, let me give you a bag of goodies," Erlene said, leading Layla into her sunny kitchen. Erlene opened a cupboard and began to fill a grocery bag with items. "What is all of that?" Layla asked. "They're trinkets I like to use for a cleansing. Here is the witch's salt. It's this black salt here. There are some crystals as well. I would just lay those around the house, somewhere where the little ones can't get into them. Here is a black candle with runes carved into it. You are supposed to burn it to remove the evil from your life," Erlene said, while loading up the grocery bag as though these were everyday items. She pushed the bag into her hands. "There you go. You have everything you need." Layla walked with Erlene to her front door. "What do I do with the salt?" You can create a boundary that evil spirits can't cross. They say that it protects you from evil spirits, Erlene answered. A boundary? How? Layla asked, scanning over the items in the grocery bag. Erlene reached out and embraced Layla, giving her a hug goodbye. Oh, like across a doorway or the entry to your home, or in a circle, around yourself for protection, or around the spirit to keep it contained. You think I'll need something like that? Layla asked hesitantly. Erlene pressed the bag into her hands, patting her fingers. No, my dear. It's standard issue for a cleansing. Handy to have around the house anyway. I use it to keep the ants out of the sugar. She smiled at that, relieved. Layla gathered up her purse and turned to leave. It was apparent Erlene wanted to get back to her packing. But as she did so, she recalled the conversation she had had with one of her spirit guides. Does the name Azrael mean anything to you? At her question, Erlene studied her, and she felt the familiar riffle through her thoughts. I'll have to research that. It's interesting that he is there for you. I've heard of others being able to call on the archangels when they were in need. Archangels? What do you mean? Layla asked. Erlene closed her cupboard door with a resounding bang. Azrael is an archangel. His job is to help souls that are stuck in between the world of the living and the spirit worlds, among other things, of course. He's also known as the Angel of Death. Chapter 20. Leaving Erlene's house with her mind buzzing, Layla's phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a text from Gina. She had stopped by the farm, heard she was in town, and wanted to see if she liked to grab a coffee. Gina was headed to the library. Layla decided to catch her friend. She may as well take the opportunity to do some research on house cleansings and Azrael. When Erlene told her who he was, it came as a huge shock for her, so she felt this was a chance to find out more about him. She and Jeff hadn't installed internet in the house yet, so it was easier to research at the library these days. Gina's car was parked in the lot when she arrived at the library, so she entered the quiet building, reveling in the hush of the book stacks. Gina was at the librarian's desk making conversation. As Layla approached the two women, she overheard the discussion about the memorial hall that Gina was researching. Apparently, she had more questions. They both turned when Layla approached them. "Oh, I am so happy to see you again," the librarian said. "I found more articles about the Dawson murders. There was a lot of coverage in the local papers when he went on trial. They held the trial out of town, since they weren't able to gather a fair jury. It was in Montpelier, so it became more widely known in the state. Of course, there aren't too many murders in Vermont, anyway." Layla accepted the folder that the older woman offered. It was really kind of her to take the time to pull all of that information together. Layla thanked the librarian and followed Gina into the stacks, while her friend found the books she was looking for. While Gina poked around, a display caught Layla's attention. Mysteries in New England, Vermont, and New Hampshire. While she was thumbing through the books on the display, the librarian came up beside her. Layla thought that her day must be so very quiet. She appeared to be so happy to have people in the library asking for her services. "These books are pretty interesting," she said, smiling and pointing to the display. "I gathered them together for the fall season and left them up as they have been checked out a lot." Layla picked up one of the books and started to scan its contents, nodding to the librarian as she continued the hushed conversation. There was a renewed interest in the local legends when all of that drama happened last year at the Stone House. They found those bones of the missing girl, and then when her cousin disappeared, it really stirred up interest. "That book you're holding has a story I remember as a little girl. I thought they told us that tale just to keep us from wandering off in the woods by ourselves, but apparently there was some truth to it," the librarian rambled on. Layla realized that she must have not paid attention to what the woman was telling her, as she didn't understand where the conversation had gone. "I'm sorry," she said. "Which story?" "The story about the stagecoach robbery," the librarian went on undeterred. "There is an old tale about a gang of thieves that robbed the stagecoach while it was passing over the mountain. They got away with a fortune in gold bars that was being transported in the vehicle. The robbers killed everyone on the stagecoach, even the horses, so they left no witnesses. This was back in the late 1800s, mind you." "Oh, that's awful," Layla replied. trying to follow what the older woman was telling her. The legend goes that the robbers fought over the money they stole and hid on the mountain. They eventually killed each other, but one of them survived. He was never caught, and rumor has it that he still wanders the mountain, looking for the gold that he hid and can't find. If he runs into you on his path, he makes you help him look for his treasure. A shiver went up Layla's spine. Sounds horrible, she said politely. That would entice me to stay out of the woods myself. The librarian stood back, placed her hands on her hips, and scowled at Layla. Almost immediately, the scowl was replaced with understanding. I'm sorry, I was assuming you had read the articles already, but of course you haven't had a chance to yet. The reason I brought up the stagecoach robbery was because Frank Dawson pleaded insanity to the murder of his family. He said that he was possessed by an evil spirit that wanted him to find his missing gold. A faint whisper passed Layla's ear, and she knew she was being pressed to find out more information about the story. Which book has that story in it? All of them, but this one has the most detail. They all have different nuances, as it's an old story passed down over campfires to scare children. I did find a reference to the robbery in some articles from the trial. There was a reporter from Montpellier that dug into the information about the stagecoach robbery, the librarian said. I guess the public really liked the sensationalism. It was interesting. Anyway, I hope you find it useful. Layla admired this small-town librarian who had searched out all the possible threads. She may not have a connection to the story, but it was really kind of her to look the information up for her. Layla tucked the folder into her bag and thanked her. As they talked, Layla noticed a sign for a children's hour. Once they were done with the conversation, she walked over to check out the children's storybook section. On a whim, she picked out a few books that the boys might like, and a pamphlet with children's story time hours and activities throughout the month. She had to get the lay of the land for children's resources in the area, and this was a great place to look. There were many days from her childhood spent happily in the library or reading a book. A bookshelf nearby had information on parenting. Layla added a few more books on baby care and another book about grief in children. Wow, looks like you hit the mother load, Gina exclaimed, laughing at her friend as she helped her to carry her armload of books. The two women checked out with the librarian, who also supplied a list of preschools in the area for Layla. Layla was ecstatic that she was able to gain all of this information at one location. The past few days had been crazy, and her life had changed in the matter of a few hours. But it seemed with the help of their friends and family, as well as the community, she was headed down a good path. Still, the worry of the shadow plagued her. She needed to solve that mystery and rid her family of the shroud of worry. With Arlene being away for a few weeks, the cleansing would have to wait until she was back. Layla knew that the time would likely fly by. They had the services for Jeff's sister and medical appointments for the children and Jeff in the next couple of days. There was a lot to handle before Arlene was home, but it still made her uneasy. Layla and Gina walked out to their cars, locking the library books in their vehicles so they wouldn't have to carry them into the coffee shop. She was so happy to be able to spend some time talking with Gina. She missed their interactions at the inn. So much had happened in the past couple of days that it was nice to be able to decompress with a friend. But Gina was also her employer, and Layla wanted to get some business out of the way as well. There were a couple of events approaching that would need Layla's attention, and she would need to plan her time and find childcare if Jeff was working as well. Sitting in the coffee shop with Gina, Layla felt a bit more normal than she had in the past week. Gina chattered on excitedly about her plans for traveling to Italy on her honeymoon with Sean. Gina had lived there for a time with her grandparents, so she was eager to see places she hadn't seen since then. And she was eager to have Sean share in her life's history. Sean and Gina's wedding was coming up fast, Layla realized with a jolt. There was still a lot to do to prepare for it, and Christina's baby was due soon as well. Your wedding's really coming up, isn't it? Layla asked. Gina smiled. 3 weeks. Layla was astounded. It was nearly here. Mentally, she ran through her own to-do list that was on her computer at home. They needed to get the internet hooked up as soon as possible. If she was going to be working from home, she needed to have all the technology working to support her needs, not vice versa. I hope Christina makes it until then, Gina said. She is huge. The doctor hasn't given her the anytime notice yet, but by the looks of her, she is ready to deliver anytime. They laughed together, feeling sorry for their friend. Layla reflected that when she had seen Christina when the cavalry arrived with all the kids' supplies, she was having trouble moving around. How are the kids adjusting? Gina asked. And you, how are you managing? Layla sat back in her seat and sighed. They are so precious and sweet. I've really fallen in love with them, but it's so sad. They're doing well, though, putting up with my bumbling parenting. Jeff and I met with an attorney yesterday, so the legal processes are moving along. This all happened so fast. I know you didn't know his sister well, but it's still so sad. Jeff has so much guilt over the whole disaster. He feels like he should have done more, even though he was the only one left from their family that would have anything to do with her, Layla said. Gina shook her head solemnly. She was well aware of the drug challenges in town due to Sean's involvement as the county sheriff. There was likely a lot of information that Gina knew which she didn't talk about. As the fiancé of the local law enforcement, it was likely she was exposed to a lot of information and similar situations. Layla chose not to ask. It was a shock to have the children start living with us all at once, and I keep worrying that I'm not doing something right, Layla shared. I've always wanted to have a family, so I'm trying. Gina smiled kindly at her friend. You'll get it. It's not like you had Christina's 9 months of planning and preparing and reading every baby care book known to man. You had, 5 minutes? They laughed together. I'm glad that we can work out the schedule so you can spend more time at home. It'll help, I'm sure, Gina said. Sean was asking me about Jeff. How is he coping? Sean said he thought he was stressed out before this week. I guess he missed a meetup with Sean and Kevin a couple of weeks ago. They were getting together for a beer. Sean said he didn't call or anything and was really short with him when he asked about it. The information surprised and concerned Layla. This was the first she had heard about him missing things with people other than herself. She wondered if there was anything else happening outside of what she had noticed in his behavior. He has had a lot on his mind. There's so much going on with the farm and all, Layla explained. But you're worried about him? Gina asked, concern in her voice. Not wanting to reveal the details about the shadow she was seeing to Gina, she avoided answering fully. It wasn't that she didn't trust her. They had shared similar information before. This seemed more far out and would be harder to explain. Since she hardly understood it herself, it felt challenging to have to describe it to someone else who didn't have sight. There was so much more to know and to understand about what it could be. Layla nodded in reply. I heard the librarian talking to you about the additional articles she found. It sounded interesting, Gina said. The articles were in a folder in her bag by her feet. Gina had known that photo of Frank Dawson had been a dead ringer for Jeff, so she was naturally interested in more details. Reluctantly, Layla pulled the information from her bag, and they sat with their heads together, scanning the materials. Oh, look here, he pleaded insanity. He said that he was possessed by an evil spirit that wanted him to find gold. Isn't that the story the librarian was telling you about the robbery on the Stagecoach Road? Likely he was using that as an excuse, Gina said. It was these details that now added to Layla's worry. Had Frank Dawson really been possessed? Could Jeff also be influenced by the same force? You know, when it's all said and done, the guy likely had post-traumatic stress. Fighting in the Pacific in World War II was really brutal, Gina said. Treatment back in those days was not like it is now, and I'm not sure how much help he could have possibly gotten. It had to be bad to kill your own family. A chill crept up Layla's bones as they looked at the articles and the pictures of the family in the newspaper. Her family with Jeff now completely resembled the photo if you added the children to the picture. What did this all mean? Was there a connection to what was happening to Jeff? A normal, level-headed response would be to not acknowledge the similarities. They would have no meaning, and it was all a coincidence. It was a bit of interesting information, but it wasn't relevant to their situation. Normal, level-headed people also would not believe in ghosts, or spirits that hung around after they died, who were trapped on the earthly plane. Layla knew differently. Ghosts and spirits were real, and she suspected the Dawson murders and Frank Dawson's defense were connected to what was happening to Jeff now. Was history about to repeat itself? Her blood ran cold. "I need to get back," she said to her friend, gathering up her things for a quick exit. "I'll call you." Chapter 21. Life was moving along at what seemed to be a breakneck pace. The days moved by quickly because now that Layla had 3 little ones to care for, she found that it really filled her time. It was only the later evenings and late nights that she had any time to herself, and any time with Jeff. Over a week ago, she had gotten the information on Frank Dawson's trial from the newspapers, but she didn't have any time whatsoever to sit down and read the material. Jeff's sister's services were held this past weekend. It was a quiet and somber event, attended by just the family members. Linda's death changed the lives of so many people. Layla wondered if Linda realized the pain she had brought to her family and her children from her drug use. The situation was a tragedy, and Layla knew they were not the only family in the area that had been impacted by drugs. It was a national epidemic. Jeff bore so much guilt over it, Layla knew. He had been so sturdy since they learned of her death and the children moved in. But being away from the farm and being together with his family at the funeral must have unlatched the emotions inside of him. He cried openly during the service and held Layla's hand tightly in his. It was a very sad day. The children had done very well with the babysitter, and Layla was eternally grateful for her. She knew that in order to survive becoming an instant parent, she would need to pay attention to her own needs and give herself time away on her own. Having a reliable sitter that the children liked was a huge step in the right direction. After the services were done, she and Jeff went back to the farm to bring the kids to his parents' home where the family was gathering after the funeral. After so much sadness, it was a relief to be able to come home and feel those tiny arms wrap around her neck. She saw Jeff too, hugged the boys close to him, lingering as they excitedly told them how Joni the babysitter had played cars with them, setting up a ramp in the living room. They insisted on a demonstration where both she and Jeff needed to send their own cars down the track. The sadness of the day lifted with the love of the children and a matchbox car. Most of Jeff's remaining siblings did not know Linda's children, so it was a good chance for them to meet their niece and nephews. Layla realized that there was much love for them in Jeff's large family. Even though his parents had kept his sister at arm's length due to her drug use, there was still love. Linda had lied and stolen from them on many occasions in her quest to obtain more and more drugs, and Jeff's parents had been forced to sever their relationship with their daughter in order to protect themselves. Jeff's father had a chronic illness and was disabled. His mother still worked as a nurse at a local nursing home. They didn't have much, but what they had, they shared with their children if needed. Linda apparently had taken advantage of them, and they could no longer stand the stress of their relationship. It was a heartbreaking step to take, but they needed to preserve themselves. Due to their love, a swath of guilt hung over the family. Jeff carried his own burden, tempered by the fact that he was one of the only siblings that had kept in touch with Linda and tried to help her. Taking responsibility for her children was his last act of helping his sister. In contrast, his siblings had varied experiences with their relationships with their sister, and all were flavored with remorse that they may have been able to have helped her more. Accepting the reality was difficult, but the truth was in front of them all. Linda wanted the drugs more than she wanted her own life or her children. Such was her addiction. It was amazing to Layla that Linda had been able to stay away from them while she was pregnant with the baby. At least that was the assessment the pediatrician had given her when he examined the kids this past week. Linda must have been able to stay away from the drug long enough to deliver without any issues, but overdid it once she had the baby. The situation was so depressing, and Layla tried to put that into the past. Drug addiction was no longer in the children's lives, and they needed to focus on their future. The children needed to adjust to their new lives. The doctor's visit this past week had been interesting. They had learned that the 3 kids were not keeping up with the normal height and weight expectations for their ages. In looking at Jeff, who was a muscular and tall outdoorsman, the doctor assumed that the kids were malnourished. Jeff and Layla were given ideas about new diets and were encouraged to take the children outside for exercise and fresh air. Otherwise, all 3 kids were in good health. They just needed to catch up. The doctor and his nurse helped them with resources to understand the issues and work with the kids on their development, both physically and mentally. Parenting was hard work, Layla reflected. She was learning a lot about baby care, nutrition, and toys and games for the boys to stimulate them mentally. The boys had been tentative at first when they took them outside to play. It was as though they had not been given much of an opportunity until now to be outside. Layla couldn't imagine Linda's life or trying to make it on her own with small children. Getting and keeping a job would have been a challenge for her. So likely, she was living very frugally and received assistance. She must have had such a struggle to try to raise her children, put food on the table, and deal with her drug addiction. Jeff also had an appointment with the doctor this week, where he got a clean bill of health. There was nothing medical that concerned the doctor, but he did hear of Jeff's concern about missing time. The doctor ordered a CT scan of Jeff's brain to make sure all was well, so Jeff and Layla wouldn't have to worry that he had something physical going on. They got him right in for the scan, and results were back the next day. He was fine. Still, Layla knew that something was not right. The past week had them both running around and coordinating their work time to make sure the kids were covered. Jeff seemed better, but Layla still felt that something was hiding from her. He did not have any episodes where he forgot an appointment or was missing time, or at least there weren't any that she knew about. He still spent time out in the barns that seemed over and above what was needed out there, but she was not sure. Her mental capacity was taken up with the kids and her job. With Gina and Sean's wedding coming up quickly, there was much to do. With the kids all tucked in bed, Layla curled up on the love seat they placed in the downstairs office and read through the pages. Jeff was upstairs, likely asleep by now. She really should be practicing with her spirit guides, having neglected them. But this seemed more important tonight. The printed excerpts from the newspapers depicted Frank Dawson as a murderer. He was, Layla reflected. He killed his entire family, except for the baby who was in the hospital, and that made him a cold-blooded killer. The articles reported on his defense testimony, where he said he was being possessed by an evil spirit who was making him search for missing gold. His wife and kids were getting in the way, and the evil spirit made him kill his family. The folder she had contained articles from around the state, and many of those repeated the information she'd read in the first article. One smaller feature caught her eye, and it was about a reporter who had interviewed the investigating officer sometime after the conviction. In the article, it referenced the outcome of the trial and the fact that Dawson was in jail. The hair on the back of her neck tingled as she read. The reporter asked the officer what they had found, if anything, to corroborate the insanity plea. The officer had reported that they had found many circular holes on the property that had been dug up, as though someone were searching for something. The investigator also reported that they felt that the defendant may have created the holes and the entire story to assist in the insanity defense. They believed that Dawson referred to the legend of the stagecoach thief, to lay that possibility out there and to rid himself of the blame. That all made sense to Layla. If Dawson had planned to kill his family, then setting himself up with supporting evidence for an insanity plea would make sense. He would have avoided the death penalty or life imprisonment and would have served a lighter sentence in a mental health institution. Eventually, Dawson was let out of prison and lived as a hermit on the farm, so maybe his plea had somehow worked for him in the long run. Further on, Layla read more details in an interview with the defense attorney. It was reported that Dawson was convinced of his story and that he never wavered from it. His belief that he had been possessed while he murdered his young family had been steadfast. Dawson reported that he had not found the gold yet, but he believed it was in the sugar house. A chill swept over her shoulders, and she wrapped herself in the afghan she kept draped earlier over the back of the sofa. She felt the brush of her grandmother's hand as she snuggled into the blanket. She was nearby, indicating there was something she needed to pay attention to in the details of the article she was reading. Layla had not been into the sugar house. Jeff had kept it padlocked as it was when they had bought the farm, as far as she knew. They were not planning on sugaring this spring, but it was something they could do the following year. There had been several locks on the building, which didn't surprise them as the property had been kept secure over the years. It was likely the extra security had been needed, due to the local kids, including her fiancé, who had periodically dared each other to step onto the property. Would Dawson have locked the sugar house so carefully because he thought there were riches buried there? Did he lock himself out of the structure? Layla's stomach dropped as the small office transformed into the barnyard. Not believing what was happening, she felt wind blow her face and snow pelt her skin. In front of her was the sugar house, and a man who looked familiar. She realized with a jolt that it was Dawson. "I'm having a vision," she said to herself, trying to calm her heartbeat that had accelerated off the charts. The man was working on the door to the sugar house. It looked like he had installed smaller locks and a big padlock on the door. He turned keys in the locks, and clasping them in both hands, he walked over to the well. Layla recognized the location of the well. Now, that same spot was covered by a small pump house that brought water up from the depths and pumped it to the house and barns. When the man was standing close to the well, he threw the keys into it. He's older than in the pictures. This must be a vision from when he was released from prison. The man then walked back to the sugar house, and Layla watched as he methodically nailed the windows closed. When he had completed that task, he went back to the well and threw the hammer into its depths. Stalwartly, he walked back to the house. He paused for a moment on the doorstep, gazing back to the barnyard. As he did so, his face transformed into Jeff's. Layla's stomach dropped. Then he turned back into the house and slammed the door. In her vision, Layla stood in the barnyard, staring at the sugar house. It was completely unchanged from how it looked today. Why had Dawson locked the structure up? And why use so many locks? What was he trying to keep secure? If he wanted to keep something dear to him safe, then why did he throw the keys and the hammer into the well, where he would likely never be able to retrieve them? Maybe he was trying to keep himself out of there. Where Jeff is right now, her grandmother's voice said in her head, as her thoughts whirled in confusion. "Are you okay, babe?" Jeff asked, leaning on the door frame of the office. Stunned, Layla felt herself come back from her vision, sitting on the love seat in the office. The blanket was still wrapped around her. "Must have fallen asleep," she answered, stuttering, trying to reorient herself. "I'm heading up to bed," he said. Layla noted the grimy handprint he left on the door jamb. "Have you been outside this whole time? I thought you were upstairs," she said. Jeff saw where her eyes landed and wiped away the smudge on the wall. "Yeah, lots to do. Sorry about that. I guess I need to clean up." He quickly exited her sight, and she heard his footsteps on the stairs, moving overhead to their room. Shortly, she heard the water from the shower turn on. Layla sat for a moment, trying to collect her thoughts. Had Dawson not been lying about the possession? Did he lock up the sugar house to keep himself away from whatever possessed him when he came back to the farm after serving his time? The same place Jeff seemed to be obsessed with. Her mind whirled. In the materials she had brought home from the library, Layla had the book on some local mysteries. She thumbed through it and came to the story of the stagecoach robbery. It was just as the librarian had said. The gold was never recovered, and the thieves were never apprehended. Layla wondered what Jeff knew of the story, and since they were both in the same room at the same time, she thought to ask. Padding upstairs to their room, Layla checked in on the children before heading in for the night to the master bedroom. Jeff was wrapped in a towel when she entered. She took a moment to appreciate his physique. He turned to her, hearing her enter. He smiled seductively at her, dropping his towel to the floor. Her breath caught in her throat as he walked to her, never breaking eye contact. As he wrapped his arms around her and pressed her into his naked body, a fire grew in her belly. He leaned down and kissed her passionately. "Have you ever heard of the story of the stagecoach robbery? It happened near here," she asked as Jeff nibbled on her neck, attempting to free her of her clothing. His lips continued down her neck to the hollow of her shoulder, sending delicious tingles running up and down her skin. She assisted him in removing her top, and he pulled her again tightly into her arms. His arousal pressed into her, making her breathless. "I have," he whispered. "Later, talk later." He scooped her petite frame up in his arms and deposited them both on their expansive bed. She lost herself in him as they made love, and any further thought of the mystery was pushed from her mind. Chapter 22. The baby gurgled happily as Layla changed her diaper and dressed her in a frilly pink dress, very much like the dress Layla wore. She kissed her tiny feet as she placed them in tiny baby shoes, which were pretty silly since little Lynn would not be walking for a few months. They had decided to call her Lynn after her mother, Linda. It was a variation on her legal name, Caitlin. It would be something that would connect the child's biological mother to her. Tears of joy filled Layla's eyes, as it was her honor to step in to take care of these children. They were hers now, and they were becoming more her own with each passing day. The deeply protective love she had grown into for the children no longer surprised her. In her heart, they were her children. The baby would never remember her mother, but the boys would. Layla vowed to keep reminders of her around for them. She would be their mom, but their mother brought them into the world. She scooped up the giggling baby and kissed her chubby cheeks that had really filled out since she had come to them. The fresh air and sunshine, as well as a healthy diet and lots of exercise, did them all good. The boys had a spark to them now and were fast becoming farm kids. As Jeff gave them little chores to do for the animals, Christina met her in the doorway. "Let me hold that little bundle," she said, taking the baby from Layla's arms. "Here, you take these." Christina handed Layla a beautiful bridal bouquet of daisies and roses. They were different shades of pink to match her dress. "Oh, wow, I wasn't planning on this. Thank you, they're beautiful." "You're the one who's beautiful," Christina exclaimed, stepping back to have a look at her friend. At Gina's insistence, Jeff and Layla had planned for their wedding to be the day after theirs. It was apparent that Gina was worried that she would miss out on Layla's wedding and Christina's delivery while she was away on her honeymoon. With nothing to be done to control when Christina's daughter would be born, Gina focused on the details and timing of Layla and Jeff's wedding. It was convenient for them to share the wedding decorations that Gina and Sean's wedding used at the inn, and the wedding brunch was being served and planned. Gina had insisted that it made absolute sense to share the weekend with her friend. Layla and Jeff did not want a formal wedding and had been planning on going down to the town offices to be married by a justice of the peace. But Gina was not having it. Sean and Jeff, having been friends since they could both walk, shared many of the same close friends. Jeff's brothers were Sean's friends, and his parents were on the invitation list for Sean and Gina's wedding too. It just made sense, Gina had insisted. There were also ready and willing sitters for the kids all set to go. Layla had relented and agreed to whatever her friends wanted to conjure up. It made sense, but she also felt guilty about taking up time from Sean and Gina's wedding weekend. Both women had vowed that the setup would not take anything away from their thunder. In fact, the other bride would add to it. All of them would be married at the Stonehouse Inn after its first year in business. After Gina had triumphed and Layla agreed, the chef had taken over. They were not having any kind of lengthy ceremony and were planning on being married on the porch while everyone stood around them. No walking down the aisle or orchestra music for Layla. It was what she had wanted. No frills. Standing in the front room of the inn, Layla gathered herself, nervously straightening her dress and picking off imaginary lint. Being in front of people as the center of attention was not something that she was used to in any stretch of imagination. Someone cleared their throat, getting her attention. Jeff stood before her, smiling at her with tears in his eyes. "You are a vision," he said, his voice hoarse with emotion as he moved to her side. "You are making me the happiest guy in the world," he said, dipping his head to kiss her lips. "Save it for later," Gina said from the doorway. "Everyone is here and ready when you are." Butterflies danced wildly in her belly. Taking this step was both scary and exciting. Jeff reached down and took her hand in his. "Ready to become my wife?" he asked. Smiling broadly, they joined hands and stepped together out on the porch overlooking the grounds. The early spring day was beautiful, with a light breeze that gently lifted the hem of her skirt, making it flutter lightly. Her hand was warm in Jeff's, while the other clasped the bouquet of flowers. At their feet, the boys stood watching the proceedings. They were quieted, she was sure, by the promise of cake as soon as their vows were over. She heard the baby gurgle close by in Christina's arms. It was a perfect setting for them, surrounded by family and friends while exchanging vows and becoming husband and wife. Layla's heart soared as the justice of the peace announced that their union was official. Jeff leaned down and kissed her passionately, bending her backward in his arms. The guests that stood around them all laughed and clapped, cheering that their marriage was official. After their wedding brunch and festivities, they were headed out to spend their wedding night at a tiny inn nestled in the mountains to the north in Jamaica, Vermont. It looked like a very romantic setting and would get them away from their new day-to-day responsibilities. Layla could not get over the difference in Jeff when they were away from the farm. It was remarkable how much more at ease he was, and like his old self. On the farm, he was all work, concentrating for hours on his labors in the barns and the fields. The past few weeks had been a whirlwind of emotionally charged events. They had certainly been raked through the coals with all that they had faced. She was proud of the changes they were able and willing to make to accommodate the addition of children to their lives, including their rushed nuptials. They were planning on getting married, so this just accelerated what was going to happen anyway. They happily walked hand in hand, talking to well-wishers throughout the inn. Gina had been right that the plan to share the flowers and the decorations from their wedding the day before really worked out well. It was a lovely setting, and the food was superb. This was more than Layla had ever thought she'd have for her wedding, and she was happy it had turned out so well. Jeff was more than attentive as they slipped through the hugs and kisses, never letting go of her hand. His fingers would absently twirl the wedding ring, her placed on her finger earlier. He seemed happy and relaxed. What was hours of festivities seemed like only minutes. The early afternoon passed, and it was time for them to leave and head to their wedding night location. Layla spoke briefly with Joni and Christina. They were planning to have a sleepover in the third-floor staff rooms with the kids. The boys were happily playing with a cousin on the grass, successfully getting themselves and their new wedding clothes very dirty. Layla only laughed. She knew they hadn't had many chances to run and play in their previous life. They were blooming as they acted like crazy boys. She didn't have the heart to stop them from ruining their clothes, rationalizing that they would grow out of them sooner rather than later, so it didn't matter. She called them to her and Jeff, and they hugged and kissed them before they left. Christina was able to grab a photo of them all together before leaving. It was kind of her to make sure they had a photo of their new family. The adoption paperwork had been filed and had been pushed along by the assurances of their immediate wedding vows. It would take time, but they were assured they would have no delays in the process. She and Jeff reassured the boys that they were just a phone call away, and they would see them the next day. Teddy was fine with the circumstances, as they had prepped them both with a discussion about what was going to happen and had made it all seem like an adventure. He was most interested in the cake and ice cream. Corey was more hesitant. His worries were lessened when Jeff assured him he would call him once they got there. Corey had been making some progress and had started to talk again, but was still very quiet. He never let Teddy out of his sight for long and had to know where his baby sister was at all times. Until just recently, he would follow Layla throughout her day, always careful to know where she was and what she would be doing. Jeff had gotten both boys interested in the farm and had given them chores. They were simple tasks that were mostly done with Jeff. but it gave them a chance to get used to being with the animals and learn about safety in the barns and barnyard. There were so many places on the farm that they could get hurt, which made Layla worry. Jeff assured her he would train them the right way. Jeff still had moments that he was not himself. He had not confided any more episodes of lost time, but she knew when something was not right with him. The sugar house's locks had been replaced. Layla noted on one of her forays in the barnyard with the boys. This raised her suspicions that the shadow still plagued him. She was concerned it was the spirit that had possessed Dawson. But the dark shadow had still kept itself hidden from Layla. It was no longer visible when she searched for it. However, she swore that at times it passed over Jeff's expression and was visible in his eyes. She did not know what this meant, but knew in her heart that it wasn't good. Had the shadow somehow entered him and taken up residence? She shivered at the thought. Arlene was due back soon, so they would address it then. It could wait for now. "Are you cold?" "I can turn on the heat," Jeff asked as they drove down the mountain to their own little adventure for the night. "Just a little shiver. I'm fine. We've been having some sunny days, but it's still not quite warm enough to go without a jacket at night," she answered. "Pretty soon, you'll be going without anything, if I have my way with my new wife," he said, smiling slyly at her. She reached over and smacked his knee. He reciprocated by taking her hand in his, while he drove with his other hand. "Are you happy we did it this way?" he asked. "Without the big wedding and all?" As she looked at his face, he glanced over at her as he drove the mountain highway, and she knew she had made the right choice. Since the day that Kevin and Christina put Layla into Jeff's arms, so he could ride her down the mountain on horseback to a waiting ambulance, she had known he was hers. All the rest was just gravy, or its lumps that made life interesting. She was happy. "It was perfect," she said, smiling at him. They arrived at the quaint bed and breakfast situated on an outcropping above an undeveloped lake. Their room looked out over the water, and she could see they would have a spectacular view of sunset as the sun moved lower in the sky. The bed was a huge four-poster with downy pillows and fluffy bedclothes. It looked entirely inviting, and Layla realized how tired she was. But more than that, she wanted to jump into that bed with the man she just married. The staff showed them around the room and demonstrated its features. There were roses, champagne, and a light meal provided for them. It was perfect. Jeff tipped the clerk as Layla looked out the window over the lake, reveling in how happy she was. Jeff slipped his jacket and tie off and walked over to Layla, wrapping his arms around her as she looked out the window. She leaned into him, reaching back and kissing his neck. The late-day beard scratched her skin. She loved the masculine feel of him. She felt her heart rate quicken at his touch. Soon after, as contentment and peace flowed over them, they whispered loving sentiments to each other as they fell fast asleep with their bodies still tangled together. Chapter 23. The horses in the barn eagerly whinnied to Jeff as he opened the barn door, whistling happily to himself. He was in seventh heaven since the wedding. He'd heard tales of people that lived together that said they didn't feel the need to marry, citing that they didn't think it would change anything for them. Jeff felt otherwise. Since the wedding, he felt more secure in his relationship with Layla. Not that he felt that aspect needed to be strengthened at all. It was a kind of confidence that was added to the formula of their relationship, a connection to each other that offered assurances, in sickness and in health, he thought. Knowing that Layla was going to spend the rest of her life with him warmed his heart. He could envision them 20 years from now, sitting around the fireplace and reading quietly while still holding hands. It was a nice thought, he smiled to himself. All he ever wanted was on the farm now, he reflected. He had a beautiful wife and a family, as well as a promising horse farm operation that would have a tidy profit this year. Now that he didn't have to travel all over the town to care for his animals, he had more time to think about the future. He took a moment to revel in the work he and his brothers had completed on the barns. They were state-of-the-art, with roomy stalls for the horses and adequate room for foaling. They also had room for breeding activity and offices. The number of barns on the property had initially been more than adequate for the needs of the horses. He had initially planned to keep the smaller barn as a growth area, but he now planned on having additional animals in it. He thought the children would benefit from caring for a diverse barnyard population. They could have chickens and ducks, as well as pigs, goats, and maybe a cow. It would be a great place for the kids to be brought up in. They could learn the responsibility of caring for another living creature and a trade. He and Layla had planned out space for a large vegetable garden as well. While he didn't want to get into planting fields of crops, they could keep that operation small and robust to have a farm stand. He had all sorts of ideas about the farm. They had been so lucky to have gotten the place through a tax sale. It had made such a difference with the financial resources. Even after they'd made all the renovations to the house and the barns, there was still work to do, but the farm was already able to function readily. Layla's ability to help promote the farm was a huge asset. They would save a ton of money using her talents, while on occasion he knew they would need to outsource various tasks that she couldn't handle. Her skill set was still a huge bonus. Someday she would not have to work for the Stonehouse Inn, though he was not sure that she would take that opportunity if it were to present itself. She loved her job there, and the friends she had made while working there were also a bonus. It was likely that she would still want to be able to get out of the house and work on something that was all her own. A worry crept into his mind as he cared for the horses. They were all used to him and his touch, and they all responded to him as an old friend. It made it easy and quick for him, and knowing each animal's needs and personality helped a lot in his interaction with them. He hoped Layla was truly happy with this farm life. He'd had no indication of any unhappiness or discontentment with their lives, aside from the usual day-to-day things, and she had stepped right up to the challenge of taking care of 3 little children that were not her own. He had worried that someday she may say it was just too much for her, but he saw she had fallen in love with them, and he no longer felt that way. They had talked about having kids one day, and they still may have their own. He was not opposed to a house full of them, but she had logically advised him that she would think about it. Having her own baby was not at the top of her mind when she had 3 children to chase after. Jeff moved through the stalls, finally coming to the stall of the pregnant mare. Her pregnancy had not seemed like it was progressing in the beginning. However, now she seemed to have caught up with the fetal growth. The pregnancy was normal now, and the vet was no longer concerned, except for the mare's age. She was an experienced mother, so he hoped that things would progress well. It would be difficult as the boys were aware that the mare would be giving birth soon and were expecting a foal. Jeff didn't want their recent experience with the death of their mother to be compounded by the death of a foal on the farm. While he was pretty sure he could conceal any bad outcome from them, they would wonder what happened to the baby horse they were expecting to join them on the farm. He took his time with the mare, offering her treats as he brushed her coat and spoke to her in calming tones. Jeff admitted to himself that he loved this horse, and really all of his animals. They were part of his family, and were his family until Layla and the children had come along. They responded to him in kind, as horses were sensitive to the people who were around them and cared for them. Animals were good judges of character, his mother would tell him. They knew who would be kind to them and who to be wary of. He continued humming and whistling as he cared for the mare, brushing her as her winter coat released its hold. Fluffs of horsehair filled his brush and the breeze. It was a pleasant spring morning on the farm, he reflected. Contentment warmed his thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, a movement caught his attention. The kids were likely just getting up, so it couldn't be any of them. He peered out the barn window and looked around. Not seeing anything, he moved back to his chores. Unexpectedly, a deep feeling of loathing filled his mind. He had felt this sensation before, and it made him sick to his stomach, churning up the acid in his belly. His limbs felt cold and hot. He didn't know what was happening to him, though it was a familiar sensation. The doctor had said that he was okay and that there was nothing to worry about. The CT scan of his brain had been normal, and his other tests were as well. The physician advised him to learn to control his stress, and also to balance his work with rest. He had trouble doing that. especially when he could not recall hours of his day. Often there would be hours where he had no idea what he had been doing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the early morning sun glinting off the roof of the sugar house. His blood ran cold. Suddenly, as if she had been struck, the horse stepped back from him, turning away and backing herself into a corner. The mare was all attention with her eyes wide and her ears pricked in his direction. After a moment, when Jeff didn't move, she pawed the ground in front of her. Knowing the horse was spooked, he stepped calmly out of her stall. Once he had exited, she seemed to calm, but could not be coaxed to him for another treat. Working his way down the barn to return the equipment he used, he passed other stalls. Each horse backed away from him, as though he was a stranger. His stomach dropped as he realized it was him they were responding to. Something about him had changed, and they were feeling the effects of what he was experiencing. What was happening to him? Even with all the symptoms he had felt before, the horses had never responded to him like this. Was he having a personality change that they could sense? Did that mean that everything he had felt before was not just in his mind? Was it impacting his very self? He had heard about split personalities when he was a kid. Maybe that what was happening to him. Fear clutched at his heart as it pounded in his chest. He needed to get help. Not today. We are so close. And then there'll be no need for you to worry about anything. Just do as I say. The voice in his mind echoed in his ears. It was deafening. He moved forward, struggling against an unseen force that was intent on keeping him in place. Don't go running. You don't need them. Soon they will be a burden to you, and they will want everything that's yours. We'll deal with them later. Jeff felt himself being pushed in the direction of the sugar house. His limbs moved as though they were not his own. It was as if he had no control over his own movements. He struggled against the unseen force. Open them. The last thing he remembered from that morning was his own hands moving without his consent to open the locks he had placed on the door to the sugar house. A desire crept into his bones. He needed to find it, and it would be all his. His back ached. He was covered in dirt, and his hands were covered in blisters, Jeff realized as he came back to awareness. Fear and anxiety knotted in his gut. It was just getting dark outside. Had he been in the sugar house all day? He raked his filthy hand through his hair. What had he missed? This was insane, and something was horribly wrong with him. All around him dirt was piled, and holes pockmarked the floor of the sugar house. He sat heavily on a metal box at his feet to get his bearings. This was so wrong on so many levels that he couldn't even count. He had officially lost his mind. His mouth was dry, and his back ached. Had he been digging all day? His skin prickled as a dark shadow passed over him. Jumping to his feet, Jeff moved swiftly away from the shadow. He knew it wanted him. Fear made his heart race in his chest. His lips moved to form Layla's name, and then he was thrown to the ground, pushed by an unseen force. He got to his feet and ran to the house where it sat across the barnyard as a beacon to him. Its lights glinting in the dusk. It looked safe and homey, but he felt the shadow follow him, as though watching and waiting for his next move. Jeff burst through the kitchen door. Layla! Her name died on his lips when she turned from the kitchen sink and glared at him. Her anger was palpable. The shadow caught him as though he had never run from it, feeding off Layla's anger to him. He felt it burn his skin, making him angry in return. Ire filled his cells as the shadow filled him. "What's your problem?" he asked in a voice that didn't feel like his own. Layla stepped back from him as if struck, and her face paled. She knows the shadow whispered in his ear. Immediately, Jeff was filled with animosity and venom toward Layla. "Jeff," Layla whispered, stepping back from him, wary. "You have no right." He felt himself growl at her. "This is all mine. It doesn't belong to you and your bratty kids." He watched as her face paled further. Her eyelids flickered as she tried to comprehend what was happening. Fear entered her face as she realized who he was now. She turned to move away from him, but he reached out and easily grasped her wrists, imprisoning her in his iron-like grasp. He glared into her green, tear-filled eyes. Part of him felt immediate remorse, but the shadow pushed forward, eager to make her feel pain. She sensed Jeff's hesitation and pushed him away. The shadow pushed his body forward, and he shoved her helplessly against the wall. Ideas of what the shadow wanted him to do to her made his mind revolt. He felt her sense the opportunity, and she pushed him away. Layla bolted up the stairs. She's going to the children, he realized. Was he so horrible now that she felt she had to protect them from him? Footfalls rang overhead as she grabbed the baby from her crib, retreating to the boys' room and locking the door behind her. Jeff slowed his footsteps on the stairs, battling the shadow in him as he resisted walking to the door of the bedroom where his family hid. The shadow pushed him forward until he reached the door, but he could not move forward. The shadow commanded him to move his legs forward and break down the door, but he resisted until he won. Neither he nor the shadow could step any closer to the door. It was as if a force he could not see would not let him step close to the door. Somehow, Layla had managed to protect herself and the children from him. Jeff collapsed to his knees and sobbed. They were safe for now. However, he knew the shadow would not give up so easily. Chapter 24. Layla lay helplessly on the bed with Teddy and baby Lynn, shaking so badly that the bed rattled. The boys were so tired from their day, and they were difficult to wake under normal circumstances, so they remained fast asleep. The baby stirred restlessly for a while until Layla calmed enough for her to relax. Outside the door of the boys' room, she heard Jeff sobbing as he lay on the stairs. She knew he'd been stopped in his tracks by a force he could not see. With no other protection available to her, she'd called on her spirit guides to help her in her time of need. There was no other choice but to ask them for their help. Her warrior protector had stepped in front of the boys' room and would not permit Jeff to enter. Likely the shadow spirit was being repelled, not Jeff himself. This thought further solidified her belief that Jeff was possessed. Fear squeezed at her heart. She knew this had to be the same spirit that had possessed Frank Dawson and had made him kill his family. But Dawson had been compromised when it happened. He had just returned from a brutal war in which he was an active participant. Racked with PTSD, he was a prime target for the shadow to influence to do his own desires. The shadow spirit's longings had something to do with the sugar house, where Jeff was spending more and more of his time. Today, the possession level seemed to have peaked, as Jeff had disappeared for most of the day and had not reappeared until this evening. Layla's anger at Jeff had aroused the spirit's intent toward her, except this time, its intended victim had resources in the spirit realm, and Jeff's kind heart on her side. Jeff had not tried to break down the door. He simply collapsed on the floor when he was repelled by her warrior. In her heart, Layla knew Jeff could not consciously hurt her or the children. But the shadow spirit could, and it seemed like it was gaining strength. It knew Layla was a threat. Its instinct to hide from her when she first realized what was happening was a sure indication that it knew her and that she could see it. It clearly did not want her to interfere in its influence over Jeff. The fact that this was all happening made her question her own sanity. In her old life, if she had tried to explain the situation to anyone, she'd be thrown into the asylum. She needed help in order to deal with this threat, and she had no idea what to do. In her mind, she thought of Arlene and wished she was there to help her rid Jeff of the shadow. Layla had no idea if Arlene would be able to handle the situation, but at least she would know what to do. Overwhelming guilt rose in her belly. This was likely all her fault. Had she not welcomed all the spirits to her, this may not have happened at all. The vision she had seen must have been of Frank Dawson, locking up the sugar house after he was released from prison. Had the shadow spirit come from the sugar house? That was where Jeff had been spending hours of time and had changed the locks. What could be in there that was of such interest? Outside on the stairs, she heard Jeff moving around. He had stopped crying. Footfalls came to the door, and he stood in the hallway so she could see the shadow of his shoes in the crack between the door and the floor. He stood there for a long time, it seemed, his breath short. "Layla," he whispered, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what is happening to me." Tears poured from her eyes, dropping onto the baby's blanket in her arms. How she wanted to go to him. He was her love and her husband. But there was so much at stake. If she opened that door, it wasn't just her own life that was at risk, but the 3 innocents with her. Jeff's tears could be ploy from the shadow spirit. Maybe it wanted her to take that risk and believe that Jeff was back to his senses. Jeff sighed heavily, and she heard his footsteps walking down the hallway to the stairs and then out the front door of the house. She imagined him walking through the barnyard and into the barns. Layla shifted in the bed carefully as to not wake Corey, Teddy, or the baby. Looking out the window, she could see that the lights in the barns were turned on, making it seem as if Jeff was moving through his regular evening chores with the animals and checking on them before retiring himself. But was this a rouse to make her feel like everything was normal? While Jeff was out of the house for now, she planned her escape with the children. It was a risk to pull their sleepy bodies from their beds and to run out of the house to the car. She would be slow, as the children would be confused after being woken up in the middle of the night. If she was slow, there was the likelihood that Jeff would stop them, and they would be vulnerable. They had to have enough time to get down the stairs to the car, latched into car seats, and leave. Waiting a few more hours until early morning made more sense, because they were all used to waking at the crack of dawn or before. She hoped that today would be like most days, and they would have a window of a chance of getting away. Every time she ran through the scenario in her mind, she thought of some nuance that might cause a delay. If she just got the kids into the car, locked it, and then buckled them in, maybe that would work. Honestly, she didn't know if Jeff had a key to her car, and the gymnastics required to latch all of them in the back seat of her tiny car could be too strenuous a task. Their escape was not looking favorable. Sometime during the night, she must have dozed off, as the sound of Jeff's truck starting up in the driveway awakened her. Going to the window, she saw his truck pull out of the drive, and then watched its headlights move far down the driveway and out of sight. This was their chance. Quickly, she woke the boys, telling them they were going to the inn to have breakfast with Christina as a fun adventure. Feeling badly for the lie, she rushed them down the stairs and out the door. Both boys seemed to like the adventure that required them to skip dressing in clean clothes or wearing shoes. The baby protested loudly as Layla struggled to get her into her car seat. She had grabbed the diaper bag and her phone on the way out the door, silently thanking Christina's advice about always having one packed and ready to go. Frantic to get away, she drove recklessly over the rolling hill of the driveway, giving the car a jolt as they came to the road. Teddy squealed happily in the back, thinking they were having a great time bouncing around in the car. Corey smiled at his little brother. She loved his sense of adventure, but she was terrified and trying to cover up her anxiety so she wouldn't scare them. Shortly, she pulled into the inn's driveway, relieved that Jeff's truck was not parked out by the barn. Gathering the kids, she ushered them up to the back door of the inn, directly into the kitchen where they burst into the warmth. Christina was startled with their arrival as she looked from the shoeless boys to Layla's frantic face. She rose to her feet with difficulty due to her advanced pregnancy. "What's this?" she asked. "We gonna eat pancakes with you," Teddy shouted happily. "Surprise adventure." Christina caught Layla's eyes, and she reached out to take the baby from her arms, gesturing for her to sit. "I think we can round some of those up pretty quickly," Christina answered the boys, herding them to sit at the table. Kevin entered the kitchen from the dining room, looking surprised at the visitors. "We have company for pancakes," Christina told Kevin, giving side-eye to Layla as if trying to get him to understand something was up without creating a big reaction in front of the children. Almost simultaneously, Agnes stepped into the kitchen from the back door, reacting to the full house of guests sitting at the table. The adults all exchanged looks. "What's happened?" Christina whispered to her friend. Layla sighed heavily, keeping her voice low. "It's Jeff. He's not himself." Kevin and Christina exchanged a glance, and Agnes stepped forward. Sean had mentioned that Jeff had really upset him a few weeks ago, Agnes said. Said he was acting totally out of character, and not himself at all. Let's get these hungry boys some pancakes and we can talk some more, Kevin exclaimed. And the boys cheered. Shortly, the boys were digging heartily into piles of pancakes that Kevin had placed in front of them, and Christina was feeding the baby a bottle. The adults spoke to each other in low whispers on the opposite side of the table. Layla tried to drink the coffee Kevin had placed in front of her, but she couldn't focus. She was struggling to try to explain what she thought was happening. When we bought the farm, I knew there was a chance that there were things there that may impact me due to what happened years ago, Layla said, emphasizing her words. Agnes and Kevin exchanged a glance. Frank Dawson, Agnes asked. Layla nodded. There was nothing that I could see, but there was a dark shadow that was interested in Jeff. I think it's taken over. The adults were silent, trying to grasp what she was saying. Kevin immediately reacted once he understood. You think he's possessed, he whispered. Well, something like that. Layla riffled in the diaper bag and pulled out the folder the librarian had given her earlier. She had stuffed it in there to make sure Jeff wouldn't come across it again. She certainly didn't want to see another version of his poor response that she'd seen when she had shown him the article before. She handed the folder to Kevin, and Agnes stepped next to him to look over his shoulder. He handed some of the papers to Christina as she sat at the table holding the baby. Looking at the picture of the Dawson family, she reacted by pulling out her phone. With one deft hand, she pulled out her phone and pulled up the photo she had taken of Layla and Jeff at their wedding with the children. Layla, look! Her stomach dropped. Their family was almost an exact replica of the Dawson family. Chills ran up and down her spine. What did this all mean? Was history trying to repeat itself? Dawson's defense was insanity. He claimed he was possessed by an evil spirit when he murdered his family, Agnes said. Right. He used that old story about the stagecoach robbery. That's the one where one of the thieves still roams the woods trying to find the gold he hid, Kevin said. Gold, Teddy shouted with his mouth full of pancakes. The adults realized the kids were listening to their conversation. Sorry, Kevin whispered. You think Jeff? Layla recalled that Kevin had been at her side, with Sean, when they both had seen the ghost of Annie Stone on the day her bones were recovered from the garden wall. His experience that day made him a believer in Layla's sight. She knew she was among friends, so her shoulders relaxed. Erlene wanted to do a house cleansing, but she's been away with her ill sister-in-law. I don't know exactly when she'll be back. She emailed a few days ago to let me know she was staying a few days longer. Is there anyone else you know of that could do that? Agnes asked her. Layla shook her head. She gave me a list of a few people, but they live hours away. I don't know them, and we likely don't have time to wait. Wait, are you saying we have to do a cleansing? Shouldn't we, maybe call a priest? Kevin asked. You mean to do an exorcism? Christina whispered, her hand over her heart. Layla shook her head. No. It's not like in the movies. You need to ask the spirit to leave, and if they won't go, you need to push them on. Some people are better at it than others. She didn't feel the need to further explain that she was one of those people, and that souls came to her, seeking help to move on. She had no idea how to control her talents. She noted the time and decided to call Erlene to find out if she had any idea who else could help them. Erlene picked up her call at the first ring. Layla stepped into the pantry so the kids wouldn't hear her, and Agnes and Kevin followed. Erlene, things have gotten worse. Jeff. I know, Layla. I had a vision last night that you reached out to me. I did. When are you coming back? Layla asked. Layla, I'm here. I got on a plane last night and I'm back now. Oh, thank goodness. I'll come by, pick you up, and bring you up to speed. I think we need to do the cleansing today. Right away. Layla, Erlene interrupted calmly. I'm standing in your driveway. Is the bag I gave you still in your pantry? Top shelf? What? Yes, it is. I didn't know you were coming. Jeff is not himself, Erlene. You need to be careful. Her phone cut out. Layla's blood ran cold. Arlene's at the farm and her phone went dead. She bent over, feeling as though she was going to faint. "Let's go. I've gotcha," Agnes said, grabbing her arm. "Yes, you go," said Christina. "I'll stay here with the kids." And without another word, Layla, Agnes, and Kevin bolted from the kitchen. The cavalry was on its way. She just hoped they knew what they were doing. Chapter 25. "Don't forget that service is really spotty on the mountain," Kevin said from the back of Agnes's state police cruiser. "It's likely everything is fine and the call just dropped." "Are you going to call for backup?" Layla asked Agnes, afraid that involving the police would mean that Jeff would be arrested if things got crazy. And there was a high likelihood that they might even have to shoot. The air crackled around Layla with energy. Agnes nodded her head. "I texted my team. They'll be along. But let's see what is going on at the house first." This made her feel better as they raced down the mountain. Agnes was a force to be reckoned with all on her own. But it was comfort to know she had resources at her disposal if needed. Layla was sure that if they were facing something Agnes felt she couldn't handle on her own, she wouldn't put herself and others in harm's way before calling for backup. This situation would not be like any other domestic situation that Agnes had ever been in. Nonetheless, it was reassuring to have the stalwart policewoman by her side. Shortly, they arrived at the farm, pulling up along Jeff's truck that was parked behind Arlene's car. He'd arrived after her, and had likely caused her call being cut off just by his arrival. Layla's blood ran cold. "Listen, Layla," Agnes said, pulling her back from running immediately into the house. "Take things slowly and calmly. Situations go wrong a lot faster when tensions are high. Jeff doesn't own any firearms, does he?" Layla shook her head. "No. I didn't think so, but wanted to be sure." The trio paused together on the front step, each of them noting that the front door was open and the house quiet. A light breeze brought a faint burning smell wafting from inside. It was a pleasant smell reminding her of incense. "Arlene," Layla called after Agnes nodded to go ahead. Footsteps sounded in the living room. "I'm in here," Arlene called from inside the house. The three moved forward. "Arlene," Layla called again, stepping into the living room. Arlene came in from the kitchen holding burning sage in one of her hands. She had an anxious expression on her face. He went out to the sugar house. It's compelling him to go there. There must be something it wants in there, and it's been using him to get it. He'll be back here in a minute. He knows you've come back. He'll come through the back door. Layla, I want you to stand here, and the rest of you, get behind her." Arlene took Layla by the shoulders and put her in position directly across the living room, from where Jeff would enter, if Arlene was right. "What's all over the floor?" Kevin asked. The floor of the living room was covered with a 3/4 circle of black salt. Its opening faced toward the back door. Layla felt a shiver run up her spine, and she frowned at her friend. "We have to contain him." Arlene answered Layla's silent inquiry. Footsteps sounded on the back step. "Layla?" Jeff, who was not Jeff, bellowed. Arlene nodded to Layla to answer. "In here," she called. Jeff came into the room, looking as though he had been digging dirt for a long time. Sweat was on his brow, and his hands looked raw with a mix of healed and open blisters. But it was his eyes that made her heart stop. They were no longer Jeff's merry blue, but dark and ominous, black pools of seamless onyx. The shadow had taken over. He hesitated and then took a step forward, cautious. "What's that smell? Have you been cooking? Or is that witch up to something?" Layla felt Kevin shiver over her right shoulder, likely because he was seeing the same sight that she did, and hearing that the voice speaking to them was not Jeff's. Its ethereal timbre echoing in her ears. To her left was Agnes, checking that her sidearm was in easy reach and a smooth motion. Jeff continued cautiously stepping toward Layla. His black eyes were glinting in the morning light, making her feel like death approached. He came within inches of her, and she could smell his putrid breath. What had the shadow done to Jeff? Fear surged in her veins. Realizing he could sense her anxiety, he smiled and moved one step closer to Layla. He seemed to draw power from her weakness, Determinedly, she took a step backward over the salt ring that Erlene was deftly closing. His attention was diverted from Erlene's actions, with his attention to Layla. What happened next would haunt their nightmares for the rest of their lives. Realizing that he was trapped, the shadow spirit transformed into a raging demon, still in the corporal being of Jeff, but not him in any sense. They all froze as they witnessed this terrible transformation. Veins stood out on Jeff's forehead. His neck corded as he bellowed and fell to his knees. His eyes became large black pools, with death bored into them. "What have you done?" he screeched, as he was held hostage in the salt circle Erlene had set out for him. Layla's heart broke watching the shadow have complete and terrible control over her love. They all stood together, mouths gaping at the demon that had emerged in front of them and trying to comprehend what was happening to their friend. The evil shadow spirit completely possessed him. What has happened to Jeff? Where has he gone? Layla thought. She could sense him, but his spirit felt diminished. He's weakening. We don't have much time. Erlene immediately became all business, acknowledging Layla's silent conversation. We'll need to work quickly to calm him down. Layla, listen to me, she said, urgently grabbing her hands. We need to protect ourselves and the others. You two need to stay to help support Jeff. Keep him hanging on. Are you all right with that? Erlene asked Agnes and Kevin, who both nodded as if they were terrified. Okay, Layla, we need to surround ourselves and them in white light. Take my hand. All of you, join hands. Once we have the protective light around us, concentrate on centering yourselves. Draw on your light and power. Once we're centered, we'll call on our spirit guides for protection and guidance. We'll be asking the spirit to leave, and if he is not willing to go, we'll direct him to move him along. Erlene grasped Layla's hand and looked her straight in the eye. Layla, that's you. You'll need to call on your guides if he won't go on his own. Layla swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. What about Jeff? Will he be all right? Erlene didn't answer, but Layla could see doubt in her face. They had to try to save him. So far, Jeff was just missing time in a handful of lost hours. Layla hoped he would not have any memory of this, if they got the spirit to go. Okay, Layla, concentrate. White healing, heavenly light. Holding Erlene's hand on one side and Agnes's on her other, Layla concentrated on her light. She stretched and moved the light as she asked it to grow and expand to cover herself and her companions. Slowly, as she concentrated, she visualized the light over Agnes, Kevin, and Erlene. She worked hard with each breath to expand the brightness, making it strong and resilient. Good, I can feel your light. Can you feel mine? Erlene encouraged her. Layla could feel Erlene's light. It felt like her, as though she was embracing them with her being. Kevin, Agnes, are you feeling the light? If you can, imagine pulling it around you like a blanket. Good. You've got it, Erlene coached calmly, as though there was not a possessed man lying in a circle of witch salt steps away. It was surreal. I feel all tingly, Kevin said. Is that normal? There's a lot of energy surrounding you right now, Erlene answered calmly, managing a wry smile in the midst of all the tension. Are you sure that you'll be able to handle this on your own? Agnes asked, her tone serious. I've called for help from some other psychic mediums. They are a few hours away. Agnes raised her eyebrow in question. It's not what you think. We have a phone tree, Erlene replied dryly. Okay, Layla, concentrate on keeping the light surrounding us. We'll need it to keep the darkness away. Remember, it's the intention that is our strength. On the floor at their feet, the shadow writhed, looking for an opportunity to break from its confinement. Erlene turned her attention to the shadow. Spirit, we compel you to leave this earthly plane. It's time you moved to the light. Jeff smiled in an evil grin, causing Layla's skin to prickle. I'm not going anywhere, he answered, looking at all of them with a sarcastic smile. I've got what's mine. I've waited long enough. You're dead. You don't belong here anymore. You need to move on, Erlene said, her tone calm as though she were talking to a child. The spirit rose to Jeff's feet, looking menacingly at Erlene as she spoke. If you haven't noticed, I have a body now. Layla's blood turned to ice. No, you can't. The shadow spirit laughed, the sound filling her with dread. That's right, lady. Your man is weak. He's been a pleasure to work with, because he's a lot smarter than that other one. But now that he's found what I want, I won't need him anymore. Fear and panic filled her. She glanced at Erlene, who appeared calm, but Layla could sense her fear rising. Who are you? Erlene asked. What do you seek? The shadow spirit paced in the salt ring. Layla could feel him looking for a hole, for weakness to break free from the hold. It's mine. It's all mine now. Finally, after all this time, after Dawson locked me away, someone called me. I heard that sweet invitation, but still I was not free. Until one day, this young and strong man opened my prison. How did Layla started to speak, but a glance from Erlene silenced her. Concentrate. You know how, Missy. You invited me and your man offered his hands to find what is mine. The shadow spirit hissed menacingly. Guilt filled her. This was what Erlene had meant when she explained how Layla should not have invited all souls to her. This was all her fault, and her doing. Yeah, that's right, you invited me. And then to my surprise, you were right here. It made it so easy this time. I've been looking for so long. I almost had it all when Dawson was here. I was so close. But then, he pushed me out. I waited for him, but when he came back, he locked it up and I couldn't. Who are you? Erlene asked. I am Jacob. Why haven't you moved on, Jacob? What is it you seek? Erlene asked. The shadow continued to pace within the salt circle. It's mine and no one else's. I will not tell you. Do you think I would tell you after I've gone to all this trouble to find it again? You've lost something and need a human to find it for you. The story of the stagecoach robbery, Agnes whispered. The room felt as though it throbbed, as they witnessed the shadow spirit's anger rise. Its footsteps pacing the circle increased speed. Erlene's face reflected the realization that she now knew to whom they were speaking. Did you rob the stagecoach, Jacob? Is that what you're looking for? Fools, he screamed. They were going to take the loot and leave me out. But I showed them all. I shot the idiots. I hid in the woods until the time was right. Layla could feel Erlene's mind whirling as she thought about what to say and do next to move him onward. Jacob, Erlene said calmly, you hid that gold in the woods over 100 years ago. After the robbery, they found everyone on the stagecoach had been killed. The gold was never recovered. They found your bones in the woods, Jacob. Years later, they said they were likely the bones of the robber that had hid in the woods after the robbery. That gold is mine. You cannot have it, the shadow spirit growled, leaning closely to Erlene. Jacob, you are dead. You don't need the gold. You have no use for it, Erlene said gently. Its anger rose, drawing energy from the room. Layla could feel herself beginning to weaken, and Jeff continued to slip away as the spirit grew stronger. Erlene's face looked strained. Layla could feel her light weaken. It was slipping from her and the others as she addressed the shadow. Fear filled her. This was not working. Asking this spirit to leave was making it stronger somehow. Layla knew its intention was to take over Jeff, as it had tried to do with Dawson when it made Dawson kill his family. The venom that she felt whenever it looked at her was an indication that it was also going to kill her and the children, if she let it survive. Layla sensed Erlene knew her strength was slipping. They needed to make him go and leave this plane in order to move on to the spirit world. Jacob, you need to leave. You are dead, no longer living. You need to move on. Now go, Erlene said in a valiant attempt. Layla saw red as the shadow spirit's anger rose in a boiling roil, and she felt it pull on her and Erlene, attempting to weaken their protective hold. She felt Erlene's light slip from hers as she panicked and tried to hold on it too tightly. Her protective light was no longer covering her and the others, leaving them vulnerable and open to the evil that was permeating the room. It looked at her, black eyes glinting, and smiled evilly. Then it lifted a mud-encased boot. and stepped easily over the salt ring and stepped toward her. Chapter 26. A cold hand grasped her own. It was Jeff's, but it was not. Her companion struggled all around her, feeling the protection falter and fall. Arlene breathed heavily at her side, unable to muster enough strength to resist the evil that was overtaking them. Desperation filled Layla. She knew her life was in danger and that Jeff was in terrible peril. His soul was fading as the strength of the invading evil pushed him away. Instinctively, Layla knew what she needed to do. Arlene felt her reaction. "Layla, no, you're not strong enough," Arlene whispered in warning. But Layla thought of Jeff, envisioning his merry blue eyes and feeling his kindness and his love for her. From this thought, Layla drew on her guardians, asking them to come to her aid. She grew the feeling of her love, making it explode in a hot white light in her mind. Moving the light to her skin, she breathed into it, making it grow to envelop her. Then she stretched it, knowing she needed to protect the others and contain the shadow spirit. She covered herself and the shadow spirit in a burning white light. Realizing too late the threat she posed to it, the shadow dropped her hand and tried to step away from its new prison. But her light held fast, and it was contained. Immediately, the spirit turned its anger on her, grasping her by the throat and cutting off her air supply. Beyond the light, she heard Arlene shouting at Agnes, "Don't do it. You'll be shooting Jeff. Give her a minute. Layla, your guardians." Heeding Arlene, Layla called to her guardians as her vision began to blacken. Almost immediately, her warrior was at her side, pushing back the spirit. The spirit's grip on her windpipe loosened, permitting her to breathe. Her grandmother lay her hand on her shoulder. "You must call him. He will heed your call." Layla knew she was telling her to reach out to Azrael. It was apparent that she needed help to rid themselves of the shadow. But what of Jeff? Would his soul be caught up and moved on as well? Jeff's essence was weakening by the moment as the shadow spirit pushed against the holds of the warrior guardian. It was draining his life force and moving him out. What would happen to him if she failed? It was clear what would happen to her if she lost this conflict. The same fate waited for her that the Dawson family had. The spirit would kill her, and likely everyone who knew or threatened him. Agnes was standing nearby and could protect her. But using a gun to kill the spirit would only kill Jeff, and not the shadow who would simply go free to find another host. It was her own fault that the shadow was even there, she realized. Had she not been so naive about her sight and had not opened herself to all spirits, this never would have happened. Each time she had used her skills, something bad had happened, she thought, as guilt and regret filled her cells. Her mother was killed in a car crash, and now Jeff was in mortal danger. She needed to act. She needed to save Jeff and remove this menace from their lives. He continued to draw on her energy. She felt herself weakening. It was now or never. She closed her eyes and called out to Azrael, the angel of death. Around her, outside her light, she heard a gasp. Before her, a light that shined beyond the brightness that she and Arlene could conjure appeared within her own light. Her heart grew with awe and trepidation as Azrael grew and approached Layla and her prisoner. Azrael was a being of light, and he shined so bright it hurt her eyes to look directly upon him. Azrael took Jeff by the hand. "It's time to move on," he said. His voice was beatific and resonant. As if burned by its touch, the shadow snatched its hand back from Azrael. A deep foreboding filled her as she watched Azrael transform from a light being to a darkened flame that was somehow still glowing. "You resist?" Azrael asked. "There is nothing here for you. You are a soul that must move on to where you deserve to go." Azrael reached out and took Jeff's arm. He firmly grasped it in his own and began moving away. In a desperate move, the shadow reached out and grasped Layla's arm, pulling her with him as the angel escorted him to the other plane. Behind her, she heard the collective gasps of Arlene, Agnes, and Kevin, as she and the shadow disappeared from the earthly plane. Layla felt herself lift from the ground as though floating. She slipped through a void, as though a force was pressing inward and driving them forward. The only sensation was the hard grasp that the shadow maintained on her arm, and it was so hard that it was painful. She found it difficult to breathe as they passed swaths of light, and she saw sensations of stars outside her sight. Panic filled her. Soon she felt them pause as they floated in the vastness of where they were. "Layla," a voice said to her in her mind, "you do not belong in here. This is not your time. You must go back." Struggling to find her voice, it felt as if her lungs were void of air. She replied in her thoughts, "Jeff, please save him." Layla felt confusion around her. She saw lights and motion as she hung wherever she was. Azrael appeared before her, holding onto Jeff's hand. In his other, the dark shadow hung, defeated. He released Jeff's hand, and Layla found herself holding it. Jeff was unconscious, and his eyes were closed. But Layla felt him. She felt his essence beside her. Her heart soared, and then immediately fell. Were they dead? "You must go back." Azrael took his free hand and pushed a finger into Jeff's chest, making Layla gasp. Jeff's eyes flickered behind his closed eyelids, and she knew he was alive. The angel reached out to do the same to her, his fingers entering her chest with an unbearable freezing burn. The surrounding air filled with moving, swirling lights, and she flew, holding tightly to Jeff's hand. And then she fell. She hit the floor hard, knocking the wind from her lungs. Everything hurt. She sucked the air into her lungs, as it burned but gave her life. Coughing and sputtering, she opened her eyes, wiping away a gel-like goo that covered her as she rose to her feet. Where was Jeff? "Jeff, Jeff," she called. A figure on the floor stirred, so she kneeled next to it, taking in Jeff's form that was lying on the floor. She wiped the slime from his face as he opened his eyes. They were blue and clear. She cried out, relieved that he was back. "Step away from him," Agnes commanded behind her. Turning, Layla saw Agnes pointing her gun at Jeff. "Whoa, it's all right? It's Jeff. It's really him," Layla said, motioning Agnes to lower her weapon. "You guys just disappeared." "What the hell just happened?" Kevin said, entering the room from the back door. "What's going on?" Jeff asked. He sat up and wiped his face, looking confused. "Jeff," Agnes asked, "where did you get the gold from?" Jeff moved into a sitting position, running his hand through his hair and looking very confused. "What's going on? Have I done something? What's all over me? And what are you talking about, Agnes? What gold?" He smiled at them all, looking from one person to the next. They all slowly realized that it was Jeff who sat before them, and not the entity they had been dealing with. The ominous setting that they had been in seemed to have lifted, and the room felt lighter. Then Agnes said, "You haven't seen it. There's a chest full of gold bars in the bed of your truck." Chapter 27. They all gathered around the kitchen table. Erlene had made tea with sugar and was trying to get them all to eat a snack, saying they all needed their blood sugar to get back to normal. Layla had a towel on her shoulders, used to dry the gel-like substance from their hair and clothes. Jeff was still reorienting himself and was back to his old self. Agnes was still wary, and although she sat at the table with the rest of them, she was keeping a watchful eye on Jeff. Outside in the outbuildings and the barns and elsewhere, the farm was crawling with Erlene's friends as they moved about, cleansing the grounds and the buildings. "So, they are doing what again?" Kevin asked as he watched the visitors move around the grounds. "They're releasing the negative energy and filling the void with positivity. It's very important that we do that as soon as possible after such a negative energy has left. It leaves a void behind. That way, nothing else can come into its place." Erlene looked meaningfully at Layla. "We want to be sure that we don't attract other negative beings." Layla swallowed deeply. A lump of guilt in her throat made it hard to swallow the cookie she had in her mouth. "That being said, Layla, it seems you have pretty high connections in the outer world," Erlene said, smiling. "So where did you guys go?" "You were there covered in light, and then it got really bright. And we heard another voice just before you both disappeared," Kevin said. You were gone for a few minutes. It was really scary, and then you both kind of fell back into the room all covered with goo. Ectoplasmic material, Arlene answered. Kevin guffawed, nearly choking on his tea. You mean, like Ghostbusters? He shook his head in disbelief. Arlene and Layla shared a glance. Arlene had already pilfered her thoughts and had a sense of what their experience had been. They had not spoken privately about the event, but they would in time. Layla considered how to respond to Kevin's question. Where did they go, and why did they come back? Her chest ached, and she rubbed it absently while thinking about how to respond. Looking down, she realized her chest was red in a pattern that resembled a hand. I'm not sure. We weren't supposed to go, so he pushed us back, Layla finally answered. No bodies, just souls, Jeff answered. We weren't supposed to be there. They all looked at Jeff, surprised by his statement. He still seemed dazed. Layla took his hand, so relieved and glad he was okay. Do you remember much about today or last night? He frowned and shook his head. This all seems like a bad dream. I thought I was going nuts. I can't remember long spans of time. I woke up a few times in the sugar house or in the barn. He reached over and put his arm around her shoulders. I'm so sorry, babe, about last night. It wanted me to hurt you and to hurt the kids. I couldn't. Tears ran down his face and he sobbed. Layla comforted him. I'd like for you both to be seen by a doctor, just to make sure you're all okay, Agnes said. Layla knew she was worried about Jeff's state of mind and wanted him evaluated. They would agree. First, she wanted to ensure that the farm and house were clear of the shadow spirit. They would wait until the other psychics had completed their cleansing. They had all traveled a long way to come to their aid, and what they were doing was a tremendous help. Arlene would stay to talk with them and share the story. Layla knew they were all interested in her skills. Her abilities as a soul sentinel intrigued them. Jeff had a full medical evaluation a few weeks ago and a CT scan of his brain. They found nothing and said he was all right, Layla said to Agnes, knowing the information would not change her mind. With what they had all witnessed this morning, Layla didn't blame her for the caution. They would both agree to be checked out. So, Jeff, back to the gold. Do you know where you found it? Agnes asked. There's a lot of it, and it's likely worth a lot of money. There are no reports of robberies, and no one has reported missing a chest of gold bars. Not since the late 1800s. The group was silent. The only sound they could hear were the footsteps of the mediums doing the spiritual cleansing upstairs in the bedrooms. I've been doing a lot of digging, Jeff answered, looking at his blistered palms. I am pretty sure I dug that up in the sugar house. I'm not an expert on this by any means, but I believe if you find something on your property, then it is rightfully yours. You'll need to make a report. I can help you with that. The banks that issued that gold no longer exist to my knowledge, so all of it is likely yours, Agnes said. But you had it loaded in your truck. You must have been heading out somewhere, Kevin asked. Maybe you were going to the bank. They all chuckled, but Layla and Jeff knew what the awful plan had been. If it hadn't been for Jeff's resistance to hurting his family, they would likely all be dead by now, and Jeff would be gone with the gold. There's the Dawson case, Layla said. Agnes sat up in her chair. Yes, that's right. He pleaded insanity when he killed his family. He said that an evil spirit possessed him. He locked the sugar house up real tight after he got out of prison. I had to change the locks on it. They were frozen shut. No one had used or opened it for years, Jeff said. I wondered at the time why anyone would feel the need to lock up a sugar house so tightly. And then I did the same thing and replaced the locks. Jeff shivered. Layla felt for him as they had been through so much in the past months. Their lives had changed remarkably. At the beginning of the year, they had been dating. Now, not even 6 months later, they were married, the parents to 3 little kids, and the owners of a farm that they had worked day and night on to renovate. Those things alone were exhausting, she reflected. Adding in the possession of an evil spirit was extreme. She squeezed his hand, and he looked up at her, his blue eyes loving and kind. It was such a relief for her to have him back again. The love they shared warmed her heart. She knew they were free from the reach of the shadow spirit. He was long gone. Chapter 28. Layla closed her eyes and reveled in the sweet sounds of little boy laughter. Corey and Teddy were happily petting the newborn foal, who was carefully watched by his mother nearby. Jeff's blue eyes sparkled as he watched them. He grabbed Layla's hand and kissed her fingers. They smiled lovingly at each other. Rejoicing in the moment, Layla sighed to herself. The baby shifted in her carrier, pulling a lock of Layla's hair and gurgling up at her. She kissed her downy head. Spring was bringing newness into their lives with the safe birth of the foal Jeff had so worried for. The experienced mare did well with the entire pregnancy, but Jeff vowed that she was retired from breeding and would live out her days as a gentle mount for trail rides. Christina had had her baby as well, and Layla enjoyed the turn of their relationship as she was now the more experienced mother. She found herself offering her friend advice now and then. The adoption process was complete, and their family was now official. Neither she nor Jeff felt the need to change their relationship with the children. They referred to them as Uncle Jeff and Layla. They would change to calling them Mom and Dad, if and when they were ready. They intended to make sure they knew of their mother, so her memory would not be lost. The farm had sprung to life after the removal of the shadow spirit. It seemed that Jeff's possession was not the only influence it had. The animals and the whole farm had hung under a dark cloud, that only now, with it being gone, was it noticeable. Flowers were now blooming in full force, and the grass was green. The horses galloped happily through their pastures. Layla and Jeff had even started a huge garden. Layla's heart was happy and at peace. The miles that they had come over the past months were far behind them. They had started anew and fresh. Life was good, and they were rejoicing in their family and their love. Jeff looked at her and smiled, taking her hand in his. "He's talking to the foal," he whispered. Layla concentrated to hear the boys with the horses. She distinctly heard two voices, one clearly Teddy, the other Corey's voice, speaking softly to the newborn animal. Jeff squeezed her hand in his as they exchanged hopeful smiles. His hands had healed from the manual work he had done while digging for the gold the shadow spirit wanted. They had filed a report with the state police about the gold and had worked with an attorney to ensure their rights were protected. However, the process ended up to be pretty straightforward. They would end up keeping the gold, which after paying taxes, netted them a nice profit close to $1 million. They decided to invest the money and use it for their family's future. It gave them security that neither Jeff nor Layla had while growing up. Layla had become more of a celebrity with the regional psychic medium group that had come to their aid. She remained a Sentinel, but had gained control over her abilities and limited them severely. She never even permitted any readings to occur on the farm. Her fear of making an error or letting in souls that may be dangerous made her cautious. Any spiritual work was done at Airlene's for now. Layla's main purpose in learning to use her sight was to help others, particularly lost or missing children. While there hadn't been a case in the region since Mr. Leonard was lost, Layla had plenty of experience tracking down her own kids on the farm. They made for good practice. She and Jeff walked hand in hand as the boys ran to their new swing set and climbing bars. They were constantly in motion. They slept and ate well and were growing fast. The pediatrician had been happy with their progress. Corey was making friends in his preschool. He had a successful play date a few weeks ago and was progressing well. While the boys ran, Jeff put his hands around Layla and hugged her close, as closely as they could with the squealing baby between them. He kissed her lips. "Happy?" he asked. She smiled up at him over the head of their baby, her heart full. "Very," she answered. They walked back to the house hand in hand. Thank you for listening to Soul Sentinel, Book 3 of the Stonehouse Inn Trilogy, written by Julia Hess. Copyright 2025 by Julia Hess. All rights reserved. No portion of this production may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher or author. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities are entirely coincidental. Published by Deep Creek Publishers, 2025.